attorneys uh, to share with us any requests for continuances, withdrawals, or otherwise resolved matters. Okay. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Ed Jefferson, board counsel.
Sherelle Alford, board administrator.
Thank you very much. And again, you will have a court reporter, Ms. Stacy Robb, whose image you will see. And there may be others who join us as they monitor things. So I will call on the law department to begin with any matters that have been resolved. Continuances are requested. I understand we have one person who will share the list today.
Yes, good afternoon, board. Caroline Curley, CRLEY, Council for the City.
Okay, Ms. Curley, just for a moment, we get an echo in your, as you're speaking. Is there an adjustment on your end that's required?
No, I think that was Miss Threats.
Okay,
I've muted her.
okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Curley?
So using the list that I have, beginning with number 5, which is HA 2021-000-582, Nuts Plus Inc., represented by Mr. DeMarco, that is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you. Is Mr. DeMarco on the line today?
Yeah, I agree. Good
Okay.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I agree. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Just want to make sure you were advised. Good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Number 6 on the list, HA 2021-000-684, Weldeef S. Teff, that is moot complied.
moot complied, thank you very much.
Number 7 on the list, HA 2022-002798, Muhammad Balak, that is moot complied, represented by
complied.
Orphanides and Toner, I believe.
Okay, who's the attorney representing that matter? For Orphanides and Toner? Is anyone here for that? Okay, all right, if not, we'll just move on.
Okay, number 8 on the list, which is HA 2021-00087. I am standing in for Jane Huang from Regulatory. I believe that matter has been withdrawn.
Okay, withdrawn, thank you.
Thank you. Number 9 on the list, HA 2021-003161, Lilith M. Valentine. I believe that matter has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you.
Number 14 on the list, HA 2021-004276, 425 Greenwich LLC. I believe that matter is moot complied.
Okay, moot complied and not withdrawn or
Moot complied.
moot complied? Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. This matter was, I believe, former matter 17. I just want to make sure it's read. It's not on the list anymore. I just want to make sure it's read into the record that it's HA 2021-004292, Ruslin Nakan. We believe this was listed in error and was resolved at the last listing. So I just want to read that into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. I'm here. I'm Russell Nikan, and I'm here. And
Hello? Hello?
hello. Yes, this is Russell Nikan, and originally it was asked for continuance for this matter, so it's hearing today. And as a matter of fact, I spoke with someone, and
Okay, wait
I
a minute,
was
before
told
you,
that-
excuse me, sir, before you proceed, which matter are you referencing?
it's HA 2021-004292,
What's the address?
2419 Straswood Street.
Okay, and your relationship to that address?
The address is 2419.
Mr. Chair, did you say 2419?
Yes.
Yes,
Correct.
that matter is not on today's list.
My understanding, Chair, is that that matter was resolved at the last listing and it was incorrectly placed on the latest iteration of the first or second iteration of this list. And I
Okay.
believe someone from my office contacted Miss Alford to notify her that it was
Mhm.
listed in error.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you. So that matter is not on today's list, sir, so it's been resolved already. If you have any,
Matter.
let me continue. If you have any further questions, please call into the office and speak to one of the administrators, okay?
No, hold on. This
No,
matter
no, we
was
can't hold on.
postponed
We're gonna proceed. Listen to me. We're moving forward. So if you have any further questions, call the office. That's what we will
Your
do.
office never answers the phone.
Sir, we will please call the office because it's been resolved according to our records. And so we need to move on to the other cases that we're going to hear today. Thank you very much.
This is a mess.
Please move that
I
and so we can
did.
move on. All right, thank you. Ms. Curley, please continue.
Number 17 on the list, HA 2021-004315, Patricia Miller at 2820 Glenview Street. That matter is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Number 20 on the list, HA 2021-004358, Rafiera Tucker at 1302 South Street. That matter is moot complied.
Move comply. Thank you.
Number 21 on the list, HA 2021-004421, Petros Bread Distributors, Inc. at 805 South 11th Street. That matter is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Number 22 on the list, HA 2021-004439, Ann Carroll at 6936 Gresham Road. That matter is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Number 23 on the list, HA 2021-004853 for Lei Fa Wu, doing business as Wasco Beverage, Inc. at 1025 Spring Garden. We have a written agreement on that matter, Chair.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just going to read that into the record. We also did submit a written copy to Ms. Alford, so I believe the board has that executed version for its files, but I'll just read in the agreement.
Okay, we'll probably have to render a public decision, so please read the agreement.
Yep. The following violation, so the agreement is set forth as the following violation cited in violation case number CF 2021-054146 are complied. That is Philadelphia Code Section Fire Code 915, Fire Code 906.2, Fire Code 906.3, Fire Code 1003.31, and Section 93902. Those are all complied. The remaining two violations in this matter, which are A301 and A701, which are cited in this violation case, are affirmed, subject to the conditions as follows. The notice of the violation case is to set of compliance to be extended to December 23rd, 2022. So it's essentially a state of enforcement for those two violations until December 23rd, 2022. The parties have agreed to, or my apologies, the appellant has agreed to apply for and obtain a new zoning and use permit for this to comply those violations and to apply for and obtain a certificate of occupancy. And after December 23rd, 2022, the city may further enforce the violations of the code as permitted by law without further appeal. If the appellant complies with the violations referenced above on or before December 23rd, 2022, then the city will not seek civil monetary fines accrued in that case. And that is signed and executed by myself, as well as the appellant and attorney Jake Griffin or John Griffin.
Okay, thank you. We will poll the board with regard to the agreement. Let us poll the board regarding HA-2021-004853, Lei Fa Wu / Wasco Beverage, Inc., 1025 Spring Garden Street. John J. Griffin, Esquire, attorney. City affirm in accordance with the agreement between the parties to extend the non-enforcement until 12/23/22 for currently open violations.
City affirmed with the same proviso as stated by the chair.
City affirmed with the agreement until 12/23/2022.
City affirmed as per agreement, non-enforcement until 12/22.
City affirmed per the agreement not to be in any enforcement to 12/23/22.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Curley, anything else?
Yep, sorry, still going. Number 25 on the list, HA 2022-002439, Travis Robert Ritter at 24 Column Street. This also had a written agreement, which I believe was forwarded to the board, but I again will read the provisions into it,
Okay,
into the record. So this agreement, signed by our office and Daniel DeCino, who is counsel for the. DeCino,
you're-
thank you.
No
thank you.
worries. It's hard to
Thank you.
pronounce. Don't worry.
Thank you, thank you. The conditions are that the violation case number CF 2021-04-8859 are hereby withdrawn, subject to the following condition: that the appellant Travis Robert Ritter shall provide the department with access to the full interior of the subject property by September 6th, 2022 for an inspection. And that's the only provision.
Is there any issues in terms of enforcement?
No, it is just withdrawn, subject to that provision
Oh.
allowing for an inspection.
Oh, so this matter will be withdrawn subject to the inspection being permitted on September 6th.
I think-
by September 6th. It just
By
doesn't matter.
September 6th.
Right.
Okay, well, in that instance, Mr. Jefferson, I don't believe that the board itself needs to vote on this if it will be withdrawn.
Well, I
Miss-
just think, you can always city affirm it per the agreements.
Okay, good advice. Thank you very much. Then we will poll the board regarding appeal HA-2022-002439, Travis Robert Ritter, 24 Collins Street, represented by Mr. Dan DeCino. City affirmed per the agreement between the parties.
City affirmed per agreement between the parties.
City affirmed per the agreement lifted by January 6, 2023, the inspection.
City affirmed per agreement between the parties.
And just so
City
the record,
affirmed per agreement.
Yeah, one correction is that the inspection has to be permitted by September 6th. I believe that's correct, Ms. Curley.
right, and I just want, under normal circumstances, we use city affirmed to say that the violation is affirmed. I just want to make sure the record is very clear that this is being withdrawn.
Okay, so noted. Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you so much. Next matter, number 26, HA 2022-002806, Quanta USA Inc. at 1307 East Moyamessing Avenue. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
I believe that, I just want to confirm that this matter was removed from the list. That's HA 2021-004313, 1435 to 41 Walnut Street. I believe that was continued to September 20th.
Okay, let's check with the administrator.
That's not on this list for the.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And then the last matter, I believe is number 33, HA 2022-003090, Jian Huan Wu at 2962 North 22nd Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Okay, thank you very much.
And the last issue I just wanted to raise before the board, just wanted to make sure the city, as well as appellate's counsel, for a appeal that was filed is scheduled for September 20th. We had sent a letter requesting a joint continuance for that matter for a special listing. We just wanted to make sure that the board received that and that we would be receiving a decision on that prior to the September 20th date, just because it is a complicated matter that requires briefing and subpoenas. So we wanted to
Okay.
make sure that a date certain was set for that.
Okay, we will take that up in executive session. Ms. Alfred, would you note the address and the case number, please, so that we can review that matter? in
Yes,
executive
Ms.
session?
Shirley, what is the address and the high number?
So it relates to 9 appeals that are consolidated. And I sent an email this morning. I don't know if that's helpful to reference. I had sent the initial request last Wednesday as well as a follow-up today so that it could be addressed today. But it's I'll give you one of the appeals. It's HA 2022-003223, and it's Aqueduct Fire Protection.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
They have put in a continuous request.
Okay, we will take that up in executive session and do it in a timely fashion so it meets your needs.
Yes, okay, as long as that could be done, just not executive session of September 20th. Just
Oh, no,
because-
based on your request, we will take
Thank
it
you
up
so
early.
much. Thank you
Okay.
so much. And
Okay,
then the last issue I also wanted, I believe number 30 on the list, which is HA 2021-000330. I believe that is a decision only matter. So if you wanted to start with that, because I.
Number 30?
Yes. There's no hearing on that. It's just the board's rendering of its decision.
I will need to check with the administrator. Can you confirm that, Ms. Alfred?
I am looking right now, Mr. Chairman. Give me just 1 second. Yes, it's just a decision that needs to be made on number 30.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you. When we come back to it, we will, are all the parties present? I think Mr. Anastasia represented the appellant.
That is correct. I do not see him. But there's
Okay,
a lot of people.
I don't see Mr. Yasapal either.
okay. We will need to, we won't be hearing it first, though, Ms. Curley. Are you representing this matter for the city?
That's me.
Okay, unfortunately, we won't hear it first. I would like to have all the parties present if they're going to attend
Okay.
before we vote. All right, thank you. All right. So I would like to, Miss Alfred, would you do something for me, please, in the
Sure.
chat? Would you just send me the date we heard that? I just want to check something.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any additional requests for continuances from other members of this law department staff? And I will go through the list as I have in the past to quickly determine that. So I only want to hear if there are requests for continuances or withdrawals that have not been noted by Ms. Curley. And okay. It's a long list of individuals who are here today, so be patient with me. Okay, Miss Nakia Clark.
A moment. Good afternoon, board.
Yes, do you have any requests for continuances or withdrawals?
So Caroline Curley gave all of the requests for continuances and withdrawals for our unit.
Okay, thank you. Well, there weren't any requests for continuances. Take that as a, there aren't any continuances. I will stop doing what I'm doing and proceed to hear cases.
Yes, your board, everything from the law department has been addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we begin, though, I'd note that we have a special visitor today, Councilman Curtis Jones. And Councilman Jones, in deference to your busy schedule and all the matters that are before you, are you here for a particular case or are you just sitting in to listen? You muted, sir.
No, I have a matter of interest on Ridge Avenue.
Okay.
Demolition, so I'm here for that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. We will call it in order as we go down the list today. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go back up to the top and let's begin by number 1.
This is case number 1, appeal number HA-2021-000948. Appellant is Carlos Roa Peralta for 1801 Orthodox Street.
Okay, and who's representing the city in this matter?
Caroline Curley, counsel for the department.
Okay, all righty. Is the appellant present?
The appellant is present. My name is Joseph Vaccaro, attorney for the store at 1801 Orthodox Street. Carlos
Okay.
Peralta is in my office.
Okay, Mr. Vaccaro, your name was not noted as the attorney, so that's why we didn't identify you. Okay. But now, we have a couple of matters that we need to deal with before we proceed. I think there's a matter of timeliness in terms of this appeal.
My records indicate that this is an appeal that was received by the city on December 14 of 2020. That's the date stamp that I see.
Okay, when
and
was the violation received by the appellant?
This is not a violation, sir. This is a new application. And there was a notice placing my client on a waiting list.
What's the date of that
If I
notice?
may- The notice is November 5th, 2020, Board. You have already beaten me to the argument we were initially going to begin with. I also did not know Mr. Vaquero was on this matter, so while I forwarded exhibits to Ms. Alford as required, I did not include him on that, but you are correct that there is an issue of timeliness on this matter.
Okay, Mr.
Well-
Vaquero, you're well aware that there's a 30-day appeal window, correct?
Well, I'm well aware of that here, but I'm looking at a copy of the appeal and it's dated 12. What's the date on this appeal, Mr. Roa? He's the one. that
Mr. Roa has
handwritten
not
it.
been, Mr. Roa has not been sworn, so if you have it
Okay,
in front of you.
let's bring him around and we could swear him in. Go ahead.
Okay, but before we hear this matter, we're gonna resolve this, this issue of timeliness. Okay,
Well, that's fair. Understood, and I was gonna, since he's the one that handwrote the appeal and submitted it, even, and there's a timestamp from the city that says December 14th, indicating it was received. There's a different date on the upper right-hand corner, and I was gonna question him on that date.
okay, let's bring him forward. We'll have him sworn, and then
Sure.
we will then proceed.
Okay, I'll get him a chair while you're swearing him in, okay?
Well, I need him to be seated before we complete. Moving around creates a problem. So if you can have a seat, sir, and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
Raise your
Okay.
hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's see. What was the date, sir, that you received your notice that you were being placed on the waiting list?
It says December 14, 2020. November 5th, 2020.
November 4th, 2020. And when did you submit your appeal?
November 5th, sir.
November 5th, 2020. Mr. Vaquero, when did you submit your appeal?
The appeal was submitted before I was retained, Mr. Woodson.
That isn't what I
Um,
asked. I asked for the date.
Well, the date, Mr. Rowe, what was the date that you put in? The appeal?
12/9/2020.
12/9/2020. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interrupt,
Yes.
we have a date stamped of 12/14/2020. So that's when it was received in our office.
Okay. All right. And it was mailed through mail?
Correct.
Okay, date received. Okay.
That's fine.
I can't testify unless I.
Even, I mean, taking everything as true, even if we are required to take the date that it's received by the actual office, which is December 14th, 2020. But even if we didn't, and we believed his date, which could have been written at any point, it's still December 9th, which is after the 30 days of November 5th. So the city is objecting to, or asking this appeal be denied as untimely.
Untimely. Okay. All right. Just for sake of the record, Mr. Vaquero, when were you brought onto this matter?
I was brought onto this matter on March 3rd of 2021.
Okay.
Okay, and by way of argument, I just want to get closer to the microphone. Excuse me. I just want to get closer to the microphone. By way of argument, even though the notice was dated November 5th, we have to allow a period of time for that notice to be mailed to my client and for my client to mail out his appeal to the city for receipt. So just because that notice was dated on November 5th, he certainly didn't receive it on that day. You have to allow for a few days.
No, that's legally inaccurate.
Okay. Ms. Curley, what is your response and your legal argument so that we can determine
A
whether to
non,
proceed?
a non-pro-tunc appeal is only valid under extreme circumstances, generally fraud or some sort of breakdown in court operations, extraordinary circumstances. There's no argument that these are present here. So the city is asking that this be denied.
Okay.
Well, the extraordinary, if I may respond, the extraordinary circumstances during that time was that we were in the beginnings of we were in the middle of a government shutdown, of a system-wide shutdown due to the government shutdown because of COVID. So a lot of work was not getting done during that time.
That is also factually inaccurate.
Okay, Mr. Vaquero, your client, his appeal was not affected by COVID. I mean, the mail was still working, other things were still happening, as well as the city's staff was still receiving and responding to appeals. The appeals never
Well-
shut down or stopped.
Well, we cannot account for a time lag between his appeal having been submitted on or around December 9th, based on his testimony, and the city timestamping it December 14th. That's not
Okay.
on my point, and that's on the city's end.
And well, except that the appeal date would have been 30 days on December 5th. So he by his own testimony, he mailed it after the 30-day window.
But that would result in him having less than 30 days to appeal if you account for some time for the mail to get that notice to him.
Okay. Before we move on, now, Ms. Curley, do you have anything else for us before we come to a decision on this?
I think this is pretty clear, board.
Any comment from the board?
I have a question. I thought that the appellant, Mr. Roa Peralta, stated that he received the notice on November 5th. When you asked the question at the very beginning, Mr. Chair, when did you
I
receive
asked
the
him what
notice?
was-
I thought he stated November the 5th when you asked the question.
I asked him what was the date on the notice, which is November 5th. You can't receive a notice the same.
I
day that it's
understand
sent.
that. I'm saying that what I understood or what I heard from your client was that he received the notice on November 5th.
Okay, let's do this. Given that there was a notice was received on November 5th and the individual
Correct.
indicated that he mailed it on December 9th, which is a 4-day difference, I'm going to proceed with today. The
you.
ruling is that we will proceed and hear it today. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
why don't we begin with
Please note-
putting,
I would just like to note the city's objection.
so noted. Thank you very much. Okay, you prepared to proceed though, Ms. Curley?
We are.
Okay, let's
Can
proceed.
I-
Oh, hello. Hello.
If-
My name is
One
Evelyn
minute.
Smith, and I didn't hear my name called for the scheduling.
We are only calling cases as we proceed, so we haven't gotten to your case yet, ma'am.
I mean, can you tell me if I'm
Now,
on the
we're in the
list?
middle of a case right now, so we will get to you, okay? So just be patient with us. Thank you.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, I heard counsel for the city had stated that she had submitted her exhibits. I had not received any exhibits on this case.
You were not
No.
noted as counsel, sir. That's why you didn't get it. Did you submit your appearance?
Mr. Woodson, I had been sending emails since my retention in March of 2021, constantly requesting a status on this case, and I had also had a discussion with prior counsel for the city. I'm going to look up her name.
Okay, so are you not prepared to proceed today?
I may be prepared to
Well, it
proceed
has
to
to be
today.
made-
Then what is this discussion?
Yeah, you have to be are you prepared to proceed or not? Yes or no?
Mr. Woodson, if I take a look at those records right now, I may be in a position to.
Sir, you
proceed
should have,
now.
look, you either prepared to take them, tell me if you're ready to go. If we're not, we'll move on to a different case. We have a long list today. Are you prepared to proceed?
If you send me the records, I'll be prepared. I'll be in a position to proceed today,
At this moment?
at this moment.
Ms.
This
Curley,
is-
can you, is
No,
there
this
any?
is absurd. The city sent its exhibits last Wednesday. Mr. Vaccaro was not entered on appearance. We are simply ready to proceed today. I'm not going to step out and provide exhibits now that were provided. Either he's ready to proceed or he is not.
Did the appellant receive the,
Point of inquiry, to whom did council send out exhibits to if she didn't think that I was participating in this case?
As we are required under the board's rules, I sent them to Miss Alford and Mr. Moto, who is now appointed, and I CC'd your client on those emails.
now, did he speak with the client? Did he receive them?
And he's under oath too. He didn't receive them.
It did. Oh, well, before we proceed from this, Ms. Curley, if you do you have the email address handy? That was,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Could you ask the appellant, did he receive them?
Yes,
Because
yeah.
but the lawyer answered.
Okay.
He never got a chance to respond to your question.
Good, absolute good point, sir. The appellant then, sir, would you respond? Did you receive the email from the city's law department?
Personally, no.
You didn't receive any email from the city's law department?
My next question, Mr. Chair, was he sworn?
Yes, that's what, yeah, he was sworn earlier. Thank you, sir. Well, let me ask you this, sir. Did you receive notice of this hearing today? I didn't.
Call from the city that's saying that I had there was 2 duplicates on the matter, so they left the August 23rd for 1:15 p.m.
So you did receive a notice of today's hearing
Yes,
via email.
I can't confirm that
Why not?
because
I mean, he's clearly reading something at this point.
Wait. No. I'm only one speaker at a time. Complete your statement, sir.
Well, my attorney called me saying that we had notice of this particular matter for August 23rd at 1:15. Also, my accountant called me saying that this matter was for that particular date.
Okay, so, but the point is did you receive notice of this hearing via email, and did you open email and read it? That's the question.
No.
Okay, do you open your emails?
Yes,
And you never received it? And I just need to confirm your actual email address.
it's ROA_2000@iCloud.com.
Okay, just one moment. Ms. Curley, can you confirm that? And also Ms. Alfred.
No, that's not the email he provided on the appeal, so that's not the email we sent.
Okay, Ms. Alfred, is that the
That is
email that was
correct.
provided?
No. that
Okay,
is
sir, you
correct
gave
what
us a
the
bad
appeal
email
said.
address. So that's why you don't have them.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, perhaps
Yes.
the email address is that of his accountant that was listed, not the appellant himself for the business. Is that possible?
Do you want me to read the email address that we
Yes.
have on the appeal?
Yes.
It is AV business mgmt@gmail.com.
Would that be your accountant, sir? You mentioned that you got a call from your accountant giving you notice of the hearing date.
Yes.
And that's the email that I see on the appeal.
Okay, and so it's that your client received the email notice based on the information he gave to the office. And so that's where we are.
And we also mailed it to him as well.
And what address did we use?
1635 Hofnagel Street, apartment 205 in Philadelphia.
Sir, did you receive that mail?
I no longer live in that address.
Is that the address you gave us?
At that time in 2020, yes.
Okay, you gave us a bad address, you gave us a bad email address. So
No.
if there are any,
Uh,
wait a minute before you say anything else, before anyone else says anything else. We're going to proceed, Mr. Vaccaro, if you choose to. You can, if you don't, you can choose to do that as well. But it's your client who submitted the data, both the email address as well as the mailing address. So if there are any defects, it's on his end, not anyone else's. So let's proceed.
Thank you, board. My first, the city's only witness will be Miss Nikisha Johnson, who I do see is present here. I would just ask that she appear.
Okay, Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Okay, thank you. Before you proceed, I need to swear you in, so if you'd raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's proceed. Ms. Curley?
Miss Johnson, can you identify your employer for us?
Oh, City of Philadelphia Health Department.
And what do you do for the city of Philadelphia?
I'm a research and data associate.
And can you describe that a little bit for the board? What does that involve?
Sure. My main job duties include data management and data analysis tasks surrounding the tobacco control program for the health department.
And broadly, what does the tobacco control program do in terms of mapping for the city?
We map out where the tobacco retailers are. We identify school zones. We maintain density caps, do a lot of different data management activities.
And all of that information that you gather, that helps determine whether the health department can grant a permit to operate as a tobacco retailer?
Objection, that's a leading question.
So, overruled, please proceed.
It is a part of it, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the density cap. Can you explain that to the board?
Sure. Our retailer density caps are the number of permitted retailers in a planning district divided by the daytime population or the commuter adjusted population in that planning district. We only allow one retailer for every 1,000 daytime population in a planning district. So if a given planning district has a density cap of 1 or greater, it's considered to be capped, and no new retailers are allowed to apply for a new tobacco retailer permit in that planning district.
And are you familiar with the property at 1801 Orthodox Street?
Yes.
Okay. Going to show, share my screen. Ms. Johnson, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this document that's marked City Exhibit 1?
This is showing a map of on the left-hand side of a map of Philadelphia and where 1801 Orthodox Street is located in Philadelphia. It's located in the lower Northeast Planning District. The right side of this exhibit is showing the density caps for every quarter in 2018, which I believe is when this retailer applied for a permit. And you can see that the lower Northeast District in all 4 quarters in 2018 had a density cap well over 1.
Okay. And you indicated this, just to be clear for the record, the star that you're talking about, is that the location you were referencing?
Yes.
That's the location of 1801.
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated on the right-hand side, there's this chart and indicating that the lower Northeast and each one of these numbers, 2.13, 2.13, 2.12, 2.11. Can you just explain again to the board what that is?
Right. So those are the number of tobacco retailers per 1,000 daytime or commuter adjusted population, standardized by 1,000, just so that we know the number of, or the density cap rather, for that planning district.
Okay. And what number would that need to be in order for a tobacco retailer to be able to obtain a license or a permit rather?
It would need to be less than 1.
Okay. So because it is greater than 1, a tobacco retailer permit cannot be issued.
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to review the data for the lower Northeast quadrant for, let's say, this year?
Yes.
Has this data significantly changed?
It has.
Actually, strike that. Is it above 1?
It is above 1, yes.
Okay. So a tobacco retailer permit is not available at this time.
For the lower Northeast, no, it's not.
Okay. And what happens if a tobacco retailer applies for a permit in a quadrant where the number is greater than 1?
If they are not located in a school zone, they are eligible to apply for the wait list.
Okay. To your knowledge, is the property at 1801 Orthodox Street currently on the wait list?
I wouldn't have that information.
Okay. And do you recognize this city exhibit 2?
Yes.
This is the notice of appeal that was sent to the appellant, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I am going to stop sharing my screen. I would just ask for the admission of city exhibit 1 and 2.
Okay, so noted.
I object. I object.
Your objection is overruled. Mr. Vaccaro, do you have any cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, I do. Counsel, could you please share exhibit 1 again?
Mr. Vaccaro, we're having some issues with your volume. You can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, thank you. If council could please show exhibit 1 back to the witness.
As a courtesy to the board, I will absolutely
Yes.
do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, can you see the government's exhibit number 1?
Yes,
Okay. And what year is indicated on that right column on exhibit 1?
this is 2018.
So those statistics are from 2018. How often are these statistics kept?
We recalculate them at minimum 4 times a year.
So this was a denial for a strike that. This wasn't a denial. I apologize. The city had placed my client on a wait list for a 2021 license. Is that correct?
Objection beyond the scope. Ms. Johnson already indicated she can't comment on that.
Well, just one matter of clarity though, the license was denied for renewal in 2020, correct?
He was placed on a waiting list. He was placed on a waiting list for his 2021 license.
Okay, so Ms. Johnson, if you can, do you have an answer for that?
I'm not sure what the question is. Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, thank you. The question was that this.
Mr. McCary, you gotta have to lean in because your microphone is not picking up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Now, Ms. Johnson, my client had applied for and was placed on a waiting list for a 2021 license. Is that correct?
I don't feel like that's in my scope.
Understood. And yet your testimony was based on statistics from 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And yet the city had prepared these same statistics 4 times per year. So it would be fair to conclude that there were statistics for 2019, as well as 2020, as well as 2021, correct?
That is correct.
Now, who would have those statistics for those following years?
I have access to those.
I'm sorry?
I have access to those.
Who compiles that data?
I do.
How do you compile that data?
So we keep track of the retailers that apply and are permitted through our Philadelphia Tobacco Retailer Database, which is maintained by the city. And we calculate the daytime population from US Census estimates.
Who determines that one retailer per 100,000 requirement that the city is imposing?
Could you repeat the beginning of the question? Sorry.
Sure. Who is it that imposes that one retailer per 1,000 density cap?
I'm not sure what you mean by impose.
Who is it that comes up with that requirement? Is it the city council? Is it an agency?
I'm going to object. This is a question of law. This is well beyond Ms. Johnson's area of expertise.
So noted, overruled. I'd like her, if she can't respond, say she can't respond, that because then we will get back to that. Please respond, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, I believe it is outlined in the 2016 Board of Health regulations, but that is out of my scope to know that in and out.
And who is it that maps out those locations indicated on the map?
Who created the map? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Who created the map? Was it you did?
Yes.
By what authority have you created that map?
Objection well beyond her scope.
Yes,
Well,
sustained.
Well, he's
Mr.
beyond our
Vaccaro,
scope, but that is the argument.
well, let's, I think we can get to the nub of this thing. Ms. Johnson, the map that was shown, is that a map that is regularly created by the City Planning Commission neighborhood descriptions?
Yes, we do use the Planning Commission for the planning districts, and then we use ArcGIS, which is industry standard geospatial software to map out where exactly that address would fall.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers your question, Mr. Vaccaro.
And are you
We can't hear you, sir. You got-
Your state, we're not, at least I'm not hearing anything you're saying. I'm barely hearing you.
Let me get another microphone if that's okay.
Sure,
Maybe
if
that might work.
if you can do it quickly, yes, absolutely.
Very, thank you. Any better?
That's better.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yes.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would question whether his client can hear also.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the other issue. Can he hear what's proceedings? Once you put your headset on, can he hear what we're saying?
Yeah. Can you repeat that? Can you hear what they're saying? Can you
The
hear what
issue
they're saying
is
now that I
if
put my
you
headset
have,
on? No. He said he can't hear. Oh, boy.
let's
All right.
be clear though, for the record. Once you plug in your headset, it limits the output through your headset. And so you're representing the interests of your client, and he may or may not be able to hear what the board is asking. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. So that it may affect your case. So Mr. Vaccaro, you have any further questions of the Ms. Johnson?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Johnson, under what authority have you created that map? Is it a regulation, an ordinance?
That's been asked and answered.
Then
Please move on. Yes.
Absolutely. By what authority have you decided whether or not a particular location is within a school zone?
Objection, that isn't relevant to this matter.
That she didn't testify anything regarding school zones. It was about the ratio. School zone is not part of her original testimony. So let's move on. Any further questions?
No. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a question to Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, is there any reason why we do not have today the 2020 data?
I was under the impression that this was for a permit that was applied for in 2018. I can provide the 2020 numbers if that is useful.
Okay, well, it's useful to the degree that we need to understand that the data for the relevant years are made available. So,
And
is it
Mr. Wood, if I may,
Yes,
Chair, the reason I did ask Ms. Johnson if the data was still above 1, and she did indicate yes. The reason I believe she used 20.
Objection. Counsel is now testifying for her own witness.
Mr. Vaccaro, I asked the question. You objected. Your objection is overruled. Ms. Curley, would you proceed?
And just the last note is, as indicated in the appellant's appeal, he indicated that he was last permitted in 2017. So I believe that is the reason prompting the 2018 numbers.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Curley, do you have any further witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Vaccaro, do you have any witnesses?
I will briefly call Mr. Roa.
Okay,
Okay.
I was placed.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. You put in an application.
please, would
After
you,
you-
for the record, sir, Mr. Vaccaro, would you identify the appellant, please? Just, you want to make sure that his full name matches the record.
Absolutely. Mr. Peralta, could you please tell the board your name?
Carlos Roa Peralta.
And what is your relationship to the store located at 1801 Orthodox Street? And what's the
I
name of
didn't hear,
the
his-
store?
I'm sorry,
we
we didn't
didn't hear
hear
his
you.
response. We didn't hear his response. So you have to get closer. We didn't hear his response.
Yeah, why don't you take this so he could hear you better, okay? Store.
Of the corporation.
Now, sir, but before you take your headphones off,
Okay.
we did not hear your complete response to
When
the
you put in
question.
your
What is your
application, it said
relationship?
last Permitted 2017. You see that?
Mr. Vaccaro?
And
Mr.
why did you
Vaccaro?
wait that?
He's not plugged, he's plugged into the
Yeah,
earphone.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I
And have
can't
you
hear
been on a
anything
waiting
either.
list ever since
Mr. Vaccaro.
2017? Yes.
Mr. Vaccaro.
I have no
we
further
cannot-
questions.
Mr.
Mr.
Can't
Vaccaro?
hear anything.
Wait, about it. Mr. Vaccaro, the last series of questions that you asked were not heard by anyone on this end. And so you got to unplug your headset. And if you're going to ask questions, because we need to understand what you're asking. And so unplug your headset and start all over.
I unplugged the headset. Can you hear me now?
Barely. So you'll have to reposition your computer and both of you need to lean in.
Okay, I will lean in. Mr. Roa, could you please tell the board what's your relationship to the store at 1801 Orthodox?
I'm president of the corporation.
And you wrote on your appeal that you were last permitted in 2017, correct?
Correct.
And why did you write that?
I wrote that because that was the last date that the permit was approved and I was placed on the waiting list.
And do you have a permit now?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Curley, you have any cross examination?
Just court's indulgence.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, while Ms. Curley's looking up, I think it should be noted that in the course of the questions Mr. Vaccaro asked, his client answered that he's the president of the corporation that owns the retailer. And the appeal was actually filed in his individual name. I think the corporation is here as represented by counsel, but it appears that the actual entity, I don't know what the letter said, is a corporation.
Okay. So, Mr. Vaccaro, we need you to have to put on the record the name of your client.
Sure, gladly. It's a series of initials, JHA and R Inc., doing business as D&R Food Market.
And has Mr. Peralta been authorized by the board or the ownership to speak on the corporation's behalf?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Curley?
Just briefly, Mr. Peralta, are you aware whether this property at 1801 Orthodox Street, since being denied a tobacco retailer permit, has this property sold tobacco at this property?
Objection.
Overruled, please answer.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Since being denied a tobacco retailer permit, has any tobacco been sold at this property at 1801 Orthodox Street?
Since it was informed by the health department, no.
Is it your testimony that this premises has never received a violation notice for selling tobacco without a permit?
I never said that. I said since I was informed by the health department not to sell any more tobacco.
So since
I'm
November,
on a real important call. What's up?
Mr. Washington, you need to mute yourself. Okay, please. Sorry about that, Ms. Curley. Ms. Curley?
I'm sorry. Oh, nothing
I
further.
apologize.
Okay.
That's okay.
Uh,
Nothing further.
But I really would like to go back to Ms. Vaccaro. I want to, Ms. Curley began a line of questioning that I want to continue just for a moment. And that is, your client on his own testimony said as of 2017, that was the last time he was licensed, correct?
That's what he said. He was last permitted, yes.
Okay. When did he receive notice that his license was had expired?
I was denied because the permit was not renewed on time by the accountant. I
Okay,
was
and
not
I'm
denied
asking,
because-
and my question to you, sir, is what date was that denial?
I can't recall that information in front of me right now.
Oh, you don't recall when you were denied?
The specific date by.
So give me a
uh,
year. Give me a year. What year was it denied?
2018.
Okay, 2018. So from the end of 2017 through 2018, you were selling tobacco without a permit.
2017 was valid.
I didn't ask that question. Between 2017 and 2018, you were selling tobacco without a permit.
The permit expired December 2017.
So between 2017 and 2018, you were selling tobacco without a permit. Is that correct?
Negative. 2017 was valid.
Between 2017 and 2018, you were selling tobacco without a permit. Is that correct?
Your information is incorrect because you're saying.
If I may.
No one else says anything. Mr. Vaccaro, I've asked your client multiple times, very simple question. He is not giving truthful and credible answers. So let's move on. Okay, anyone else have anything to offer?
Mr. Woodson here. Based on that, the witness has even said he's not understanding your question.
I've asked 3 different times, and Ms. Curley asked a similar question, and he did not give a credible answer. So we're going to move on. We're going to move on. That line of question is done. Does anyone else on the board have any questions? No? Okay, let's do this. I would ask for final argument, and then we will vote.
Who do you want to hear from first, the appellant or the city?
I want to hear from you, Mr. Vaccaro. Then we will hear from Ms. Curley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodson. With respect to the government's exhibit number 1, we're renewing our objection because it is relating to an irrelevant year, that being 2018, when this was an application for a 2021 license. That being said here, there is insufficient evidence based on this record to support the city having placed my client on a waiting list, as indicated in the notice dated November 5th of 2020. And based on the insufficiency of the city's evidence on this record, we ask that the appeal be sustained. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Curley?
So we would obviously ask for the admission of exhibits 1 through 2. We are asking for a city affirm in this matter. It is clear from the testimony presented today that this retailer remains in a density cap and is not eligible to receive a tobacco retailer permit. In my exhibit packet, I also did attach City Exhibit 4, which is a copy of the December 2016 regulations and full discussion, including the public hearing that was held on this Philadelphia Code section and these regulations for reference for the board, that does outline the exact requirements of the density cap that Ms. Johnson relied on or used as directed to create the maps that we discussed today. I would also add that I do not think that any of the testimony provided by the appellant was credible, and I obviously leave that to the board to determine, considering the lateness of this appeal as well as the testimony presented today. I think the city has, clearly presented evidence that warrants its decision. Moreover, it is again the appellant's burden to present evidence that the city's decision was wrong. Absolutely no testimony was presented today to refute the city's decision to add the appellant to the density cap. So with all that, I would ask for a city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with regard then, we will poll the board with regard to HA-2021-000948. And the appellant listed on today's list is Carlos Roa Peralta, representing the corporate interest, 1801 Orthodox Street, City affirm.
City affirmed. I would just like in the future to make sure the city, if there's a particular year or years that are being addressed, provide the relevant data. I do believe Ms. Johnson testified to the fact that even today, the ratio exceeds the number that's permitted for retail outlets in that particular sensitive. So there was testimony to support the fact that the applicant is not going.
Mr. Pincus, we could barely hear your final statement, but your vote is city affirmed, correct?
My vote is city affirmed. I was concerned that that in the future, the data for each or for any relevant years should also be submitted.
Okay, thank you. Additional votes?
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. The vote is city affirmed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Okay, like to go to 32. Is everyone present for that matter?
Which one?
32. Ms. Alfred, would you read that in, please?
Yes, this is number 32, appeal number HA-2022-002049 for Patricia T. Brennan for the neighbors of Wissahickon Hills, 6515 Ridge Avenue, represented by Aaron L. Peskin Esquire.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Members of the board, this is Leonard Reuter for the city of Philadelphia. I do apologize due to technical issues. I do not have a camera operating today. I don't plan on calling any witnesses today. This is appeal is essentially legal argument. I'm also, I guess, joined by counsel for the actual applicant, in this case, Richard DeMarco. This is an appeal that was brought against the issuance, or appeal objecting to the issuance of a demolition permit by one Patricia Brennan for the neighbors of Wissahickon Hills. They are also represented by counsel Mr. Aaron Peskin. So the city's position here is that the appeal in this case is premised upon alleged defects in the zoning permit that was issued for demolition, which I believe was back in March. Mr. DeMarco probably has more specific information in front of him. And as a result of that, any appeal from the zoning permit should have gone as an appeal against L&I to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. However, that appeal was never taken, and they have since appealed the issuance of the building permit, or I should say the demolition permit, which succeeded the zoning permit. But again, based upon the information in the appeal, the only basis for the appeal from the demolition permit is, again, alleged defect in the zoning permit that had been issued. That appeal would be late, so we're not asking the board to remand it to the zoning board, but we would ask, we would simply say that if there's any appeal to be taken, the appellants would need to seek a nunc-pro-tunc appeal from the zoning board. And again, because it's been the city's position pretty consistently that the administrative boards pursuant to case law do not have authority to hear nunc-pro-tunc appeals, they would have to go to court and have the court order the zoning board to hear a late appeal. But again, that's beyond the purview of the Board of L&I review. We're just simply saying that's the city's case. This appeal should not be heard by this board today. The only defect that's been alleged is a factual issue that's come up, had something to do with the posting of the permit, and that's a matter about which the city doesn't have any testimony to provide. We don't go out and verify whether permits have been posted. That would be, but again, I think that also goes to the zoning permit. I believe the argument was that the zoning permit had not been posted. So again, not an issue for this board to decide.
Okay, Mr. Rutter, the demo permit posting, what is the requirement for that? Do you know?
There's a number of requirements for demo permits and posting and notifications and whatnot. I think, again, by virtue, to the extent that there may have been, or to the extent that there is an argument that they're raising about proper notice of the demolition permit, the fact that they have taken this appeal shows that they did in fact eventually get notice. Again, it's not clear, but it does not appear that they actually are claiming that the demo permit itself was not properly posted. It appears that they're saying that the zoning permit that preceded the demo permit was not posted. And again, that's not really an issue for this board to decide. But again, and the posting of a permit, again, only goes to the timeliness of an appeal. So even if the permit had not been properly posted, it simply would go to whether or not they have a timely appeal here. It doesn't, the failure to post in no way invalidates the permit itself. It just simply changes the dates that you're given to take an appeal. It changes the deadlines. But again, it does not appear to us that there is any claim of defect in the actual demo permit itself. It only defects that have been raised involve the zoning permit. And as I indicated, it's far too late for this board doesn't hear zoning permit appeals, number one, and number two, it would be far too late for them to appeal that to the ZBA. They would have to go to court, but that's, I mean, I'm basically giving legal advice now, but that's basically where we are.
Okay.
We don't believe this board there's anything in this case for this board to hear today.
Okay, Mr. Peskin, let's hear from you. What is the basis of your legal argument that we should hear this matter?
My basis, Mr. Chairman, is twofold. One is that my client indeed did not get notice of the original zoning board application and therefore should be permitted to appeal the demolition permit. And the second issue, and I think it's much more serious, is the fact that the owner of the property was aware at the time that he applied for the zoning board permit that there were significant environmental issues at the property, and a number of the individuals that either took no position or supported that application were unaware of these environmental issues. He obtained a report indicating significant environmental contamination on the property in June of 2021, applied for the permit in November of 2021. And we just learned about this in, I believe, July or either June or July of 2021, when he initiated an eviction action against one of his tenants, stating that he needed to evict that tenant on the basis of the significant environmental damage to the property. So I would ask that the board hear this, given the significant and very dangerous environmental issues that are posed by the possibility of demolition.
Mr. Peskin, you're absolutely right. These sound like serious matters, but you also have an issue. A problem here is that this is clearly a zoning matter, and with that outside of the purview of the Board of Review. So we can't determine whether or not a zoning permit was properly posted and issued. That's something you need to go back to the zoning board about, or go to common pleas court. It's nothing for us to hear. And the fact that the zoning has very strict posting requirements, and if you don't follow all of them, your application is denied, your hearing dates are changed, all of that stuff. And so this is beyond our purview. Also, I want to hear a bit from, there's an attorney, Mr. Brennan, representing the permit holder. Mr. Brennan, are you present?
You mean me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, my apologies. Would you state your name, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Richard DeMarco, DeMarco.
Yes, my apologies.
Mr. Chairman, you'll be surprised to hear I joined with the city 100%. Leonard said it as well as I could. This appears to be a zoning appeal and disguised as an appeal to your board with some tangential issues of environmental issues. The appeal needs to be heard by the zoning board in order to address zoning issues, and the environmental issues are not even relevant to either board. So I would join with Len's. I'll adopt Len's statement as mine 100%. That's exactly how the problem that the board has. This board lacks jurisdiction to hear this appeal.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to have Louis Ager, who's also an attorney, weigh in on the issue of the demolition permit.
Okay, before we get to that, who is he representing?
If I mean, I'm not representing anybody. I'm
okay. So wait, in this matter, I'm not going to hear from you at this point. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I only wanted the attorneys representing the interests of the
Excuse
clients.
me, Mr. Chairman. I am going to end my appearance.
No, sir,
I'm-
you listen to me. I'm the guy who decides the traffic flow here, and I decided we're not going to hear from you right now. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's now then, we need to we're really sensitive to this. I noted the councilman was here. Is the councilman here as anyone's witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the councilman's here as a witness in support of Ms. Brennan's appeal.
Okay, all right. And before we even get to the point of whether or not we want to call witnesses or not, just want to ask, has the councilman submitted a letter or anything on behalf of the appellant? Mr. Peskin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking the councilman directly.
No, legally, procedurally, I shouldn't be questioning him unless he's sworn in,
Understood.
etc. And so
Understood.
I just
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman. He was just here to testify on Ms. Brennan's behalf.
okay, but I don't think we're going to get to the point of testimony unless I'm giving different advice from my counsel here. Just one moment.
No, there isn't any need for testimony in this case because it's a legal matter.
Yeah. In this instance, sir, this is something matter beyond our purview to hear. And so unless I hear differently, I'm going to call for a vote from the board as not to hear the case because we can't. It's no decision that we can render that will change the status of anything.
If I may, Mr. Woodson.
Not, sir, no, I'm speaking.
I'm going to tell you there are
No,
severe.
please mute him. Please mute him.
environmental problems that are.
Please mute him,
putting
please.
people in Danger.
Okay.
If I
Listen
might.
to me. No. I'm speaking.
Okay.
We have a ton of people who need to be heard today for very legitimate reasons. Your matter is very sensitive, it's very serious, and I understand it, the issues that the neighbors are concerned about. But this is not the venue to hear your case because we can't make a decision that would change anything. If we agreed with you and voted yes, it wouldn't change anything because the authority rests with the zoning board. And so I don't want to waste your time and waste everyone else's time because we can't do anything about it.
I don't have a problem with you wasting my time.
Sir, look,
Yeah, forget.
if you continue to speak, we will can take you out of the room completely. Okay, thank you. Mr. Peskin, I'm sure you can appreciate what I'm saying here. Yes, sir. Mr. Jones, Councilman, I will go out of protocol and you're in this instance, you're making a general statement. You are not testifying. You're offering an opinion.
Yes. So there's a question of irreparable harm by way of some of the environmental issues. I went up there personally, walked with about 50 neighbors, and there's on steep slopes on the Wissahickon watershed. And by demolition of that building, we cannot pull that back once it, some of the chemicals from a dry cleaner get into the watershed. So what we are looking for, you said I cannot speak to that case, but what we can speak to is the irreparable harm that would be caused that the owner cannot wait to get environmental studies. So he will tear it down irrespective of what its impact is.
Okay.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, I understood and appreciate your comments. The concern I have is that if we hear the matter, we're suggesting that we can do something about it. We do not have the authority to do anything to change anything. And if given how serious this is, the appropriate step would be for Mr. Peskin or anyone else representing the appellant to go over to Common Pleas Court and get a stop order and take that route. Or go back to the zoning board and appeal that. That's the real way to do it because we don't have the authority to do what you want. And as much as as concerned as I am about the environmental issues, and I agree with you, Councilman, but we don't have the authority to do it. There's nothing we can do today that would change anything. Mr. Peskin, I mean, are you understanding what I'm saying?
I don't agree, Mr. Chairman, but I understand your position. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to say anything that's going to change it. I think that there is a risk of imminent harm. I would ask that the chair indulge my client and the other witnesses, given that there are significant risks here.
But Mr. Peskin, what authority does this board have to change anything?
Mr. Chairman, you can pull the demo permit and prevent demolition.
Under what authority can we pull the demo permit?
I would submit that the imminent harm posed by.
But there's no such authority vested in this board.
Mr.
Now,
Chairman-
I have
Mr.
legal
Chairman,
counsel here who can, yeah, Ms. Penn, yes?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. Of Mr. Peskin, when is the demolition scheduled?
The demolition permit's been issued. I don't know when it's been scheduled.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's go.
So typically
Muted.
demolition permits are issued and there's a 30-day posting at the site to give notice to the community that a demo permit's been issued. You have a month to go, as the chairman has suggested, to court to get a stay of the action so that you can file your appeal to the correct venue. You have more than enough time to stop the demolition. Why
Ms.
would
Penn,
you
with all
think-
due respect, my client didn't have notice of the environmental issues in that time period. She learned about them significantly later after the
I
fact.
appreciate that. But my point now is that there is no imminent, you keep using the word imminent, meaning tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you in fact have almost a month between the time the permit is issued and the demo can actually occur, why does that not give your client sufficient time to go to court and seek a stay so that the environmental study can be conducted? That's my question.
I mean, that may ultimately be the solution here, but we filed a timely appeal of the demolition permit, and we're asking to be heard here. And the bottom line is, we had no way of knowing about the significance of the environmental issues until that complaint was filed earlier this summer. We filed the appeal before that point, and now we have confirmation of the significant dangers posed by that site.
But why not go to common pleas court, and that's the appropriate venue, and then back to zoning?
I would ask that we be heard here. We filed this appeal months
But I'm
ago.
saying that, but the issue though is really in terms of where you going to get the decision that will affect your outcome. I've been advised there's nothing that we can do that would affect the outcome. We do not have the authority to pull the demo permit.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, this permit was issued under false pretenses. The owner of the property withheld information that he had about significant environmental issues and obtained this.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. I object to that. That's an outrageous statement.
So
No
noted.
argument, Mr. DeMarco. You don't get to object to my argument.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What I'd like to do, I'm going to ask my legal counsel, because that's why we have legal counsel, to give us some direction here. Thank you. Mr. Jefferson, you muted. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it seems clear that despite whatever the merits of the appeal would be, the board is without the authority to invalidate the permit. So there's only two routes here: either go back to court, to get a non-proton right to appeal to the zoning board of adjustment with a stay placed upon, the permit, or by itself, if this is a new fact concerning, some environmental issue, then that should open the door of the court, to an emergency action for a stay until that matter is resolved.
Mr. Peskin, that's the recommendation of this board, because we're position is that we have no authority to make the decision that will affect the outcome, either or for or against. And so the appeal, I believe, in Mr. Jefferson, the appropriate appeal response to the appeal would be to what would be the appropriate language then?
Well, on the basis of what's before the board, the appeal is denied.
Okay. Based on that, and we can call the roll if we need to, but Mr. Peskin, it isn't because we doing this with prejudice at all. We're super sympathetic to your issue, but this is not the venue to resolve your question.
Yes, please put it to a vote.
Okay.
Before you put it to a vote, Mr. Whitson, could we ask Mr. DeMarco if he'll hold off on the demolition until we can get this resolved? Because if they demo it tomorrow, I'm just going to be scooping dead fish out of the Wissahickon.
Mr. DeMarco, what is the current schedule of things?
I do not know, Mr. Chairman, but the demolition, unfortunately, the demolition, I think what's going on is a lot of misleading facts here. The demolition is necessary to.
I understand, Mr. DeMarco, but I don't want to go through the legal argument between the two of you. I'm just trying to.
No, I'm just saying the demolition is necessary to begin the remediation. I don't understand it. It's very irresponsible to hold up the demolition because that's what's necessary in order to actually clean the property up. But I know they're not going to demolish tomorrow, but I can't speak to exactly when that will happen.
Okay.
I'm sure there's time if Mr. Peskin wants to hire an environmental expert to present some kind of testimony. I doubt we would begin demolition if he's willing to move fast and he's going to file something in court. He can do that, but he's
I'm
going
not
to
sure
need an expert. you know.
I'm not sure you need to find an environmental expert given your client's own
Sure you do.
environmental assessment.
Sure you do. Sure you
But
do.
in any
Okay, well-
event, the issue that we have here is that your own client's represented in the claim in common pleas that he can't do it. So who's going to
Okay,
do the demolition?
Mr. Peskin, I'm giving you an opportunity based on the statement that Mr. DeMarco made a moment ago regarding timing here to take the action that will be both beneficial to your client. And so because this board cannot hear your appeal. And so what we're going to do is call the roll and then the board will vote. Okay, before I call the roll, I just want to ask.
I am here. I am hearing the hearing.
I'm not sure who that is. If whoever that is, please mute yourself, please. I would ask as any of the board members, do you have any comments to make regarding what you've heard before we call the roll? Any comments from board members before we call the roll? Okay. We will then poll the board regarding appeal HA-2022-002049. Patricia T. Brennan for the neighbors of Wissahickon Hills, 6515 Ridge Avenue, represented by Mr. Aaron L. Peskin, Esquire. Appeal denied.
Appeal denied.
Appeal denied.
Appeal denied.
Appeal denied.
Thank you. Mr. Peskin, I wish you the best. I encourage you to immediately appeal this decision to the Common Pleas Court. That's the proper venue to get yourself before the zoning board if you feel that that there's an imminent risk to the environment. Again, this is not with prejudice. We are not anti, we're supportive, but in fact, this is not the venue for you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. I think we're back up to 2.
Yes, this is case number 2, appeal number HA-2021-000950 for Jose Rodriguez for 5701 Cedar Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Caroline Curley, CURLEY.
Okay, who's representing Mr. Jose Rodriguez? Is he present? Mr. Rodriguez present. Okay, Miss Alfred, did Mr. Rodriguez receive notice of today's hearing?
Yes, he did.
Okay, Miss Curley, what is your pleasure?
We would ask for a city affirm based on lack of appearance.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
3:02 p.m.
3:02 p.m. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2021-000950 Jose Rodriguez, 5701 Cedar Avenue. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance. And Mr. Chair, was that
Yes, sir.
3:02? That 3:02?
Yes, 3:02 p.m. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's go to 3.
Yes, this is case number 3, appeal number HA-2021-001189, Angel J. Tinko Diaz for 5901 West Girard Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Caroline Curley, CURLEY for the city.
Okay, is Angel J. Tinko Diaz present?
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Vicaro on behalf of the appellant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vaquero, again, we don't see your name here, but you're the counsel for the Mr. Diaz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Diaz, will he be present today?
Mr. Diaz is not, but there is a corporate representative also. His name is Carlos Estevez. He's somewhere. There he is. I see him.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, alrighty. So at the appropriate time, we will swear him in. Okay, Ms. Curley, would you proceed, please?
Yes, the city's first, this is again, very similar to our first matter. This is again a tobacco retailer who was on the wait list for the density cap. The city's first witness will be Miss Nikisha Johnson.
Present.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Curley, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Before we proceed, I would like to put on the record that I notice in this appeal, you've indicated that Mr. Vaquero, who says he's counsel, was not listed of record, that in fact, the person listed with it or the email address given for the owner of the property is it's the same address that was used in the very first matter that we heard, which I believe was the office of an accountant and not the appellant nor of his attorney. It's hard for me to read it. It's ABBUSINESSMGMT@gmail.com. And that was the same address, as I recall, that was getting notices with respect to the first appeal. And there were issues there of notifications.
Okay. Okay. And it appears, Mr. Vaquero, all the information that your client needs, he received via his accountant, because that was the address that was given to the city. And Matt, that individual may have been the actual applicant who physically did the application. Okay, so we're going to proceed with that. And
I'm not objecting yet. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms.
Thank you.
Curley.
Going back to Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, can you again state your employer and what you do?
Yes, I work for the City of Philadelphia Health Department. I'm a research and data associate, and my primary job responsibilities include data management and data analysis tasks related to the tobacco control program.
Okay, and can you outline again for the record what the tobacco control program does?
Right. So basically, as a research and data associate for the program, that responsibility includes managing the tobacco retailer database, as well as working with the tobacco-free school zones and creating the density caps.
Okay. And mentioning the density cap, can you explain to the board what the density cap is?
Right. So the density cap is calculated 4 times a year at minimum. It is the number of permitted tobacco retailers in a given planning district divided by the daytime or commuter adjusted population. We consider a planning district to be capped if the density cap is 1 or greater than 1.
Okay. And for this appeal, are you familiar with the property that's at 5901 West Girard Avenue?
Yes.
Did you review that property in terms of whether it falls within the density cap?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
That particular property is located, I believe, in, I think it's in the West Planning District, which has been consistently over the cap since 2018.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as City Exhibit 1 when I share my screen. Can you see this, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. And this is City Exhibit 1. And again, can you describe what we're looking at right now?
Yeah, so on the left side, we're looking at a map of Philadelphia by planning district. The star indicates where 5901 West Girard Ave falls. in the West Planning District. And then the right side of the screen is showing the density caps for every planning district in the year of 2018 for every quarter that it was calculated. And that highlighted row is the density caps for the West Planning District.
Okay, and is it your understanding that this is approximately when this retailer applied for this permit?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, every year since 2018, so 2019, 2020, 2021, and up until this year of 2022, has that number, that density cap number, ever fallen below 1?
It has not.
Okay. And so when this person applied, or when this applicant applied, the number was, as you indicated, it's 3.13, 3.13, 3.12, 3.1. Is that what you're indicating?
For 2018, yes.
Okay. And so to obtain a tobacco retailer permit, I think you might have already said this, but what number would that highlighted row need to be in order for the applicant to obtain a permit?
It would need to be less than 1.
Okay. And at any point in your review of these records, has that number been less than 1 such that the applicant at 5901 West Girard would be eligible for a permit?
No.
Okay. And I'm just asking for the admission of City Exhibit 1.
Admit it.
And I'm objecting
So
to the admission of that.
So, okay, so noted, overruled.
Thank you.
Is there a basis?
I've overruled. I've ruled already. Let's move on.
Moving on to City Exhibit 2, Ms. Johnson, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And this is the denial of, or my apologies, the indication that this retailer address is not eligible for the permit.
Correct.
And I'm just asking for the admission of City Exhibit 2.
Okay, so admit it.
Without objection.
And just to
Overruled,
go
thank
back,
you.
Ms. Johnson, did you create the map that I showed in City Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Vaccaro, you have any cross-examination?
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, under what authority did you create that map?
I think that's an out of scope question.
Well, except that, but Ms. Johnson, let me intervene here. If in fact you do know, I'd like you to answer to the degree that you know. If you don't know, of course, you say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
But you're the one that created the map.
Yes.
And did you use some sort of software to create that map?
Yes.
What's the name of that software?
It is called ArcGIS. It is a product created by Esri.
It is a product created by what?
Esri, ESRI.
Okay, thank you. And could council please pull up that exhibit number 1 again, please?
As a courtesy.
Thank you. And the year on the right-hand column, what's that year on the government's exhibit number 1?
It's 2018.
Okay. And Ms. Johnson, do you understand that this is an appeal of the city's decision to place my client on a waiting list for a 2021 tobacco retailer permit? You understand that?
Okay.
Okay. So my client was placed on a wait list for a 2021 application, and that notice was sent out on or about December 21 of 2020. Is that a fair assessment?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms.
Question,
Johnson.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand, when I'm looking at the application, he states that this store has been on a waiting list for 2 years. So I'm trying to catch up with what the attorney was saying. If they've been on the waiting list for 2 years, that would have brought it back to 2018. So
Okay.
would have to show the 2018 map.
Yeah, and actually, I think you're spot on. I'd like to hear that from Mr. Vaccaro when he begins his presentation to tell us when the appellants last had a valid license. So we'll ask him to do that. That may answer our questions collectively, Mr. Washington. Ms. Curley, do you have any other witnesses?
No.
Okay. Mr. Vaccaro, are you prepared to proceed?
I'm prepared to proceed, but at this point, I am merely going to state argument.
Do you have any witnesses? Let me ask you that. Do you have any witnesses?
I was not intending on calling Mr. Estevez as a witness because we're not here to challenge. This is not a factual dispute. This is more of a legal dispute.
Okay, well, let me ask you,
based on this record.
maybe you can get it from him, but I'd like you to tell us, when was the last date that your client had a valid tobacco retail license?
I do not know the answer to that question.
And
I do not know the.
Let Mr.
I'm
Vaccaro
sorry.
answer, and then Ms. Curley, if you can help, please do. Mr. Vaccaro?
I do not know the answer to that question, but since we do have Mr. Estevez, you know, I could invite him to answer to the extent that he knows.
Okay, thank you. I'll need to swear him in. So is he present?
Okay. Mr. Rest, I saw his screen over here on one of these pages. Mr. Estevez?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Estevez, okay, raise your right hand, sir, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, would you qualify that witness, sir, Mr. Vaccaro?
Mr. Estevez, where do you work?
I work here in 1501 West Girard Avenue, Premium Deli Market.
And is Premium Deli Market a corporation?
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Now, Mr. Estevez, I was not planning on calling you, but you heard the chairman's question.
Mr.
When does-
Vaccaro, before you proceed, I guess we'd like to know how Mr. Estevez is related to the corporate entity.
Yes, I am.
What's your relationship
basically
to
the
the
manager.
corporation?
Yes, I'm the manager of the store. Has Angel Tine has 2 stores. So right hand of his management.
He's a manager, he's not an officer, is that correct?
Correct. He's a manager.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please
Now-
proceed.
Thank you. You heard Chairman Woodson's question. When was the last time the store had a license, if at all? Do you know the answer to that question?
Premium Deli Market never has a license because since Angel bought the store back in the December 2018, we applied for the new license, but for that moment, I think it was already enrolled the new law that prohibit or just put on a waiting list for a new application. Doesn't matter if you got a new business, you ownership, you change your name, you're gonna be on the waiting list. So Premium Deli Market never has a new like a license itself.
Okay,
So the tobacco products.
okay, all
So
right.
it's your testimony building up on that the store has always applied for license, but the store has always been on a waiting list.
Yes, correct.
Mr.
Thank you.
Woodson, do you have any other questions? Because
Well, I'm
like
gonna
I said-
ask Ms. Curley if she has any questions.
Just a few. Sir, so is it your testimony today that the Premium Deli Market applied for a license in 2018?
That's correct. When we bought the business, we make all the license all at the same time, and the license will send. I mean, my application will send it to.
And you
our
were
account.
notified that you would be placed on the waiting list?
I'm not sure, like on paperwork, but for that moment, we already know what the role was going through.
And since 2018, Premium Deli Market has never had a tobacco retailer permit, is that correct?
Correct.
Has Premium Deli Market ever sold tobacco at its location?
Well, for that moment, yes. After, because we just get a business, we change names and we just keep going it. Since we were waiting for, then we received a couple, what's it called, tickets, let's say like that. I think it was $35, something like that, fine, because we sent it without a permit. But after that, we just stopped selling because we noticed, or we, see that we're not gonna be like allowed to it.
You would agree with me that despite not having a permit, you have in fact sold tobacco without having a license to do so?
For that moment, yes.
Okay, and would you agree with me that that happened as recently as December 2019?
So one more time, sorry.
Would you agree with me that that selling your store has sold tobacco as recently as December 2019, even without having a permit?
What's related with that date?
I'm asking if that sounds correct.
Well, like I said, we get the business in 2018. So we run some time, we'll send them tobacco, and we get like 2 or 3 tickets. Then we stop it because we realized that we was waiting for, so we stop it. So I'm not sure when was the last ticket that we get. So I don't want to say yes or no to that question because maybe it was the last ticket that we get. Make that on record.
Does 2019 sound accurate?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, it's been asked, but not answered. Okay, so objection.
His testimony was that he doesn't know one way or the other.
Well, he hadn't gotten there yet, so I want to. That's what we're trying to get to. So you be satisfied, Ms. Curley? If let's move on to another question. If you have any further questions,
I'll just ask to share my screen at this time.
okay, thank you. Oh, Ms. Curley, never mind. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Sir, does this document look familiar? Have you seen this before?
Yeah, that is a violation ticket.
You've received this ticket for not selling tobacco, and you would agree with me that the date on the bottom is December 4th, 2019?
Had to be rolled, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Vaquero, anything else?
No, I don't have any other redirect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's go to final argument then. Mr. Vaquero, please begin, and Ms. Curley, we'll close with you.
Thank you. Again, on behalf of the appellant, we are renewing our objection to the government's exhibit number 1, the map and the chart, because it relates to the year 2018, which is irrelevant. My client had submitted an application for a 2021 license, had received the notice that it was being placed on the wait list in December of 2020. And my client had filed the appeal in early January of 2021. And here we are for our hearing. To the extent that the government is attempting to demonstrate any of the numbers or any of the statistics or any of the map locations from 2018 is wholly irrelevant to the issue at hand, which is whether or not my client fell into that density limit for the year 2021, the year of the application. Insofar as my client allegedly having sold tobacco products on December 4th of 2019, well, the regulation provides for no more than 2 violations within a 24-month period. So this record, based on the testimony of Ms. Johnson, as well as the testimony from Mr. Carlos Estevez, representative of the store, this record is insufficient to support the city's finding of placing my client on the waiting list, and we ask that the appeal be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Curley?
We would ask for a city firm on this matter, as I included in my exhibit packet with the last matter in City Exhibit 4.
Just for a moment. Hold on for a moment. Yes, thank you. Please proceed. My apologies.
And City Exhibit 4 is the full regulation as well as Philadelphia Code section and public transcript of the public hearing on that matter that made it clear the regulations surrounding the public density, the tobacco retailer. As to the 2018 data, the testimony was very clear from Ms. Johnson and very credible as to the fact that the density cap number never fell below 1 for that matter for any year. Moreover, 2018 was the year this license was applied for. So that that is relevant, and her testimony is sufficient for the board to make a determination today. There's no requirement that we need to submit a map from every single year, and Mr. Vaquero and his client, the appellant, are actually the ones who carry the burden to refute that information. No such refute was made today. Lastly, we do not offer the CVN from 2019 to be a justification for the denial of a tobacco retailer. Moreover, just to show that this particular appellant continued to sell tobacco, knowing that he did not have a tobacco retailer permit, which I think goes to the credibility of that testifying individual. So based on all of that, we would ask for a city affirm on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now poll the board. With regard to appeal number HA-2021-001189, Angel J. Tinko Diaz, 5901 West Girard Avenue, city affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. The vote is city affirm. Thank you everyone for your participation and your patience. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, just.
Yes, sir.
The board had called my client Tinko Diaz, but for the record, his name is spelled Tineo, Tineo Diaz. Angel.
Tineo, okay.
Yes, Tineo.
All right, well, let's make sure that the record is corrected, Tineo, okay.
Thank you. Have a
All
good
right,
day.
thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to number 4.
This is case number 4, appeal number HA-2021-000534 for Robert Gladden. And this is a vending cart. No location.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Caroline Curley, C-U-R-L-E-Y.
Okay, Ms. Curley, and who's representing the appellant? Mr. Robert Gladden. Mr. Robert Gladden. Is anyone present representing the interests of Mr. Robert Gladden, a vendor case? Okay, Mr. Alfred, did Mr. Gladden receive notice?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Curley, what is your preference?
We would ask for a city affirm based on lack of appearance.
Okay, thank you. The time, Mr. Pincus?
3:26 p.m.
3:26 p.m. Thank you very much. We will then poll the board with regard to HA-2021-000534, Robert Gladden, vendor's cart. City affirm non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. I think Ms. Curley, you also had number 30. Is that it?
I also have some other matters, so.
Oh, you do? Okay, so we'll get there then. Okay, we'll get there eventually.
Thank you
I
so
thought,
much.
Mr. Chairman, you did see my chat. Let me respond to number 30.
okay, just one moment. Let me check. Okay. I don't see it, but would you send it again, please? Because I have so many chats and from the previous cases.
Yes. Okay, I will resend it right now.
Okay, just for a moment, please. Please indulge us for a moment. Okay, I did get your I did get that note from you. I'm going to ask And I know this is inconvenience for many of us, but I need a 5-minute recess. It is now 3:30 to 3:35. The matter coming up, number 30, was a June 14th matter. And so during our recess, if anyone needs to consult their notes, please do that. But I do need to go off the record for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, Ms. Robb, we will go off the record. Okay. Just want to make sure that legal counsel for the city is with us before we proceed. Okay, thank you. Ms. Robb, would you give us thumbs up when you're ready? Thank you. Okay, we're back on the record. Ms. Alfred, please call the next matter, please.
We're doing number 30, correct?
Well, I just wanted to check with the board quickly. Is everyone prepared to render a decision? Okay,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
muted, but give me a thumb, Ms. Frozen. There she is. Ms. Penn, I was inquiring as to the board's members' readiness with regard to appeal number 30. Let's do this. So I want to give everyone an opportunity to sort of particularly be prepared. So let's just move on to appeal number 10.
Okay. This is case number 10, appeal HA-2021-003873 for Emmett Dunphy for 1242 South Bucknell.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Board. Nakia Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark. Who's representing Mr. Dunphy?
I'll be representing myself.
Okay, Mr. Dunphy, are you this appeal as an individual or as a corporation?
Individual.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, Ms. Clark. Well, actually, let's do this. Mr. Dunphy, I need to swear you in. So if you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Clark?
So this case is in reference to a denial of an electrical contractor license for a failure to meet the minimal experience required pursuant to Philadelphia Code Section 9-10006. So at this time, the City of Philadelphia would like to call Inspector Tariq Gary.
Okay. Is he present?
He was initially present. Is he on the line now?
The only thing is I'm not an inspector, I'm a code administrator.
Code Administrator Tariq Gary.
Mr. Gary, is it possible for us to see your image, please?
Okay, let's try this. I got an old laptop, let's see what happens. Oh man, what's going on?
Okay, your image is blurred, but Ms. Clark, can you confirm that that is in fact your witness?
There we go.
Yeah, okay. All right, so would you spell your name, please?
Me, it's T-A-R-I-K-G-A-R-Y.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Clark?
Code Administrator Gary, can you please state your name and occupation for the board?
Oh, you know, I did swear him in. My apologies, sir, for cutting in on you, but I need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Please proceed.
Can you please state your name and occupation for the board?
Tariq Gary, code administrator for the license issuance unit.
And how long have you been working in that position?
4 years.
And what are some of your primary duties briefly in that role?
Briefly is I supervise the issuance of licenses in accordance to the Philadelphia Code.
And are you familiar?
Licenses.
I'm sorry. Are you familiar with the denial of the electrical contractor license for Emmett Dunphy with an associated address of 1242 South Bucknell Street?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I don't know his address, but I'm familiar with the license for the denial, the revocation, actually.
And how are you familiar with that incident?
I was the one that revoked it.
So
Have you
this
had
is
an
a
opportunity to review.
Ms. Clark, this is a revocation, not a denial then, correct?
Yes, of his electrical contractor license.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at a form, a letter dated August the 19th, 2021. It clearly says your application is hereby denied. So could you clear that up for me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I guess, Ms. Clark, we just need to make sure that it'll change our view of the process, and we understood whether or not it was the denial of a new application or was a revocation of a once active permit or license.
I believe co-administrator Gary could clarify, but it is
Okay.
a denial of
Okay.
the electrical contractor license. What administrator?
Okay, just put a note in that. We'll come back to that before we end this discussion day, so we can be certain that the record is clear. Okay. All right, Mr. Gary, if you could sort of enlighten us on whether or not it's a license denial or a license revocation.
All right. Give me a second, because I thought it was issued in error. So I don't. But it would have been rejected because he's missing a year of experience. But let me look at my records.
Okay.
Can I have the trade license number, please?
Yes, it's 2021 014 929.
What's the last 6 numbers?
014 929.
So yes, it was a denial. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed, Miss Clark.
And have you had an opportunity to review the trade license and public records for this incident?
What's that? The
Have you had
application?
an opportunity to review the records for this incident?
Yes.
With the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
So at this time, I am referring the board to what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Administrator Gary, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
I'm going to try to zoom out a little bit. 1 second.
Yep.
And what are we looking at?
Looking at the denial letter that was sent to Mr. Dunphy.
And how are you familiar with this exhibit?
I sent the letter. I signed it.
And what date was this denial letter sent to the defendant?
August 19th, 2021.
And if you could go into detail, what was the reason for the electrical contractor license denial?
Well, he's missing a year of experience that is validated through W-2s.
And what requirements must be satisfied in order for someone to obtain an electrical contractor license?
Well, you first have to have 4 years of experience working under an electrician. You need the CEUs for the current year, and you need all your insurances, automobile, general liability, and workers' comp. So he was just missing his experience, his 1 year experience.
And what steps would one take to satisfy that minimal experience required?
Well, we need to see the records of the W-2s that he worked for an electrician.
And a total of how many W-2s are currently available for Mr. Dunphy?
He only submitted 3.
And what type of life, health, and safety concerns do you have regarding denying an electrical contractor license that lacks the minimal experience?
Well, it's not the life and safety to me, it's what's in the code. So if the code says 4 years, he has to present us with 4 years. We don't make a determination of anything other than what's in the code.
So no further questions at this time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, Mr. Dunphy, as the appellant, you're representing yourself, so you have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness based on his testimony only. You can please save your general comments for when it's your turn to present your case. But do you have any specific questions of Mr. Gary?
No, I don't really have any questions of him.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, do you have any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses and just arguments at the end.
Okay, well, I have a few questions. Mr. Gary, do you know if Mr. Dunphy is licensed as an electrician in the city of Philadelphia?
No, he's not.
He's not licensed at all? No license? Okay. Do you know if he's licensed in any other jurisdiction?
He didn't present that information to us.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Dunphy, why don't you share with us your understanding of where things are?
Okay, so obviously I'm not from America. I'm Irish. When I first come to the country, I didn't pay taxes through a W-2 system. I submitted my taxes, which were 1040s, I believe, along with a letter from my former employer, or my employer, stating that I'd worked for him for over 5 years, and basically everything.
I tried to get him to 16. I really needed it.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Dunphy. Yes. Okay. My apologies. Please proceed.
So I provided all the other documentation. I've probably worked for Hackett Electric since 2015, I believe. Letter in from that employer explaining that I did work for. So that's it.
Mr. Dunphy, your system is breaking up. We can barely hear you, and it's kind of garbled. You may want to get a little closer and repeat what you just said.
Yeah, so when I first come to the States, I didn't pay taxes through a W-2 system, as I was able to. But I did provide a letter from my employer explaining that I did work for him for 5 years. And I also provided I think they were 1040s, which they can't accept. And then I provided all the rest of the documentation where you pass the course. I also have done continued education in February. You get to do 8 hours a year. So it's really down to that letter, I think.
Okay, now, did you submit your 1040 tax forms?
Yes.
For what years?
I believe it was 15, 16, 17, 18.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. 2015.
I believe it was 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, 2015, 16, 17, and 18. And you had W-2s for what years?
19, 20, and 21.
Okay. And which license examinations have you taken and passed?
I believe it's the ICC.
That would make you eligible for, because what I'm trying to understand is there's an electrical contractor's license, but there's also a licensed electrical electrician, master electrician. And I guess I should be asking this of Mr. Gary. I may have this wrong, so I just need clarity. You're an apprentice, then you get to be a journeyman, and then you get to be a master electrician. Is that how it works?
Well, in the city of Philadelphia, it's only the master electrician test.
Okay, so the master electrician's test is passing that as a prerequisite to becoming an electrical contractor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dunphy, have you taken a master electrician's license exam?
Yes.
Did you pass?
Yes.
When did you pass the master electrician's exam?
I believe it was March 13th, I believe, of 2021.
Okay. All right, 2021. And so what you're applying for now is a master electrician's license, correct?
Yes, I'm looking for my contract, my contractor's license so I can.
Okay, Mr. Gary, what is the difference between a contractor's license and a master electrician's license? Or is there a difference?
It's not a difference. It's the master electrician is the test. So in the city of Philadelphia, it's an electrical contractor license that we issue.
Okay. So once you get a electrical contractor's license in the city of Philadelphia, you're deemed to be a master electrician.
Yeah, that's the test that he passed. Yes, correct.
Okay. And the issue is work experience, not apprenticeship and anything like that.
Yep, that's the issue. He's just missing 1 year of experience.
Mr. Gary, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dumphy says that he submitted W-2s and 1040s.
So,
did you receive the 1040s that he submitted?
The 1040s? No, I don't know if we received those, but we only look at the W-2s.
Yeah, they're received, but they weren't accepted. That's because you only accept W-2s. But and you accepted the letter saying that I'd worked for the guy for over 5 years. So,
Do you have that letter present, Mr. Dumphy?
Yeah, I mean, I can't share a screen or anything, but Mr. Gary will have it as well if he can share his screen.
Okay. Before we do any of that, Mr. Dumphy, who's the employer? What was the employer's name, and what did the letter say?
Hassan Electric, and it just it explained that I'd worked for him for over 5 years, that I had a great understanding of electrical code, residential and commercial.
Okay. What was your training before you immigrated to the U.S.?
It was the same thing. I just kind of had little odd jobs doing electrical work. Then I took it up full time with Mr. Hassan. Done the test, passed the test, and submitted all the paperwork. I've got the insurance and whatever else.
So you didn't take any exams or anything of that sort until you became a U.S. resident.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Dunphy, since your application for the appeal, have you worked under a licensed electrician to acquire that W-2 work under his license?
Yeah, Mr. Hassan, I've provided the latest W-2, which was a 2020 or 2021. Sorry.
In 2021. So, Mr. Gary, would that provide the additional W-2 that Mr. Dumphy would need?
No, he only presented 3 years.
Which years were those?
I believe it was 19, 20, and 21.
That's correct.
So he's still missing one. So, Mr. Dumphy, that's the question. Since then, have you been able to provide work under W-220? So you have an additional one.
Yes, I'm still currently working with Mr. Hassan.
So at the end of this year, you'll be able to provide that additional W-2 for 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so this matter, I guess in one sense, would be resolved by passage of time. Mr. Gary, does the applicant would have to start all over again, or is things just held in abeyance and they submit it until someone can submit the necessary information?
No, he doesn't have to start over again.
He does not?
Nope. We'll take that into account when he submit his remaining W-2.
Okay. Alrighty. Any other questions?
Yes, I guess I'd like to know, does the city state in its application requirements that the only way you satisfy the employment is by the submission of a W-2?
Yes, it's on our website.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. In this matter, it may be, I'm wondering here that this will resolve itself at the end of the year based on all the information that we have before us. And I'm going to suggest, unless I hear separate.
Sorry. I mean, I mean, it could resolve itself by the end of the year if I don't have to take the test again. But the problem is I can't. Like, I really would like to be able to pull permits, and because I'm paying insurance and I've got limited liability insurance. I'm paying all this insurance for the last year and a half.
Right. And you've been doing that for the last year and a half, correct?
Because part of the requirement, so it's a lot of money that pumped into this. And I had a letter from the guy who says, yeah, he's done 5 years. It's just, unfortunately, I couldn't get W-2s prior to 2019.
Okay. In the letter, Mr. Gary, did you receive the letter, and does that letter have any impact on your decision?
No, it doesn't. He needs 4 years of W-2s.
Okay. Beyond that, that's the first hurdle that has to be overcome.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest to everyone, and understanding the imposition that this has on the appellant, that we continue the matter, and then Mrs. Dunphy, you submit your W-2, and I think that'll resolve itself at the end of the year. And then you won't have to come back. And Mr. Gary, you're saying that he would not have to submit an additional application or retake any additional tests.
No, he doesn't. Just give me the W-2s.
Mr. Pincus or anyone else have any concerns?
Well, up here too.
I would be curious what Ms. Clark would have to do. I'm in total agreement with, first of all, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. But I want to hear what Ms. Clark might have to say.
Yeah, actually, do you have any final arguments, Clark? I think that would probably be the way to.
I guess I have a question. If Mr. Dunphy says he submitted his W-2, was it in 2021 for 2020, and you still have to submit a W-2 for 2021, or does it have to wait another year? Because obviously you can't do a W-2 for 2022. What was the last year for which you submitted the W-2?
2021.
So he.
I think it's red tape holding us up here, with the W-2.
Okay, but Ms. Clark, would you have any final argument that may help?
Yes, so pursuant to the City of Philadelphia Code Section 9-10006, to qualify for an electrical contractor license, you must meet a minimum requirement of 4 years of employment. And as testified to today, proof of which is pursuant to that W-2, 4 W-2s. Also, Appellant Dunphy testified today that he did provide the City of Philadelphia with 3 W-2s, and as such, the initial denial letter was appropriate, and the city would request that a city affirm be granted as it relates to this case.
But employment was shown through a 1040 for the rest of the years from, it's just you will only accept a W-2, which is,
The code is clear as to the requirements for that minimum experience.
Okay, the code is it references W-2s in the code.
I can pull up the section.
Yeah, that would be helpful just to know where we are on that. Then I think we have a solution to this.
One second.
So which subsection are we viewing?
We're going to look at the license requirements here. What is at issue is the experience. And it says that the applicant must have a minimum of 4 years experience in that section.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we just zoom it a little bit more?
Yeah, make it a bit easier to read for everybody over 50.
Okay, one second.
Yeah, I think that's good. Is that better, Mr. Washington?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anything in there about the W-2.
Correct. And I guess,
I
yeah, I agree with him.
And if correct, I mean, if there's another subsection that state that that's the only thing that is accepted as practical experience.
Go to your book. I said you gotta go to the, not this block right there, over there by.
Yeah, I'd interrupt to say that the person who's this Galaxy A12, perhaps there's a way to reach that person because that one keeps unmuting and interrupting. And maybe that person needs to be taken out of or put in the waiting room. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pincus, but I did send them a chat, but I don't think they seen it. But yes, I will definitely put them in the waiting room. That was my thoughts exactly.
Thank you. I may be wrong, but among the exhibit packages that were submitted to us, I believe there were letters that were included from Mr. Dunphy, the materials that were part of his submission to the city.
I included that letter. It is hearsay unless that individual is here today to testify and attest the truth and veracity of that letter. But it is included in my exhibit packet, and it is a letter from the alleged employer for Appellant Dunphy.
Signed with letterhead.
Okay, so the
reality. But again, I gotta go back. So the 1040s could have been counted since there's nothing in here that says about the W-2s. I mean, I'm trying to stay on top of everything, and there's someone that can answer that question.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
wait, Mr. Chair, before you go on, just 1 second. I just want to ask if Mr. Gary has a response to Mr. Washington's question.
All right. So, as far as I know, from what I was told, and it's on our website, the only records that we accept is the W-2s, and it has to have the name of the electrician that he worked for on it.
Okay.
We can't accept the 1040s because we don't know if it was submitted or not.
Okay. Mr. Tennant?
I believe that was a part of what I was going to say. But in addition to that, that's listed on the website, the actual W-2, correct, Mr. Gary?
Yes.
Okay. And W-2s are something that the state recognizes as an individual being employed, where you filed those taxes and your employer has listed you as an employee for that particular year.
Yes, correct.
So that's, Mr. Chair, that's how they validate that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just, one of the things about getting the 1040 is you're the ones who are responsible for paying your taxes and submitting it to the state. That's the biggest difference between the 1040 and the W-2.
Right.
So if taxes was paid on those 1040s.
Okay. On the 1040, I guess the question is then, is the employer listed? I don't know if the employer is listed on the 1040. I don't recall.
Yeah, that's the big difference, Mr. Washington. That's the big difference.
But if you pay taxes on it, you have to list where you worked. You couldn't just say, hey, I got some money out of the air, and here I want to pay taxes on this money I grabbed out the air. Right. If you submit your taxes under 1040, you still have to pay taxes, and you still have to tell them where you got it from.
Right. Okay.
Even if you said I had my own electrical company.
Okay. That's valid. Okay, let's do this then. I think given where we are, does anyone else have any other comments? I guess the general statement would be that we're really concerned that only appropriately trained individuals should be getting a city license, and they should meet the standards and requirements of the city of Philadelphia. And we just wanted to be certain that everyone understands that. And also, in this instance, we're talking about 3 months. And so what I would suggest that to the board, that the best way to cut the baby in half and let this is to continue the matter and allow Mr. Dunphy to submit his W-2 for this year, and then the matter would not have to come back to the board and it would resolve itself. If there's no objection to that, that's what I'm proposing to do, is to continue the case, keep it open until the January 15th or so. And then during that period, Mr. Dunphy, as soon as you get your W-2 submitted to the city, if that satisfies everything, you would then have your license.
Mr. Chair, can we just clear that to go, that we continue it for 6 months?
Yes, we can say 6 months. That'll be fine.
I just want to note the city's objection to that for the record.
So noted. This matter is continued for 6 months. Thank you. Mr. Dunphy, what that does is that it keeps, we are not rendering a decision today. We're continuing the case for 6 months, gives you appropriate time between now and first part of 2023 to submit your W-2 for 2022. And that will satisfy the requirements of the Department of License and Inspections.
Okay, so sorry, just so I'm clear, if January rolls around and I get my W-2, I just give it to Mr. Gary and go, off you go.
Give it to Mr. Gary, and what he said on the record is that that's the only thing he needs to approve your application.
Mr. Chair, if I may make sure that Mr. Dunphy has that connection in January with Mr. Gary, so he doesn't have to go through the city's long process of trying to get to him.
Oh, okay. Do you have a way to connect directly with Mr. Gary, Mr. Dunphy?
No, but if he wants to give me his information, that'd be great.
I always wanted to say this. My name is my address. Tariq.Gary@phila.gov.
Okay. Tariq.Gary@phila.gov. He can send that via email?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dunphy, can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Communicate directly with Mr. Gary as soon as you get that W-2, and I think that'll resolve matters.
Thank you, Mr. Gary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So please note the record, this is continued for 6 months.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have appellant number 28 that contacted me in the chat that says he wants to request a continuance because he has another appointment that he has to go to.
Okay, we will have to review it when we get to it, and okay, we'll review it when we get to it. We'll try to get to it shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, that's actually for me.
Okay, no speaking,
Dean.
no speaking, because we aren't on your matter yet, okay?
Yep.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Dunphy, that's it for today. Ms. Clark, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and the request.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Alford-
just a real quick one.
Yes,
Do we need Mr. Gary still on?
no, I think he left.
And I see still.
I'm here. I'm
See,
here.
he's still here.
Yeah.
You have a question, Mr.?
I'm just wondering, do he have another case or whether we can release it?
I believe I have another case, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. We'll note that and get to you quickly as we can. Okay. We did have a request from a citizen if there's a way to continue something. So before we make a decision, I want to read that, call that case up, Ms. Alford, and then we'll call the city who's representing and see what's going on.
Okay. This is case number 28, appeal number HA-2020-003513 for Zainab Anudin for 1605 South 8th Street.
Okay. Who's representing the city in this?
Kia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Clark, I think we have a request just now from from the appellant. Ma'am, would you state your reason for your request?
I've been on the phone for a while waiting to be heard, and I have to go back to work. I have an important appointment that I can't really miss. So I was going to ask for a continuance.
Okay, and there's nothing to say that in the future you won't have a similar wait, if not longer.
I think if from experience, last time we had my case heard, I was heard like immediately. So I apologize. I'm not experienced in these matters that, it goes on like a few hours.
Yeah, it goes on to like 6 or 7 o'clock sometimes.
Oh,
So
okay.
now, is this an individual matter or is this a corporate matter?
Individual matter.
Okay, Ms. Clark, what is your position in this request?
The city is prepared and ready to proceed today.
What's the nature of the problem?
It's a building permit issue. There's a, one sec, let me pull it up, but I believe it's a basement door that was constructed without a permit. Is that correct?
A door or entryway?
Entryway.
Okay, and who's the violation written against?
One second, I'm pulling up the exhibit packet.
It's written against me, sir. Zainab
Hey.
Ainuddin.
Are you the homeowner?
Yes.
I'm the homeowner, yes.
Has this matter been continued before?
Yes, sir. By Mr. Jeffrey Cohen, who was represented by the city.
Oh, we don't like to continue cases more than once.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so
So I'm prepared to proceed with this. And the issue is whether or not we should hear you now or hear you later.
I will, if you can, if you may hear me now, I will continue. I can proceed, sir. I apologize. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know the language you guys use. So yes, I can
Before
move
we
forward.
make it, yeah, before we make a decision, are you the property owner?
I am the property owner. Yes, I am Zainab Ainuddin, the property owner.
Is there any other names on the deed in
No.
addition to yours? You the only
Only
owner?
me. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm the only owner.
okay. If no objections from anyone, then let's accommodate the request and move. I'd rather do it here now rather than try to then continue the case. Okay, all right, so Ms. Alpha, would you read the case in, please?
Sure. This is case number 28, appeal number HA-2020-003513 for Zainab Ainuddin, 1605 South 8th Street.
Okay, all right. Ms. Ainuddin, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I swear to tell the truth.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clark, you're representing the city in this matter?
Yeah, 1 second, I'm pulling up the exhibit packet.
Okay,
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
okay, thank you. Would you please proceed?
So this case is in reference to a failure to obtain the proper zoning permit for the addition of an entryway, which leads to the basement at the property located at 1605 South 18th Street. And at this time, if the inspector Jian Chen or his substitute is available, the city would like to call him as a witness.
Okay. And is that person present?
Yes, I'm present. Mr. Chen had to leave, but I can stand in for him.
And your name, sir?
Spinosi, S-P-I-N-O-S-I, Gabriel.
Okay.
R-I-E-L.
Please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, Inspector Spinosi. Can you please state your occupation for members of the board?
I'm a building inspector and a construction plan review specialist, City of Philadelphia, Department of Licenses and Inspections.
And how long have you been working in that position?
38 years.
And briefly, can you describe your role?
Our role is to answer complaints primarily and visit building sites that have applied for zoning and building permits to make sure that the work is being done according to code.
Are you familiar with the property at 1605 South 8th Street?
Yes, I was there one time.
And have you had an opportunity to review the L&I and public records for this property?
I did.
So with the board's permission at this time, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, please.
One second. So Inspector, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Scrolling down to the second page. If the computer ever responds. Okay, Inspector Spinosi, what are we looking at here?
Looks like a violation notice that was sent to 1605 South 8th Street.
And how are you familiar with this exhibit?
I'm looking at it.
Did you review the exhibit during your time reviewing the public records for L&I?
I did review it only because the inspector who initiated the case was not in at that time.
Okay.
And I visited the property.
What date was this notice of violation sent to the appellant?
October 22nd of 2020.
And briefly, can you describe some of the violations that the notice of violation alluded to?
Looks like they were converting a front window that was facing the 8th Street side into a separate entrance to enter the basement from the sidewalk.
And why does this property require a permit for the addition of an entryway into the basement?
A building permit would be required to make sure that it was installed safely and according to code.
And what are some of the steps that one would take to obtain that proper permitting for this property?
Could you repeat that?
What are some of the steps that one would take to obtain the proper permitting for this property?
Normally, they would submit a plan that would describe each step of construction and how these stairs and the opposing lateral walls were supported.
At this time, I'm going to show the board and the inspector along with the appellant what has been previously marked as Exhibit 2. Inspector Spinosi, what are we looking at here?
It looks like someone putting a new lock into a recently installed door. I see a shim set, and that's usually done with a newer door.
And the last photo in this photo exhibit, I'm going to zoom in. What are we looking at here?
It looks like the completed job of 2 planter boxes, a gate, and a door.
And again, the violation is for the lack of a permit. What did the property look like prior to the addition of this entryway?
Where the gate was, that red tiled patio used to come all the way over to that planter box on the right, I believe. I was only there one time, but I almost sure that that's how it was.
Correct the record, it's to the left.
I'm sorry, to the left, correct,
Yes.
you're right.
And currently, are there any permits that have been filed pursuant or along with this case, associated address of 1605 South 8th Street?
I think there was a zoning permit applied for.
And has any of the violations actively been complied as of today?
No.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Okay, Ms. Annie, do you have any cross-examination of the witness? You can give us your general statement later. Do you have any specific questions based on his testimony?
Yeah, I guess, may I share my screen or?
Well, only you're asking him questions based on what he just said.
Okay, based on what he just said.
Yeah, now later you can, of course, share different information, but I just want you to give you an opportunity to.
Okay, sure. Mr. Spinosi, 2 things. You said you visited the property at one time. Could you explain to the board when you went to go see the property prior to the patio being replaced?
I visited on a reinspection date as a follow-up to the original case. But when I got there, of course, the work was complete.
Okay, so you didn't actually see the patio before the work was completed, correct?
Only in pictures from
Google
Maps, yes.
Yeah, okay, I'm helping you here, sorry. But right now, the Google Maps pictures are actually more recent than what is actually was in fact what it looked like beforehand, correct?
I don't understand the question, miss.
What I'm saying is the Google Maps pictures are actually more recent, meaning like probably after, it's actually after October 2020 when that picture
Ms.
was
Ayadine,
I'm
taken.
gonna object to this question because
Yeah.
I didn't introduce anything regarding Google Maps.
Yeah, he didn't make any statements or testimony regarding Google Maps or how it looked before. So that wouldn't be appropriate cross, okay?
Oh, I think he said that there's pictures from Google that he's making reference to.
Now, there's
What-
maybe
not in
pictures
the-
in his file that other inspectors may have taken.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Do you have any other questions?
no, I
Okay,
don't think so.
all right, thank you. Ms. Clark, do you have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses at this time.
Okay, all right, Ms. Ayadine, give us your understanding of what happened and why there were no building permits.
Yes, sir. So I purchased this property in June or July of 2020. And the property basement, the basement actually had has, in fact, all those row homes on that block all had like trapdoors that went down into the basement with pre-existing stairs there. And my property had a pre-existing stairway there and an already with also opposing lateral walls, as well as an opening that would have been conducive for putting a door frame. So my understanding was that, and I hired a contractor named Tony Michello who did not speak much English, and I understand the burden is on me to get the permit, but from what I read from the materials online, I didn't think I needed to submit a robust plan because these were pre-existing stairs, pre-existing opposing lateral walls. I've mentioned this several times to the various inspectors, but I think it's just a matter of they're contesting the facts, sir.
Well, but regardless of whether or not the existing stairs were there, you still needed to submit a building permit request. Did you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
So did you submit an application for a building permit?
I couldn't because I think the inspectors were insisting on getting a plan. And I think what I would like to request, if the board could help me like mediate like some kind of solution where I'm happy to do a plan.
No, that isn't the board's role.
Okay.
Have you hired an architect or anyone else or a contractor who speaks English can work with you?
Yes, so I reached out to a gentleman named Tony and Andreos. He works for Alpha Engineering. He came and looked at the site and I said, do I need a plan? He's like, well, the work is already done. I don't understand why you need to get a permit. But I was like, well, they are asking for a permit. He's like, well, I can give you an engineering letter and just simply say that, that this is in compliance with the building code. And I can also get an affidavit from, I have other contractors that have been at my house and.
But let me ask you this, have you done any of that? Have you taken any of those steps?
I haven't yet because I was seeking guidance from LNI and I reached out to the South District office, which Mr. Spinozzi works for. I thought actually he was being replaced by Kenneth Pyrolak. And I didn't get a response from his office on what to do.
Okay.
Or what would be acceptable to him to rectify this.
Okay. Did you did you respond to the violation notice and submit anything at all, either building permit
Yes.
application or zoning permit? Application? What did you submit?
Well, I know that the council mentioned zoning. It's not really zoning. It's actually a permit. I've submitted several drafts of a permit, but I'm not able to go forward because it's asking me to either apply for easy or for what was it called, to submit a plan. And as I said, I don't think this qualifies for a plan, but again, I needed some guidance from Mr. Spinozzi, but the problem was I was not able to get resolution with his team, with his Mr. Chen, because we were constantly arguing over the fact that these were not pre-existing stairs, like like he was making, like he believed that I drilled a hole in the
Okay.
foundation, et cetera, and that's just not
Mr.
true.
Chair,
Yes,
I got
sir.
a question. I
Yeah.
got a question. Did you have to dig up your patio to go down?
So the
Because the patio went from your stairs
Right.
over to the edge. Did you have to dig down into the ground from the outside to be able to see the lateral doorway?
That's correct. I had to do that. But I want to also mention that this patio, and this is why I was asking if Mr. Spinozzi went to the property prior to my doing this work, is if you looked at the patio, it was actually like literally like a plywood board with tiling over it. It was no longer safe. I have an elderly mother that lives there, and it was just not safe. And I had to say, I've saved up money to get it fixed. And
my question,
Yes, sir.
my question then, when you decide to change the front of your home, you didn't think you needed to get permits to change the front of your home?
So I apologize. I'm thinking that these are pre-existing stairs. I'm not changing anything. Originally, this was, I'm just bringing it back to its original state. Originally, there was no patio there, right? So this was covered over by a prior owner.
But you had stated in your testimony that it was like a gate that you lift up.
Yes,
right?
correct. Flap doors, trap doors.
Trap doors. So you
yes.
did. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, no. So I did not have to break. That's correct. So I did not have to break through the foundation at all. There was already a pre-existing hole there. What I did do, and perhaps I need to get a permit for this, and again, I need guidance on which permit to exactly get, but I did have 2 planters built on both sides of that entrance, as you can see in the exhibit that the council had shared with you.
Okay. Ms. Anutin, what the issue here is that this occurred in 2020. We're now in August of 2022, more than 2 years since the violation was written. And so the issue is, I think I should start this way. Your testimony has been, in fact, yes, you did the work. You had a contract to do the work. You did not
Yes.
pull permits. And so the question from us is, what actions have you taken to acquire the appropriate permits? And that's really the issue, because you have to get permits to prove, in fact, that it's done properly. If you have photographs of the existing condition before you did the work, that will be helpful. You can show that to the plan examiner, but you will have to have someone, the engineer that you reference, certify that it's done properly. And they may,
Okay.
in fact, have to do a drawing that's showing the layout, including the construction of the planters, because that adds considerable amount of weight on those walls. So that has to be certified that it's done properly. So all of that is on you, the homeowner, and you need to take that action right away.
Okay.
So
I will
there's,
do that.
the board
Do I have
doesn't
to-
mediate. The board, the board doesn't mediate between appellants and the department. We're
Mhm.
here to determine whether you followed the rules and whether or not you did what the violation said you did, which is in fact work without a permit.
So I'm required, so what the board is asking for me to do is to.
No. What I'm
or
asking for you, what I'm directing you to do is to contact Mrs. Spinozzi or someone else in the department and get clarification of what they want you to do to satisfy
I'm
the
not getting
violation.
clarification from them, sir. I'm sorry, because we're going into a circular discussion about pre-existing stairs or not.
Well, you have
And
to, well, listen to me. You have to come with evidence that the pre-existing stairs were there. And that may be a letter or a draft document from an engineer. You have to satisfy that issue, plus the design of the new configuration.
Yes.
You're going to have to do that.
Okay.
Arguing about it is not going to help you because you did the work already.
No, agreed. I agree. I don't want to keep arguing about it. I do want closure on this. And I think what I'm struggling with is, okay, I need the path forward with the
path forward
premise.
is to go back and show what was done, what was there before you started the work. And that may mean that your architect, engineering associate friend will give you something. And then you
Okay.
have to show how the improvements were designed to make sure they meet code.
Okay.
Okay. Am I missing something from the board?
Mr. Chair, she basically, you're correct, has to comply the violation, which would gives her the clear pathway of what she's looking for, opposed to the argument of what would pre-existed. And I think she needs to communicate with Mr. Spinozzi, if that's okay, Mr. Spinozzi, when getting the information in the documents she's needed. I do have a question, Mr. Spinozzi, was there zoning required or acquired? Was there zoning permit required of that? If so,
Oh, was it a zoning application was for another matter? I'm not exactly sure, but it wasn't for that matter. I'm not sure
Okay.
if it was.
It's not germane
It's
to
not
this
related,
topic.
but I'm not sure if it was issued either.
all right, thank you, Mr. Spinozzi. So it's not about this issue.
Is
So-
this a historic district, Mr. Spinozzi?
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else from anyone? Okay. Do we have any final argument for Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Pinkett was trying to speak, but he's.
Yeah,
muted.
I was muted. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I guess I'd like to know how you're using the property, and there was a zoning permit applied for in 2022. Is this a single, it's zoned as an RSA 5, a single family home. Are you using it as a single family residence?
Yes, my mom and I and my stepdad live there. And the zoning was for renting out a bedroom for Airbnb purposes.
Is the
And it
basement-
was applied for and also granted.
Is the basement being used at all? for
No,
rent?
not at all. No, sir.
Thank you.
Is the basement being used exclusively for storage and mechanical?
Only for
purposes?
storage and mechanical.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Clark, do you have any final argument?
Yes, first I would like to request that all evidence presented to the board today be admitted.
Yes. So admitted.
So the appellant admits both in the appeal and here today to breaking through, and I quote, the tile as it relates to the appeal and breaking through the patio in order to have the entryway constructed. And the violation in the appeal states that she is required to have a permit prior to that type of construction. And so as it stands today, there has been almost 2 years that has gone by since the initial notice of violation was sent to the appellant about the current violations at the property. And also, as stated today, there has been no updated permits submitted to LNI in order to comply the violations at the property. So for these reasons, the city would request the city affirm from the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. And then before we vote on this, do you have any final comment to make?
I just have a question. There's penalty associated with this as well. So is the understanding that I apply for the permit and pay for the penalties as well?
There may be penalties depending on what the code requires. We aren't in a position to opine on that today, but that may be an issue. Is there anything else?
Is there any way I can request just to help me out with getting the permit and hiring a professional to help me with the permit requirements, that I have the penalties waived?
No, the penalties aren't part of the appeal process, so we are not in a position to make a statement or give an order regarding the penalties. What you can talk to the inspector, see if there's an appeal process for that, or if there's a way around it. If not, you will need to comply. The issue here is that there's been 2.5 years, and so with
Mhm.
non-compliance.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, there was COVID, so and not really getting the right guidance.
Well, the guidance comes from you as a private homeowner hiring architects and professionals to do the appropriate thing for you. That's where the guidance is supposed to come. Architects, engineers, that's what how they should help you. But anyway, thank you very much. We're going to now call the vote on this particular matter. And I just want, okay, regarding HA-2020-003513, Zanir Anudin, 1605 South 8th Street, City of Fern.
City of
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous, ma'am. City affirm. Oh, she left.
Oh, she's there.
She's okay. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Spinozzi.
Welcome.
Okay, we're on case number 11.
Okay.
Okay, this is case number 11, appeal number HA-2021-004014, Evelyn Smith for 3525 North 18th Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. And Miss Evelyn Smith. Is Miss Smith present? Miss Evelyn Smith.
I think she was muted.
Okay, I don't see an Evelyn Smith's name.
Yeah, is she under a telephone number or something?
I believe so.
Okay, there's
Okay.
several phone numbers in here.
Okay, let's do this.
She
I know
announced
this.
herself earlier.
I know this is a burden, but we'll need to do that. The telephone numbers are on the second page at the bottom of my screen. So if you can take them one by one and see if any of those individuals are Evelyn Smith before we act on the matter.
She was the Galaxy phone. I don't know if she was removed or if she's in the waiting room.
The Galaxy A12?
I don't remember the number. I just remember she announced herself and I think she was.
I think that's the one that I put in the waiting room because she kept unmuting herself.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am, can you hear us? I think she's still connecting.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now.
Hi, can you state your name, please?
My name is Evelyn Smith.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, would you read it in? And Ms. Smith, while I'll be reading your matter in, would you mind going on video so we can see your face, please?
Go where?
Would you mind activating your video so we can see your face? There you go.
All right, all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just wanted to make sure we can see you as well.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Alfred, please read in the case.
Okay, case number 11, appeal number HA-2021-004014, Evelyn Smith, 3525 North 18th Street.
Okay. Ms. Smith, is that a radio in the background? If it is, would you mind turning it off?
All right. Go ahead. Is that all right?
Yes. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I need to swear you in. So if you could, yes, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you
Hello?
give today? Ms.
Hello?
Smith, yes, we hear you.
Okay.
I need to swear you in. So would you raise your right hand so you can be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. And if you wouldn't mind maintaining your camera so we can see your face and keep it steady, yeah, like that, that would be helpful.
Moving
All right.
car.
Thank you very
Excuse
much.
me, Mr. Chair, is she moving in a car?
Let me ask her. Miss Smith, are you driving?
Why is he all in my business? Like, what,
Miss Smith?
it's always the Proud Boys. All
Miss
right, I'm
Smith?
parked now.
Miss
Yeah,
Smith,
I'm sitting in the car.
if you don't park your car in a safe place, we will
I'm
dismiss your
parked,
case.
I'm parked now.
Okay, that's why we're all in your business. We don't want you to get hurt.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so listen to what's
Yeah,
going on. We want you to focus on what's happening.
okay, all right.
Okay, Ms. Clark, please proceed.
So this case is in reference to a failure to obtain a certificate of occupancy and various property maintenance issues. Moreover, the property has a total of 7 separate units with no more than 2 kitchens. And at this time, the city would like to call its witness, Inspector Bruce Wallace.
Okay, Mr. Wallace? And I don't see Mr. Wallace.
He was on, he was here.
I don't.
I'm still here. I'm trying to turn my camera on.
Okay. Mr. Wallace, you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God? Pardon me, I didn't hear your response. Okay, thank you. Does Mr. Wallace or Ms. Smith, either of you have any music or background noise on, like a radio or something? If you do, please turn it off.
Listen, I have a daughter with autism, and to keep her quiet, she got her phone on, sir. You know what I'm saying? For real. Her
Okay.
tablet.
All right. So if you there may be some issues with you understanding or hearing all of us. So
Let me just get out, man. Because you know it's always these people, man. All right, I'm out now. Okay. Do you hear anything?
no, do not hear
Okay.
anything now. As long as you keep your camera on your face, that would be helpful. Okay. Ms. Clark, please proceed.
Inspector Wallace, can you state your name and occupation for the board?
My name is Inspector Bruce Wallace. I'm a code enforcement inspector for the City of Philadelphia Licenses and Inspection.
And how long have you been working in that role? And can you speak up a little bit? I can barely hear you.
All liars.
I've been there for 3 years.
And what are some of your primary duties in that role?
I address complaints, re-inspections, residential properties, commercial properties.
Are you familiar with the property at 3525 North 18th Street?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I conducted an inspection of 3525 North 18th Street.
Have you had an opportunity to review the LNI and public records for this property?
Yes, I have.
All right, with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
So Inspector Wallace, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's a notice of violation.
And what date was this notice of violation sent to the appellant?
August 24th, 2021.
And what are some of the current violations or the violations at the time the notice of violation was sent to the appellant?
To obtain zoning for 7 units or restore back to its approved use of a 2-family dwelling, obtain the current certificate of occupancy for the current use. The storm door the exterior door wasn't closing all the way. There was some lighting that was not currently lit up on the 3rd floor, and there was a hole behind the entry door.
Relating to the certificate of occupancy, what are some of the steps that the appellant must take in order to obtain compliance?
Well, the certificate of occupancy is something that would be issued pending the zoning. Her zoning is not correct as it stands right now.
As it relates to the separate units at the property, are there any particular life, health, or safety concerns?
Yes, so in regards to the certificate of occupancy in the units, all of that plays into life safety, the number of people that are occupying this property, means of egress for the number of people that are occupying this property, making sure all life safety features and are in place, are installed and operating, excuse me.
And at this time, I'm going to direct the board's attention to what has been previously marked as Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Let's go out. Inspector, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 2. It's going to be a series of photographs. What are we looking at in this first photograph?
This first photograph, you're seeing a bedroom door with a padlock and actually an entry door lock. It creates separation inside the apartment, inside the house.
Is this next photograph the same photo that was previously shown?
No, it's not the same photo. It's the same house, different door. Same
And what are we
house,
looking at
different
here?
door. Same house, different door. Same house, different door.
One second.
That's the damage behind the entry door.
And the last photo in Exhibit 2.
That's the storm door that doesn't close completely. As you see in the picture, the door is not closed.
So at this time, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 3. Inspector, what are we looking at here?
That is the back of the property sealed up from the City of Philadelphia Clean and Seal Department.
I believe this is in a similar picture, but there's an addition.
That's the front of the property, and that actually might be a repost. I'm not 100%, I'm not for sure because I can't see the actual date on the cease poster, but that is the property being sealed up and ceased.
And what are we looking at in this photo?
That's the site violation. The white copy was mailed to the owner of the property on March 24th, 2022, saying that the property was ceased.
And so far, all of the photos that I've shown you, are they an accurate depiction of the date, time, and the date and time in question?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to show members of the board what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 4.
Before you do that, what was the date that those photographs were taken?
Right. The bottom of the photograph. So I can go back to
Like March 14th, Mr. Chair.
Of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom out so that you can see. Inspector, can you confirm the date that the photo was taken?
March 24th, 2022 at 2:05 p.m.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
thank
March 14th. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
So again, I'm going to share with members of the board what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 4. Inspector, what are we looking at?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the front of the property sealed up by the City of Philadelphia Clean and Seal Department.
And what date was this photograph taken?
That was taken April 18th, 2022.
And is this an accurate depiction on the date and time in question?
Yes. That picture was taken so that the case could be closed and sent to equity court.
1 second. At this time, I'm going to share with members of the board what has been previously marked as Exhibit 5. It is the last photo set. Inspector, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This photograph is a picture of the cease operations, the cease poster that was reposted by Inspector Williams.
I'm just going to scroll to that last photo in the photo set. What are we looking at here?
That's another picture that was, that's the front of the property. It looks like the property has been re-ceased, reposted, and resealed.
At this time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Inspector Wallace, can you briefly describe what is currently or what remains in violation at this property?
As it stands right now, the property, the last approved zoning for that property was a 2-family dwelling. There's only 1 communal kitchen in this property right now. There is not 2 kitchens for it to be operating as 2-family dwelling. There's only 1 kitchen currently. There was 7 rooming units. This property was actually operating under a court-ordered cease and seal initially that was violated when I came to do the inspection.
No further questions at this time. At this time, the city moves to have all exhibits admitted into evidence.
So, Arthur, okay, do you have any further witnesses?
No further witnesses at this time.
Okay, and I guess one question I would have of the inspector, do you know if the property is currently occupied?
I have not been back to the property since April, and I was actually informed that I was supposed to do a reinspection of the property, but due to the nature of the letter, the appeal, the information that was listed on the appeal, I removed myself from that case, and I would not go back to conduct a reinspection of the property.
Okay, do you know if the appellant is living at that address?
At the time that I did the inspection, she was not living there.
Okay, thank you. All right, do you have anything else, Ms. Clark?
No, I do not. And I just wanted to clarify, this isn't an intensive, this is a use registration permit issue as it relates to this case.
Okay.
No other questions at this time.
Okay. Ms. Smith, do you have any, what would you like to share with us regarding? the
Yes, I would like
circumstance?
to share. I would like to share one thing. I mean, a couple things. One, he wasn't the inspector that came out to do the inspection. It was Inspector Conwell that came out to make sure all the electricity stuff, everything was good. Now, what with Mr. Wallace is he won't see. This is how, if you innocent, you would just put it out there. Mr. Wallace came to my house and he slept with my niece. And when we put my niece out, that's
Wait,
and was doing sexual.
Miss Smith,
he
Miss
was
Smith,
missing.
Miss,
Okay,
no,
well,
Miss
you
Smith,
wanna-
Miss
that's
Smith,
what the appeal
Miss Smith,
was.
Miss Smith,
Uh-huh.
you follow the
No, why
rules.
you don't want it on
And
record?
response- Listen to me.
he came
Listen to
there-
me. No.
Oh,
You
my
either follow
God.
the rules and listen
Yo,
to what
man.
the questions, or else
That's
we will.
what's in my
We will.
appeal.
Listen to me, Miss Smith. Listen to me.
Oh, my God.
Listen to me. What we here today is to hear about this particular violation. Do you have anything to offer in
yeah,
terms of the
I have
violation?
something to offer. Everything in that house was fixed. Mr. Conwell, Inspector Conwell came out to the property with another lady and stuff, and they inspected it. We called people from the city to come out to the house, and they came out, and there's nothing wrong. Those pictures that he had was when it was first there. And listen, let me tell you something.
Wait. Before you go there, these pictures were identified as March and April 2022.
He lying. He
Oh,
lying.
okay.
Those pictures. Listen, it's nobody been occupying the house, right? Some squatters tried to break in, but we put the board back up and everything, and that's how it got unsealed. Then
Now,
they
have
did
you
it,
listen to
then
me?
the
Listen to
person
me.
had they-
Listen to me. Have you submitted the zoning application to convert it to a
we didn't-
boarding
listen,
house?
It's not, listen, we don't
And
want
have you
no
done that?
zoning. We-
Listen,
it was
answer my
never-
question.
Listen,
Answer my question. Have you submitted the zoning application to convert it to a boarding house?
no, we wasn't never even. It wasn't
Okay.
never a boarding house, sir.
Okay,
And
it's
our family
currently
lived in that
used.
house. Listen, our family lived in there 75 years because
Okay.
of the drug epidemic. My aunts and them didn't feel safe, so they locked their doors. But I explained to them that they cannot put locks on the doors or nothing. So they've been there 75 years.
Okay.
That house has never been in violation. My grandmother is Audrey Thornton. She has
Okay.
the Belmont Mansion.
Listen
She
to me.
died
Listen to me.
and
Listen to me.
everything.
Listen
Like,
to me.
come on, man, we
Listen to
got
me.
an impeccable
Is
character.
anyone currently living in the house?
Yes, my nephew is living in the house because every time they seal it up, everybody knows that house is fabulous. They breaks in the house and
Okay.
try to move into the house. And
Okay.
another thing, sir, I want to say
No.
is that-
No. Listen to me.
No,
Answer
but
my
listen,
question.
Mr. Wallace,
No.
he removed himself because
you have to listen to me.
he was
Listen,
hating in a
ma'am,
bit.
no,
He was
no,
hating in
no,
a bit.
no,
He was.
no,
Yo,
we're not gonna do this, ma'am.
It's in a bill. It's
Listen
in
to
a
me.
bill. If we
Listen to me.
lying, we got
No.
affidavits.
No, you're only gonna answer my questions. We're not gonna do that, okay? So answer my
Yeah.
question. And
Here
so
go the
the
niece right
violation, the violation notice that you're dealing with, that the only thing we're dealing with is the violation notice regarding the use registration permit. Have you
Okay,
submitted
when
the
he entered
paperwork?
my house, he
Have
did
you
a
submitted the paperwork
unethic
for that?
act of work. He
Do you-
did.
have you
We
se-
put it in a bill. That's what our
Have
bill
you
said.
have you
Read
submitted?
that bill. The
Have you
bill
submitted?
said that he came in there
Have you
with a
submitted the
sexual
paperwork?
act.
Have you submitted the paperwork for the use registration permit?
For the what?
Have you submitted the paperwork to comply with the violation notice with the use
We
registration
did all
permit?
of it. Listen, sir.
When did you
all
submit
of
that? When did you submit that?
We submitted it down there to
When? When?
It was like maybe when did we do that paperwork? It was like February, like right in the middle of what the last sealing that he did and stuff like that. He
Well,
keeps
give
selling
me a
the
date.
property.
Give me a date. Give me a date.
I can't even give you the date, sir.
Okay,
But it was
all right.
right. It was the day after.
Okay,
They sealed it up in March.
Okay.
It was
okay.
the day after.
Does anybody else on the board have a question?
Yeah, like you.
No,
you're not
listen to me,
addressing-
Miss Smith.
You're not
Miss
addressing
Smith,
the real
listen to
real
me.
issue.
Miss
That's
Smith,
crazy.
Miss Smith,
That's
listen to
crazy.
me.
You're a
Listen to
rapist.
me.
You're a
Would you mute Miss Smith, please? Now, Miss Clark, do you
Done.
have any
Done.
final argument?
Yes, one moment. So I just want to first place an objection on what was previously stated. The appellant admitted to the violation in the appeal essentially and stated that they needed additional time to comply the violation, i.e. to remove the individuals that were living at the property. The appellant has had 1 day shy of a full year since she filed this appeal to correct the violations. And as it stands today, and as Inspector Wallace also testified today, there is still no proper permitting and or the property maintenance violations have not been complied as of today. And so for all of those reasons, which is why we're here today, the city will request a city affirm from the board.
Okay, thank you. Unmute her for 1 minute, please.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have to ask her to unmute.
unmute yourself, Ms. Smith. If you're talking, you can't
Okay.
hear us. Ms.
Okay.
Smith, we've heard information that was been submitted by the city, and we've heard your information. So the board is positioned now to vote on your case.
All right, okay, well,
Okay.
listen, this is.
No, no,
can I
no,
say
no,
one more
no,
thing?
no, no,
This-
no, no. You already go-
Everything
we're-
was fixed in our house, man.
Mr.
Our house
Smith,
is fabulous. There
Ms.
is
Smith,
nothing wrong with that house.
Ms.
He's doing
Smith.
something personal.
Please mute her again, please. Ms. Smith, we are going to vote on your matter and so that we can resolve today's violation. Okay. With regard to HA 2021-004014, Evelyn Smith, 3525 North 18th Street, City of Fern.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Ms. Smith, the vote has been a unanimous vote of City of Fern. So the violation, your appeal has been denied. So you can appeal our decision, check with the office, and they can give you instructions how you can appeal our decision. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. I know she didn't hear anything because she continued to speak. Would you mind putting her in the waiting room? Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Next is case number 12, appeal number HA 2021 004236. Appellant is John E. Bolano for 2304 East Allegheny Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city? Okay, did everybody take a break? I don't hear any responses. Well, is Mr. John E. Bolano present?
One moment, for the city attorney, just gonna need a moment. He's having some technical difficulties with his computer.
Okay,
But there is a representative from the city for this particular case.
okay, well, but before you leave though, who is that individual?
It is Michael Rulo.
Okay, and Mr. Blunt, you may have to represent his interest because the appellant has not presented himself. So this may be a fairly quick disposition.
Okay.
Is anyone present representing Mr. John E. Bolano, 2304 East Allegheny Avenue? Okay. Ms. Clark, do you feel confident to check in with Mr. Rulo to determine if in fact, can you represent his interest in this matter?
If no one appeared, the city would just be requesting a city affirm for lack of appearance.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alfred, did we send notice to Mr. Bolano?
Yes.
Okay. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
That's 5 o'clock.
5
5
p.m.
o'clock PM.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, boy. With regard then to HA 2021-004236, John E. Bolano, 2304 East Allegheny Avenue, city affirm non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. City affirm non-appearance. It's a unanimous vote. Let's go to the next matter.
Just before we move on, Ms. Alfred, do you have anyone listed who's got a phone and hasn't been identified? I just don't want to.
Yes, there are a couple people in here with
Oh, yeah.
numbers that haven't been identified, but they can
Yeah,
hear us.
Okay. All right, well, let's do this. And so that we absolutely certain we don't miss anyone. I don't want anyone's rights to be abridged in this process.
You want me
Would
to
you check?
identify them?
Yeah, let's check with each one.
I can ask them to unmute, but off the record, I can actually call them if I can go off camera and off and mute myself.
Okay, one person has been unmuted.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm not sure if you're asking for me.
Yes, I am. Could you state your name, please?
Christine Sawinski.
Okay, great. She's number 18, Chairman.
Okay, all
Let me
right.
change her
I
name.
don't have video. I just have the phone.
Okay, we aren't quite ready for you yet. We'll get to you shortly.
Okay.
There's a city attorney waiting in the waiting room.
Okay, all right. Who's the next person with the telephone? Okay, that's Mr. Rulo. Thank you for joining us.
I apologize. My Zoom decided to crash the moment that you called.
Okay. I think we resolved that one matter anyway. So we're just checking now on a few unidentified individuals before we get back to you. Give us a moment.
Thank you.
Take it off.
So,
Hi,
Ms.
is someone here with the number of 610-299-4063? Can you hear me?
Okay, we aren't getting a response. We'll come back to them later. Try the
Mike
next one.
Klein, Mike Klein. You just asked me?
Oh, is that the 610 number?
Yes,
And how are you spelling your last name?
Klein.
Okay, Mike Klein.
Hey,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I see Mr. Klein.
Yes,
Patrick
that's not the
Klein, right?
number that I was talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. So we've identified everyone in the waiting room, except for that 215-5915 number.
No, and there's another number here as well, 215-329-5915. I've been asking them to unmute.
Okay. All right, let's proceed. Let's move on. They may not be present at the phone right now, so we'll move on. Okay.
Number 13?
Yes. Oh, before we do that, Mr. Rulo, do you have other matters before us other than this?
Hello,
matter
can
with,
you hear me?
Don Blanc?
Hello? Anybody can hear me?
Can I speak to him, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yes, hi, can you
This
state
is
your
John.
name?
This is John Matthews. Hello?
Yes, this is number 16.
Anybody,
Okay.
anybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're not quite ready for your case yet.
You call my case, 610-299-4063.
I just wanted to know your name, sir.
John Matthews.
I got it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Chairman, you would ask me if I have any other matters. I do. I have number 27 on the
Okay.
list. Regarding this, I don't know if I'd missed this, but regarding number 12, I just asked that that be dismissed for failure to appear.
Yes, that was the vote. That was the decision of the board.
Thank you.
The colleague represented your interest quite well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for bearing with me.
Alrighty. Let's move on to 13 then.
This is case number 13, appeal number HA-2021-004253 for Gwendolyn Cyrus, 4727 North 12th Street.
Good afternoon, Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia. Reinhardt is REINHART.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reinhardt. Anyone here representing the interests of Gwendolyn Cyrus, 4727 North 12th? Ms. Gwendolyn Cyrus. Does anyone see that name anywhere on the screen?
I thought that I saw a phone number that was logged in earlier that matched the phone number on the appeal. Let me double check real quick.
Okay.
It should be ending 5915.
Yes, it's there.
Yes, she's here.
She's there.
Yes. She's muted at the present. The problem is that we've called that, we've tried to get that person's attention before and there was no response. Ms. Gwendolyn Cyrus. Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have other matters before us today?
I do, however, for this one, we are going to lose the inspector shortly. So I think that this is a priority in order to hear soon.
Okay.
Oh,
Hello?
hello?
Yes, Ms. Cyrus.
Yes.
I'm pushing all kind of buttons to get to you.
Okay.
Yes,
Can you also activate your video, please?
I don't have no video. I don't have a computer.
She's on the phone, sir.
I don't have a computer that's working.
Okay. Your phone, is it your phone a smartphone? Could your phone have video
Yes.
image?
I'm sorry, she's
No,
on
my cell phone do. I'm on a home phone.
Oh, okay. Already.
a telephone call.
Okay, let's do this then. Ms. Reinhardt, unless you object, I will ask Ms. Cyrus to swear and affirm that she is who she says she is.
I will swear to it
Okay.
and affirm it.
Ms. Reinhardt, are you okay with that?
I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank-
So Ms.
thank you.
Gwendolyn, would read in the case, please, Ms. Alfred?
Yes, this is case number 13, appeal number HA-2021-004253 for Gwendolyn Cyrus, 4727 North 12th Street.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cyrus, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or
I got it up.
affirm? Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I swear to so help me God.
Thank you very much. You can place your hand down. Ms.
Okay.
Reinhardt, she's an attorney who represents the city of Philadelphia, will put the city's case on. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you, Chairman. This is a case regarding a tree that was cut down and with debris that was left in an alleyway behind the property owner's address. So I would like to call Inspector Martin Higgins as a witness.
Okay.
Present.
Would you like to swear in Mr. Higgins?
Mr. Higgins, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Higgins. Are you familiar with 4727 North 12th Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with this property?
I received a complaint for a tree that was in the rear of the property that was cut down and then the debris being dumped into the alleyway in the rear.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Bear with me just one moment. The first, what was previously marked Exhibit A, is a notice of violation sent May 13th, 2021. Did you send this notice of violation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and this is for the tree debris that you described a moment ago, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and scrolling down, you took photographs while you were at the property as well, correct?
That is correct.
Are you able to see the photographs?
Yes.
I am.
Okay. And are these a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on that day?
Yes. So if you notice in the lower left-hand corner of the first photograph that you're just scrolling with, you'll see that there was a tree there at one point that has now been cut down.
Okay. And in the second picture, can you describe what is shown here?
So these are limbs that have been dumped into the alleyway between two 6-foot fence. I think it would be 12th, and I'm not sure if it's Camac Street or something like that.
I think it's Mervine.
Marvine Street, yes.
Yeah, it's Marvine.
Okay.
Okay. And Exhibit B, I'm showing you the final notice of violation dated October 14th, 2021. Did you return to this property?
Yes, do every inspection.
Okay. And you confirmed that the debris was still not addressed?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Well,
Okay.
can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have some pictures here that was sent to me by Miss Reinhardt. And at the time when this was done, I didn't have a fence up. The neighbor across from me didn't like the berries that fall in her yard, and she requested that I give her $1,000. I didn't have a fence. When I left to go get my medicine, she was talking to the guys that was cutting the fence, that was cutting the tree. And when I left, I assumed that when I got back, all this debris would have gone with them. To my dismay, I had no fence up in the back. So all the debris went in my yard and went in my neighbor's yard and went all the way up our alleyway, which we, after he probably came out, we collected money from everybody in the block and had that alleyway cleaned. And I'm glad we did because we had a 3-house fire that the fire engines had to come up that alleyway, the fire
So-
hose.
Are you saying that the tree is no longer in that alley?
Let me tell you, it's a picture. I wish I had a camera so I could show you.
But could you
a
answer
picture of
the question?
camera. Let me
Could you
see. Huh? No, the tree is, yes, the tree is still there.
Okay, well,
What
I
they
thought
did
you,
was cut the top branches off. They
okay,
cut all the top branches off. The tree stands about, I'll say about maybe 7 feet now.
okay.
All the top branches that would have produced the berries.
So when did you have
were
all the
taken down.
debris? When did you have all the limbs moved from the alley? The alley looks like it's still
Oh, we had,
blocked.
it must have been, I don't know when he was back out, but it had to be a couple weeks because we had to solicit everybody all up and down to contribute.
So why haven't the other limbs been moved?
I don't know what's out there now because
I
mine
mean-
is clean.
So this isn't your address then?
I live at 4727. 4730 Marvine is what cut it down. I'm 80 years old. I wasn't giving her $1,000.
Okay,
I
wait
don't
a
give
minute.
it $1,000.
Okay, now the violation notice is written against 4727 North 12th Street.
Right, exactly,
Okay.
because everything ended up in my yard because I had no fence up.
So,
They just, when they cut it down, they cut
Okay.
all the branches down and they just left it.
okay, now, Mr.
Some of the pictures you might see, if he has them, will
Okay,
show you
Mr.
the branches in back of 4729, 4725. They were all up and down that little alleyway.
Okay, the photographs that we saw, and Mr. Higgins, who is the inspector, has testified that the debris is between 2 houses in the alley, between the 2 fences. That's what we've heard. And I guess the question is,
Yeah.
and I'll ask Mr. Higgins, has the violation notice been written against the Marvine Street address?
No, it was written against 4727 North 12th Street. That was where the
And
tree
why?
stump was located. That's where the tree removal was done. And upon that tree removal, the stumps and debris from that removal were put into the alleyway. So yes, it did fall behind 4729 North 12th Street, and again 4725 North 12th Street.
Okay.
Right.
But the tree is on the 27 property, is that correct?
That is correct. If Michelle would like to go back to the pictures, you can see the stump that I pointed out in the lower left-hand corner of one of those
Yes, they
pictures.
did. They
where
dumped
that
every
is.
bit of it in my yard. Because I
Okay.
wouldn't give her the money to get it cut down.
Okay,
And
so
like I
Ms.
said, if you come
Cyrus,
out there right now, it's about 7 feet of tree out there because all they cut was the top branches all off.
okay, so Ms. Cyrus, is the tree in your yard, the original tree, is that in
No,
your
it's
yard?
partially alleyway and partially my property.
Okay,
It's
okay,
not a
so,
complete tree on my property.
but it is partly in your house, your yard.
It's partly on my yard, yes. Because
Okay.
when we cut all around that tree on the outside of it just so that it's not in the alleyway.
Okay, but now
And
we
the part
still
that's
have,
in my way.
okay, we still have a blocked alley. Is it no, the neighbors won't help you move it? Won't get out there and move it out to the curb or anything?
Oh, no.
Have you asked
Are
them?
you serious?
Are you sure? 'Cause
Yes, they don't have, let me tell you.
Hey,
I'm not
Mr.
saying
Chair,
that to be
Mr.
smart.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
maybe I
I'm not saying that.
misunderstood.
Ms.
but
Cyrus,
I'm not saying that to be smart.
Ms.
Excuse me,
Cyrus,
I'm
Ms.
just saying
Cyrus,
no.
Ms. Cyrus, hold on a minute.
Yes.
Didn't you say that someone came out and cleared the alleyway?
Yes.
Mr. I'm sorry, the inspector?
Higgins.
When the last time, Mr. Inspector Higgins, when the last time you was out there to inspect the property? To see whether those bushes, excuse me,
I'm sorry, it was when the final notice of violation was issued.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we had to clean
so
that
that's 20,
alleyway.
so excuse me. So would that been 5/13/21?
Yes.
No, so 513.
We had to clean it after that.
Excuse me, Miss Cyrus, hold on a minute, please.
Okay, hon.
May 13th was the initial inspection. In October of 2021, the same year, is when I did the final notice.
So you haven't been out there since to see whether that debris is gone?
No,
Just
nor
curious.
has
I'm
the-
just curious.
I understand what you're saying, but nor has the appellant contacted the office, either me through email or by placing a phone call to say, I need to address these violations.
Oh, I did. I sent a letter in.
I see, I'm reading her letter.
Yes, I did.
But,
I sent a couple letters in.
Okay.
But basically, I just was.
If we could get the
Excuse me,
neighbors to completely.
Miss Cyrus, hold on.
Okay.
What I'm trying to get at is whether the violation still exists at this moment.
Right.
And I'm assuming what you're saying, Inspector Higgins, is that the last time that you was out there is when the notice of violation was in 21.
That is
Right.
correct.
Okay.
And
So,
Miss Cyrus, are the branches still in your alley?
Oh no. No, we cleaned all that up. And then I have somebody come in here every 6 weeks and do my yard and clean the alleyway.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
no.
it's now it's clean then. There's nothing back there. Then.
It's been clean since 21. He should have came back out.
Oh, okay. So I think, Mr. Washington, I think you were absolutely on point. Mr. Hicks, I think we need to re-inspect you.
Yes, I'd appreciate that.
So this
That's
is
not
what
a
we're going to
problem.
do. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to continue this case so Mr. Higgins can re-inspect. And upon
Okay.
re-inspection, this matter may go away. But Miss Cyrus,
Yes,
if the
I'd
debris-
appreciate that.
Listen to me, Miss Cyrus. If the debris is still in the alley, we're going to have to render a decision. Okay?
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Please.
I am fine with that.
Let me. So I'm as the chairperson. I'm asking that this case be noted as continued for the next 90 days to give Mr. Higgins an opportunity to go back and re-inspect and to issue a
Right.
final report. Okay?
That's fine with me.
Mr. Higgins, is that work for you?
I am in concurrence.
All right. Thank you very much. That's what we're going to do. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Reinhardt, are you in concurrence too?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Didn't mean to ignore you, Ms. Reinhardt.
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Cyrus, you can get off if you
I
want to.
sent you a chat and a text message.
Okay.
If you take a look at it for me, please, sir.
Yes, sir. I will do that just now. Yes, sir. Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Not a problem. Okay.
Ms.
All
Cyrus,
right.
Yes.
your case is done.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Okay.
Thank you
welcome.
so much. I'm glad he'll come back out
Yes,
and
sir.
get
Yes,
inspected.
ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Okay. Next we have case number 15, appeal number HA-2021-004290, Tyshima Johnson for 2447 North Hollywood Street.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Michelle Reinhart for City of Philadelphia, REINHART.
Okay. Tashima Johnson. Tashima Johnson. Is anyone representing that interest for 2447 North Hollywood Street? Okay. Miss Alfred, was notice sent to Miss Johnson?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What's your pleasure, Miss Reinhardt?
I am requesting city affirm for non-appearance.
Okay. The time, Mr. Pincus?
5:20 PM.
5:20 p.m. Okay, we will poll the board regarding HA-2021-004290 Tashima Johnson, 2447 North Hollywood Street. City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
I think we have more votes to come.
We're missing Mr. Tennant.
Yes, he had to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry. City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you. Please note for the record, Mr. Tennant had to excuse himself. Okay, let's move to the next matter.
Next matter is case number 16, appeal number HA-2021-004291, John Matthews for 6401 Saybrook Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark. Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, Mr. John Matthews. My apologies. Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews.
He's a phone number.
Yes, he was here earlier, I believe. Mr. Matthews.
He's here. He's muted.
He's muted. Can you unmute him, Ms. Alfred, or does he have to do that?
I can ask him to unmute.
Okay. Mr. Matthews. Okay, we're having some connectivity problems. Ms. Clark, is this your your final remaining matter with us today?
No, I have another matter.
Okay. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to continue to try to connect with Mr. Matthews. In the meantime, we're moving on to the next matter.
Okay. Next matter is case number 18, appeal number HA-2021-004329, Christine S. Sawinski for 3037 Aramingo Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mrs. Winsky, can you activate your video so we can see your face?
I really don't know how to do that. I don't have
Okay.
a computer. I'm just on my phone.
Okay, all righty. Who's representing the city in this matter? Okay, we don't have anyone for the city. Just Mr. Winsky, just hold on for a moment until we get the city's lawyer to Ms. Clark and Mr. Rulo, would you
Board,
mind?
this is Caroline Curley. I believe it's Miss Reinhardt. She seems to be frozen.
Okay. We'll just give her a moment to try to reconnect. Okay, let's do this. It's getting late in the evening and everyone's having connectivity problems.
Apologize, are you able to hear me?
Ms. Reinhardt, are you there?
Yes, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay,
I apologize for that connectivity problem.
okay, thank you. Mr. Winsky, I'm gonna have to have you swear, unless there's an objection from the city, that that your identity is who you say you are, and also that you will be truthful in your testimony. So I need you to raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm that in fact you are Christine Zawinski and that you will be truthful in your testimony in today's hearing?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, please proceed.
Good afternoon, board. This is a vacant property operating without a vacant property license. I would like to call Inspector Stacy Jones as the witness.
Okay,
Hello. Stacey
Okay.
Jones, my,
Mr. Jones, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt?
I am sharing my
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, we're having difficulty hearing you. You're frozen again. Ms. Reinhardt, you're frozen again. Okay, so let's do this. She's frozen again. And Ms. Jones and Mr. Winsky, I'm gonna ask you to indulge us for a moment because we're gonna have to give Ms. Reinhardt an opportunity to reconnect to us. In the meantime, I'm hopeful that she is not representing the next case, which is number 19. Who's representing that case?
Board, this is Caroline Curley. Miss Reinhardt is representing that matter as well.
Oh, boy. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question that maybe Ms. Chalice can
hear me now?
answer.
Yeah, just one moment, Mr.
Oh.
Winsky. Wait, just one moment.
Okay.
Just one moment. Okay. Is there anyone near Miss Reinhardt that may be able to help her or trade computers with her or something?
We are working from remotely.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Reinhardt?
Are you not? Are you able, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
can log in through, if you can't hear me, I will log in through my phone at this point.
Okay, I can hear you now, but if you go out again, would you kindly log in through your phone? But at the moment, we
Absolutely.
can hear you. We can hear you at the moment. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I apologize for the connectivity issues. Inspector Jones, are you familiar with 3037 Aramingo Avenue?
I am. I
How are
conducted-
you familiar with this property?
I went out on a complaint. And I inspected the front and the rear, and I sent out the proper violation notice to the owner.
Okay, I am going to share my screen. What has been previously marked Exhibit A, which is the notice of violation sent July 2nd, 2021. Is this the notice of violation that you sent the owner?
It is.
Okay. And can you tell me what problems you found with this property?
Ms. Reinhardt, before you continue with the inspector, because of the problem we had on the last case, could you tell us when this property was last inspected before today's hearing?
Sure, Ms. Jones, are you able to answer that?
That would have been August I want to say the 19th. It was August the 19th.
Of this year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Please proceed. Ms. Reinhardt?
Of this year, correct? That these appeals are, I will log in through my phone now in order to.
Yeah. Please do.
Okay, I'm in the waiting room.
Is she in yet, Miss Elsa?
Yes, I'll let her in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Reinhardt,
It's an
you may,
echo.
yeah, you may need to shut one of them down because of the echo.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. It's also the city's position that the appeal is regarding whether this violation existed at the time that the notices were written, rather than whether there is currently an ongoing problem.
Okay, you went out again.
The violation. Put that.
We didn't hear anything you just said.
Sure. So it's okay.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Are you able to hear me now?
Vaguely, just your bits and pieces. So would it help if you shut down your computer and just use your phone?
Okay.
They need a computer to go to her phone.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. It is the city's position that The appeal is to whether the violation existed at the time that the notice was written, rather than whether there is currently an ongoing issue with the violation. Were you able to hear me?
Yes, yes. Okay, so the
Okay.
issue, do you have any other witnesses?
Inspector Jones, we have not gotten through the testimony of Inspector Jones yet. So I am going to ask her whether or what violation she found at this property.
Okay, one of the front windows was broken. The rear yard was severely overgrown, and there were holes in the structural walls in the rear that the neighbors were complaining that raccoons were going in and out, things of that nature.
Scrolling down, I am showing you photographs that were taken.
Miss Reinhardt, we don't have those on screen. And so you probably will need to reconsider your presentation, because if you're on the phone, we can't see your screen.
Okay, I'm attempting a photograph of the property now.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that seems to have affected your connectivity though, but okay, continue as much as you can, but we may need to abbreviate this.
Sure. So, Inspector Jones, are these the photographs that you took?
They are.
Okay, can you tell us what they are?
They, excuse me, the property located at 3037 Aramingo Avenue.
And what do they depict?
This is the rear of the property. That's one of the holes that the neighbors are complaining about, that the rodents are getting in and out through.
Is this the vegetation that you described previously?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the window that you described?
Yes,
This, I believe you said, is in the front of the property?
it is.
Okay. Those are all my questions for Inspector Jones.
Okay. You have any other witnesses?
No.
Okay. Mrs. Winsky, are you the owner of the property?
Yes,
Or does anyone else on the deed with you, or just you?
just me.
Now, so what are you doing about correcting those violations?
I'm having a hard time finding people to do the work for me, and I'm 70 years old. I think this property is becoming a little too much for me. And I'm wondering how would my standing be affected if I put the property up for sale?
Well, you have a written violation against your property, so you need to correct those violations. One of which is to get a vacant property license. Have you submitted an application for that?
Well, I've tried, and it's very difficult. I don't have a computer at home. I tried to go to the library and get on the Eclipse system, but I really just ended up going in circles.
Well, have you gone down to the department?
The department, is the department open? It was not
Yes.
open for a while.
Yes, it's open.
I did try mailing forms and a check into L&I, but that was returned to me saying they no longer accept applications through the mail.
Okay, but you can go to it's open, or have you gone to your council person's office to ask for help?
No.
I would also recommend you consider doing that. Your council person's office or senior citizen center near you may be able to give you assistance with the computer. But you need to submit the application for a vacant property license, and you need to get someone to make the repairs to keep the rodents out of your property.
You know,
But
I
sell it-
was wondering, I had a vacant property license. Could the city send me a renewal and bill me for it?
I think you're going to have to make the application yourself directly.
Even though I had had a license in the past, they couldn't renew it for me?
I
In
don't
the
believe
mail?
that's, I don't believe that's possible without you taking the first step.
Okay,
Okay, so you need to do
okay,
that. Now, putting the house up for sale is okay, but it won't eliminate this violation. You have to take care of the violations, okay?
okay.
Okay. There's no family who can help you with this?
Not really. I'm sort of, I didn't have children, so I'm sort of by myself.
Okay. Yeah, I would
Do you
recommend,
know of any senior citizens organizations that could help me?
no, I'm not familiar with one I can recommend, but I would suggest to you that you start with your city council person's office. And there is a district office in that area, right, Ms. Reinhardt? I'm not sure which district office covers that.
Is there a district L&I office I can go to?
I believe so. Ms. Reinhardt, is that the case?
There is, I can email you that information after this hearing.
I don't know if she has a computer. I don't think she has a computer.
You can email it to my phone.
Okay.
I have an email address.
Okay, and I believe that you recorded that in the appeal. So I will email the address provided there.
Okay. Will
Okay.
they be able to issue me the license from there?
No, ma'am. You have to take the appropriate action once you get the application, okay? You're gonna have to do some
Okay.
things on your end. Okay. All right,
Okay.
thank you. We're gonna poll the board on HA-2021-004-329, Christine S. Sawinski, 3037 Aramingo Avenue. City affirmed with 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
Thank you, Mr. Lewinsky. What we did is voted to affirm the city, but gave you 60 days to take the action you need to take. So there won't be any additional enforcement action for 60 days, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. But please move on there. Get that taken care of. Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Okay, let's call the next case, Denise Van Sturtevant, I think.
So if I may make this request, I am also handling that case as well, but due to connectivity issues, I'd like the opportunity to be able to restart my computer and log back in. Would we be able to go to the next case first?
I'm not sure. Well, now, I think you logged in a couple times before, didn't you?
No, I was not able to shut down my computer.
Oh, so you want to shut down and completely?
Yes.
Can you remain on the phone though while you're doing that?
I can, but I cannot show exhibits.
Okay, how complex is this next matter? And I'm pressing you because the hour is getting considerably late and I want to move through this.
Right, and I'm concerned about the delay that it would cause for my connectivity issues, which is why I think if I'm able to shut down and restart, it may be able to.
Okay, let's
move
do
more
this.
quickly.
Let's do this. Who's the representing number 27, Cash Properties?
Commissioner, that's me. I'm Natalie Clishdorny. I represent Cash Properties.
Okay, and you representing the city of Philadelphia?
No, Michael Rulo does.
Oh, okay. So, we will then skip that and go down to 27. And Mr. Van Sturtevant, I apologize, but as you can imagine, you've been sitting there. I see your image. Its connectivity is a real issue here, and we want to be able to hear your case and give you a fair hearing. So we're going to skip to 27 and come back to you. Okay. So let's call in 27.
Good afternoon, board members, or I suppose good evening at this point. So this is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city of Philadelphia for this matter.
Okay, I will ask Ms. Alfred to read in the case before we begin, okay?
Apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. This is case number 27, appeal number HA-2021-002956, Cash Properties Unlimited LLC for 1401 North 29th Street, and they're represented by Alan Nachumson, Esquire.
Malcolmson.
Yeah, sorry if I messed that up.
It's, I'm actually representing Cash Properties. We're from the same law firm.
Okay, would you mind pronouncing those names for the record, please, so that our court reporter can get them correctly?
My name or Mr. Nachumson's name?
Both, if you would, please.
So my name is Natalie Clistorny, KLYASHTORNY. And Mr. Nachumson's name is Alan Nachumson, NOCHUMSON.com. SOM.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Rulo.
Thank you, Chairman Woodson. So I just wanted to start off, there are some procedural complexities in this matter that I just wanted to clarify for the board. So specifically, the appeal in this matter concerns an intent to cease operations order that was issued in 2020. So in 2021, L&I actually closed out that violation case and reissued this matter with another intent to cease operations, and it included substantively similar violations. So I had spoken to Ms. Clistorny about this, and just for efficiency purposes, we would request that this appeal be treated as an appeal of that 2021 intent to cease operations order.
Okay, is the violation specifically to that 2021 cease order? I mean, the appeal.
Yeah, so just for clarification, the 2020 case included a violation for lack of a use permit and an inoperable fire alarm system, among others. The present violation case also includes that a violation for an inoperable fire alarm system.
Okay, all right, so we'll do that then. Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Okay. So turning to the substance of this matter, I'd just first also like to note that in the basis of the appeal is not actually a dispute of the existence of the violations. If you review the appeal, it's actually just a request for additional time. So for efficiency purposes, I'm going to try and limit the testimony from Inspector Griffin on that point.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Just call Inspector Francine Griffin and ask that she be sworn in, please.
Okay. Ms. Griffin?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, please proceed.
1 second. I am also struggling to get my exhibits up. Just 1 second. Can you see the exhibits on the screen now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now, well, let's see here. I have some that were hiding behind. No, that's a different case. Okay, my apologies.
Can you see?
It's coming up now. It's coming up. It's
Can you see
slowly coming
something
up.
marked Exhibit B?
Not yet. I have it. Oh, now I have it. We have it now.
All right, thank you. Just 1 second. Seems like this is just the evening of computer issues for all of us.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, you can see something denoted as Exhibit B?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. I apologize for the delay here. Inspector Griffin, can you see what I've put on the
Would
screen?
you focus in a little bit? It's a little small. Yeah, we need to be a little bigger. That's much better. Thank you.
Inspector Griffin, can you see what I preliminarily marked as City Exhibit D entitled Violation Notice in Order to Correct?
Yes.
Okay. What property was this violation notice issued for?
1401 North 29th Street.
And you're familiar with that property?
Mr. Rulo,
Yes.
I don't believe the inspector was sworn.
Yes, I swore in.
I beg your pardon.
Yep.
Sorry, thank you.
Mhm.
I thought I heard someone else, excuse me. And turning down to the substance of these violations, what were the violations at this property?
Inoperable fire alarm system and to submit a current fire alarm certification along with some other fire code and property maintenance violations.
And do those violations remain open?
As far as I know, yes.
And when was the last time you inspected the property? Actually, strike that. To comply these violations, does the owner need to obtain a permit?
Yes.
And has the owner obtained that permit?
No, he has not.
Has the owner previously obtained a permit to comply the violations?
No, he did not.
So there was no permit that has previously expired for this property?
There is a permit that did expire back in 2021.
Right.
For failure to submit the plans for the fire alarm system.
Correct.
Okay. And has
He
the
said he's
owner,
been looking at me all day.
I'm sorry, someone speaking out of turn, would you, Miss Alfred, if you could mute that person. Mr. Rulo, my apologies, if you could put.
no problem at all. The owner, just to clarify for the purposes, so the owner requires a permit to comply the violations here and has still not obtained that permit, correct?
A permit was actually applied for yesterday for the electrical permit for the installation of the fire alarm system, but it has not been issued.
Thank you. The board members, like I said, I'm going to try and keep this short since the violation is actually not in dispute. The final, subject to any cross-examination from Ms. Glashorny, the final aspect of testimony is I just request that the board take judicial notice of the fact that the lack of an operable fire alarm system is a clear and substantial danger. I think that's something well within the general knowledge of the panel that cannot reasonably be disputed. So I just ask for that for the purposes of the record.
Okay, I have one question though, Ms. Griffin. How is that property currently being used?
It is a mixed use property. It's for like assembly on the first floor and then residential on the second and third, I believe.
Okay, assembly on the first floor? Okay.
Yes.
And apartment on the second, upper floors?
Yeah, second and third, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, just
Professor Norman?
cross-examination. Ms.
Yes.
Griffin, a permit has been applied for, is that correct?
Yes, the application was applied for, yes.
And were plans submitted along with the permit?
I believe so, yes.
How long do you think it'll take for the department to issue the permit?
I cannot answer that question. I do not know how long it will take.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Class-Dorman, will you have witnesses?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I have my client's electrician. I just saw him, but he disappeared.
Okay, well, I just wanted.
I'm
just
still
checking.
here.
Okay. That's
Okay,
great.
I'm asking, I just wanted to know if you will have them. Mr. Rulo, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay,
I just want to confirm the violation notices written regarding the electrical permits, fire permits were first written in 2020, and it's now 2022. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay. All righty. Ms. Class-Dorman, your turn.
Yes, I have Rashad McGee, my client's electrician.
Okay, I don't see him anywhere.
I'm here. I'm not sure. My
Okay.
picture's coming up.
Yeah, now you are. Would you raise your right hand, sir, so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or
Yes.
affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
And would you spell your full name, please?
RASHAD MCGHEE.
McGee, G-H-E-E?
Yes.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
Mr. McKee, are you a licensed electrician?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you affiliated with any company?
Well, my own company, yes.
And what is the name of that company?
Prime Electrical Contractors Incorporated.
How long have you been a licensed electrician?
Ooh, I want to say 7 years now, 7 or 8 years.
And are you licensed with the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, I am.
And do you primarily work in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes.
Did you apply for an electrical permit on behalf of my client, Cash Properties?
Yes, I did.
And when was that application submitted?
The most recent was submitted today.
You said the most recent. Were there previous ones submitted?
Yes, I submitted an application for this particular property. Maybe, I would have to go through my clips, but I want to say it was a little bit more than a year ago.
Do you know what happened?
Yeah, the plans were never drawn up in a time, like in a fashion where I can get back to the project. So what had happened was I submitted the permit, and it got kicked back to me because the examiner stated that we need plans, fire alarm plans. And so I passed the information forward to the property owners, but it's just it kind of just got lost, between me having more business to take care of, and it didn't happen fast enough for me. So I kind of, I'm not going to say I walked away from it, but it became distant to the point where I forgot about it, if I'm being honest.
And were plans eventually created?
Yes. And those were submitted with the new application.
And so the plans were submitted with the new application.
Yes.
In your experience, do you know how long it will take for L&I to approve these plans and the permit?
Well, generally my electrical plans go through, I'd say 2-3 days max.
Once the permit is approved, will you be able to perform the work that needs to be done to cure the violation?
Yes, I'd be able to.
How long do you think it'll take you to do the work so that the violation comes in compliance?
I would give myself about 3, maybe 4 weeks, just scheduling, make sure I can get them on the schedule and get the work taken care of. But the work itself, maybe a week, to get the work taken care of.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Rulo, you have any cross-examination?
Very briefly. So just to be clear, so you were retained when to work on this project?
The most recent was, I want to say 2 weeks ago, I was called.
But you were previously retained in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you initially retained?
A little over a year ago.
Okay. And so, excuse me. And so were you the one that applied for the permit?
Yes.
Okay, the previous permit, excuse me, I'll refer to it as the 2021 permit.
Yes.
And so you were aware when that eventually expired?
Yeah, it comes up on my Eclipse. So yes, it is expired now.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Mrs. Clash-Dormer, will you have any more fact witnesses, or is he it?
And no, I do not have any more fact witnesses.
Okay.
I do have my clients on standby if the board has any questions.
Well, maybe I could, Mr. Rulo, maybe your inspector can help me with this. When did this property, according to city records, go into violation? Did it have a fire alarm system at one time that was certified that the license expired, or et cetera?
So board members, I can bring this up on the screen, but City Exhibit A, I'm trying to bring that up. That was the original case. So that was the subject of appeal. And that was the original case that also included a violation for lack of an operative fire alarm. And pardon me.
Okay.
I can bring that up on the screen.
No, I think you've answered my question. The issue is
Okay.
how long has the residents, particularly the residential residents, been at risk for not having a operable fire alarm system? And Ms. Clastormi is an attorney. She's not here as a fact witness. So I just want to see if I can get that in the record.
And just for the purposes of the record, if the board would look at City Exhibit B, and unless Ms. Clastorni has an objection to that, I'd ask that it be entered into the record because it reflects the date and the fact that there was a lack of an operating fire alarm system. So subject to any objection, I just ask that City Exhibit B be admitted into the record.
Okay. Mr. Clastormi, do you have any objection to that? If not, we will submit.
Can I just see Exhibit B again?
Yes, please give me 1 second.
Again, I don't know whether this is something that the inspector testifies to. When you're putting that up and we can see the date. Clearly.
So just for clarity, so there are I believe three documents in City Exhibit B. One, if you look here, there was a notice of intent issued to the occupant. And then the second page is to Cash Properties Unlimited LLC.
Well, I believe we had agreed that this was not that the 2020 violation has been mooted and that the issue is the 2021 violations.
I'm admitting this, I'm asking that this be admitted solely for the purpose of answering the chairman's question in terms of when this violation for lack of an inoperable fire alarm was first issued.
Well, I would still object to that as, being
Ms.
irrelevant
Clastormi,
to the instant appeal.
are you prepared to give a date? Yourself?
And when there was what working fire alarm?
Yeah. How long has it been since there's been a working fire alarm?
I like you said, Commissioner, I'm not a fact witness and I don't have that information.
I would
Okay.
just ask what the basis of the objection is to admitting this, because I'm happy to provide a foundation for this from the witness so that it can be admitted as a business record.
2 weeks. Now, you said this is.
All right, you know what, I would like to put on my client for testimony about this issue.
Okay.
'Cause I think he can shed some light on it.
Okay.
He's on the Zoom.
What kind of
Gregory Parker.
Hey, how y'all doing? How everybody doing? This building.
Wait a minute, sir.
Come in.
Sir, before you say anything, I need Ms. Clastormi, your attorney, to introduce you and to qualify him so we know who we're talking to.
Do you want to swear him in?
Yeah, I need to know who he is. I don't have an idea who he is. Ms. Clastormi, introduce him, please.
This is my client, Gregory Parker. He is the manager of Cash Properties.
Okay. Mr. Parker, would you raise your right hand, sir?
Yeah,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth to help you God?
Girl wasn't there, so I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
Yes.
Okay, thank
One
you.
that hasn't been heard yet.
Okay, Ms. Clastormi, please.
Yes,
One of hers is better.
Mr. Parker, you know what, there's somebody talking in the
I'm
background.
talking. I can't hear.
Yeah, that's coming from Miss Griffin's office.
Can she mute herself since?
I got her.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Parker, the issue is how long has the fire alarm been inoperable? Do you have any information for the board about this?
We don't know an exact date. I know it's been when we were notified that it wasn't working, I wasn't even aware. We had purchased that property. It was initially a bar. And so we don't know if it was what was grandfathered, what was not, what was already in there. We wasn't sure. So we just changed it into a community learning center, which the upstairs was really our office. We was using our office for the upstairs, and the downstairs was a community learning center that we had ripped out. So nobody was really living there. Towards the end, once I shut it down, my brother was like just hanging in there, but that was it. So nobody was in there. So I don't know how long. I know I had hired the electrician, Rashad, the guys that's on there now, and I hired him. He's the only electrician I ever hired to get it done. And like you said, just things kind of got distorted over the last year or so. And I was under the assumption, even when I spoke with Inspector Griffin, that certain things had got done. I was like, well, we submitted this, we did this, and that's not really my expertise. So I know once we paid for everything and we were waiting on some things, and things just got distorted. But I don't really know how long in existence, but it was a bar. So I don't know if it was already an alarm system in there before we turned it into a community learning center, but it was originally a bar. So I don't know. It had been there.
Okay.
years before I was born.
Mr.
So-
Parker, what year did you buy the property?
I want to say, well, maybe 4 years ago, I think she bought it.
Okay, give me a year. I need a year for the record.
You know what year you bought the property?
Wait a minute, sir. Mr. Parker, you can't have conversations with other people while you're testifying.
I'm sorry. I want to say 17.
2017?
Yes.
Okay. And now your testimony is that it's now an office on the upper floors and
Not no more. It's shut down. It's
So-
shut down now.
So what's on the upper
Nobody's there.
floor? What's on the upper
I mean,
floors?
nothing. It's just empty. Nobody's there. It's shut down. We moved our
Okay.
offices to Florida.
Okay, what kind of a use registration do you have? What use do you have certified for that building?
I think it's apartments upstairs, and a assembly downstairs.
That is correct. In fact, Inspector Griffin had quoted from the use permit.
Okay, and you have kitchens is configured as residential units upstairs?
Yeah, upstairs, the two upstairs. Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. All right, anything else, Ms. Castormi?
I just want to note for the record that I looked while we were on, I looked up Atlas and Catch Properties bought the property March 28, 2018.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So I have no further questions for Mr. Parker, but as we've indicated, the permit is pending, the application for the permit is pending. All we need is additional time for the permit to be approved and for Mr. McGee to do the work.
Okay, Mr.
If I-
Rulo, you any cross-examination?
Yes, very briefly.
Please.
Good afternoon, sir. I think that he's still on mute.
Yes, you're muted, Mr. Parker. Yeah, there you go.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Michael Rulo. I'm the attorney for the city in this matter. So you filed this appeal in 2020, correct?
I don't know when exactly we filed it. I usually just handle with my attorney, so I don't know when it was filed. I got so much going on. I don't know the exact time.
Mike, the appeal was filed about a year ago in 2021.
Okay.
Around July 20, once we received the July 2021 cease order, that's when the appeal was filed. It was not filed in 2020.
And so at the time that you filed this appeal, you were aware of the violation for the inoperable fire alarm, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay.
I just have some, I have some brief redirect, I apologize.
Yes, please.
Mr. Parker, when you received the cease order, did you personally meet with Inspector Griffin?
Yes. Every time Inspector Griffin came, I tried to make sure I was there.
Okay, and did you have a conversation with Inspector Griffin?
Yes.
And was it your intention to obtain the required certification?
Absolutely. I even asked what was it that I needed to get done, because I just wanted to get it done and be done with it.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Parker, just for clarity's sake in the record, what is Cash Properties? What is it? What kind of entity is that?
Real estate company.
Real estate is it a broker?
No, just investment company.
Oh, it's a real estate investment company. So you invest in, you have other properties in the city that you own?
Yes, I've been in front of you guys before. I was building a gym. I own, that's just one of the LLCs that my wife owned. We have multiple LLCs, but I've been in front of you guys before. I was building a gym at 29th and Glenwood.
Okay. And this particular location though, is it currently operating at all? Is anyone in the building
Nope,
upstairs or downstairs?
Unfortunately, I had to shut it down.
Okay. And how long has Cash Properties been in operation?
Been in business. I'm assuming, I want to say since maybe 17 or 18.
Since 2017, 18?
Yeah, that's just one LLC we own. We own hundreds of properties in the Philadelphia area though.
Okay, well, that's really what I'm getting to. If you aren't the person in your business who know all these details, are they people in your business who know the requirements for owning and management of investment property in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay, and that person isn't managing this particular location?
Yes. There's nothing really to manage there right now. It's shut down.
Okay, you
So my
said
property-
earlier that I'm only asking because you said earlier you didn't understand what was required. That's why I'm asking that question.
No, what I was saying was, as far as from an electrical standpoint, like this is what I do. If it's something I don't know, I'm a hired electrician. When I met with Inspector Griffin, I hired the necessary people, put them in place. I hired my attorney. I hired my electrician. Once I paid them and they had to do what they had to do, I'm just showing up. So you know what I mean? It wasn't really for me to understand directly how each component of it works if I'm hiring somebody that's what they specialize in.
Okay. All right. Well, the point is that you as the owner or someone in your company should always know what the rules are. Things like a fire alarm system is critical to life safety. And so
Exactly.
you should know that in every property you own, you should know what's required. Okay, let's move on. Ms. Crestomi, do you have any other witnesses that you need to call?
I do not.
I have a question for Mr. Parker. It was represented by the inspector that the permitted use on the first floor is assembly. I believe Mr. Parker said it was being used as a community learning center. Was it in fact operated for any period of time as a community learning center, Mr. Parker?
Oh yes, we did a lot of things out of there. We taught literally thousands of people out of that building.
You served thousands of people out of that building?
Easily. We got videos. There have been thousands of people out of that building in the beginning. So what we would do is this.
Without having a properly licensed fire alarm system?
We didn't know until the inspector came that it wasn't right, that it wasn't on right. Can you hear me?
You answered my question.
Yeah, once she told us, we shut down.
Okay, Mr. Parker, the issue is that when you buy a property, you determine what's required to operate that kind of use. And so for future uses, it's on you or whoever is the owner is to figure that out before you open the door.
Right,
Gotta
you
know
got
that
it.
stuff.
Well, Mr. Woodson, he did testify that he was under the assumption that there was a working fire alarm.
And no assumptions never work in a real estate transaction when you buy a property. You have to do the appropriate due diligence, which means
You're right.
you hire inspectors, you hire whatever you need professionals to determine what's working or not working.
That's why
Okay,
we're here
let's-
today. I'm trying to get it done.
Yeah, let's move on. Mr. Rulo, you have anything else?
I'm just going to briefly for closing. I'm actually kind of a bit confused at this point because this is an appeal of an intent to cease operations, and the only basis of the appeal is to provide more time. The property is already effectively under a cease because it's not operating. So, at this point, we believe that, I think this testimony has shown that there's a clear understanding that the violation is there, that that there's an experienced owner here that should understand and does appear to understand that he has these obligations. So, in this circumstance, we're going to request that a city affirm of the intent to cease without any stay of enforcement.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Ms. Clustormer, you have any final argument?
I do. As the evidence has shown, my client did in fact apply for the permit application. The plans were submitted. It's just a matter of time before the permit will be issued and the work can be done. I've been sitting, in the Zoom hearing for close to 5 hours, and I've heard many people, many property owners have a very blasé attitude towards compliance with the Philadelphia Code, and they testified that they have no intention of doing so. My client has testified that he's actually done the work. He met with Inspector Griffin. He had applied for the permit and he submitted the plans, and he intends to do this and come into compliance. All we need is just 60 more days to come into compliance. He is remorseful, as you can see, unlike most of the people I've been hearing this afternoon.
Ms. Clustormer, it doesn't help your case to reference other clients when particularly you aren't factually correct. No one has indicated they would not comply. And so that's not an appropriate closing.
If I may just briefly respond to on the testimony, 5 seconds, but as Inspector Griffin noted, they previously obtained a permit to comply this and then let it expire without doing any of the work. So
No, you can't speak, sir, please.
This candidly shouldn't be here. That permit should have been completed, the work done, and this marked moot complied long ago. So
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we're at the point where we can call this to a vote. Okay?
Can I add something in there?
No, sir. You as a witness, and you only if your lawyer calls you.
Can I call Mr. McGee then?
You've done your closing argument, not at this point. We're done. Okay, this is with regard to appeal number HA-2021-002956, Cash Properties Unlimited LLC, 1401 North 29th Street, City Affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and your participation. Did Ms. Reinhardt, is she able to sign back in?
Mr. Chair, could you look at my message I
Yes.
sent you?
Yes, sir. I think we are, okay. Do you need to go off the record for a few minutes, sir? Because we need you to come back because we will need a quorum. Oh, no, we're good. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, we will need you to, you're muted.
I only need 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going off the record for 5 minutes. It's now 6:12. We'll come back at 6:20.
Chairman, very quickly, that completes my business. May I please be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon. Miss,
This meeting is being recorded.
thank you, Miss Rob. Just give me the thumbs up. Thank you very much. We're back on the record. Miss Alfred, which case are we doing?
We're doing number 19.
Number 19?
Mhm.
Okay, let's read that into the record, please.
Okay, this is case number 19, appeal number HA-2021-004330 for Denise Von Stuyvesant for 742 Martin Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia, REINHART.
Okay, now Denise Van Stuyvesant, are you
Stuyvesant.
present? Stuyvesant,
Yes.
are you present?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, would you mind pronouncing your last name and then spelling it for us, please?
Van Stuyvesant. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay. V is in victory, A-N, capital S, T, U, Y is in yellow, V is in Victor, E is in Edward, S is in Sam, A is in Apple, N is in Nancy, T is in Tom.
Okay, thank you. It's Van Stuyvesant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My apologies for mispronouncing your name. It's been a long day. Okay, let's what we're going to do is proceed with the Ms. Reinhardt, and then we will get to Ms. Van Stuyvesant. Okay.
Thank
Ms.
you, Board.
Reinhardt and then who?
What will happen? Ms. Reinhardt is the lawyer representing the city,
Yes.
and after she's done her opening and inquired as her witnesses, we will then ask you to speak on about your case. Okay.
Yes.
But before I do that, I need to swear you in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, you can place your hand down. The property in question, are you the only person on the deed?
My mother is dead.
Okay, so does that mean your mother's the only name on the deed?
Philadelphia Revenue just has me.
Okay, well, that isn't what I asked you. I said, whose name is on the deed?
Yes.
Whose name is on the
Denise
deed?
Van Stuyvesant.
If we pull up the deed now, will we see your name or your mother's name?
Mine.
Okay.
Mine first, then her name. Her name is Opal K. McClary.
Okay, Mr. Jefferson, where are we? What do you think?
Oh, if her mother is deceased, it depends on how the property was titled. So I guess the question to the appellant would be, is there any instrument that left the property exclusively to her, or what, does she have any
Well,
siblings?
she left it in her will.
Okay.
To just you or to you and your siblings and other family members?
Oh, no, just me.
Just you?
As a matter of fact, the siblings were specifically excluded.
Okay.
And they're
would you-
dead.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, would you advise us to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Van Stuyvesant, this may seem like a petty detail, but one of the things is super important is that we only do business with the legally entitled person. So no one can pretend to be you, or someone can make a decision about property which they do not own. And so we're incredibly strict about that, okay? And so that protects your interests and everyone else's. So no one can make a decision about property they do not own. Okay?
Right.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Reinhardt, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to call Inspector Stacy Jones.
Okay,
Hello again.
Ms. Jones, please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. And place your hand down. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Inspector Jones, are you familiar with 742 South Martin Street?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with it?
I went out on a complaint of a vacant property with the rear overgrown.
Okay. I am going to share my screen what has been previously marked Exhibit A. Are you able to see it?
I see Exhibit A.
Okay. This is a notice of violation dated June 24th, 2021. This is the notice of violation that you issued?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what you found at this property?
I found a 3-story row home. Rear was overgrown. The rear yard was overgrown. The front, somewhat intact. Would I say someone lives there? No.
Okay. So it indicates here that you wrote it up as a vacant property. What made you believe that it was vacant?
Well, the front of the property has interior doors propped up to the first floor windows. And then the second floor and the third floor have no window coverings at all.
Okay, I am scrolling down to photographs. Did you take this photograph of the property?
Recently.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted here?
That's the rear of 742 Martin.
And it looks like the windows are partially boarded. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's partially boarded. I'm going to say they made the windows smaller.
Okay. And what do we see here?
This is the front of 742 Martin Street.
I'm going to scroll in. This is the second picture, just for the record. Is
those two windows with the bars actually have interior doors propped up on the inside.
Okay. Scrolling down to the third photograph, what are we looking at here?
That is the kitchen. I'm assuming that's the kitchen, but that's the rear window.
Okay. Is there any glazing inside the window, meaning the glass?
There was not.
And there appears to be some type of, I'm just going to call it a square that's leaning. Do you know, is that part of the
That
window?
looks like it could have been the screen at one point to that window.
And did you notice whether this HVAC system was running at the time that you were there?
It was not.
Moving on to the next photograph, is this just a more zoomed in version of the front windows that you described previously?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you have a conversation with the owner about whether this property was occupied?
I did, and she stated that it was occupied by her son.
And what did you ask for proof that it was occupied?
I asked her to supply the water bill.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked Exhibit B. Is this the water bill that was sent?
That was.
And it appears that the usage charge is 0. What was your understanding then about, you know, the water and usage of this property?
There was very little water usage at that address.
If any.
Yes, if any.
Okay. And based on that, have you seen any indications that this property has been occupied even since this water bill was submitted?
Nope. Property still remains the same.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. Ms. Jones, did you ever do an interior inspection?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Any additional witnesses, Ms. Reinhardt?
None.
Okay, Ms. Stuyvesant, Van Stuyvesant, my apologies. What's your response to the violation?
First of all, the appeal was about a vacant structure license. My son lives there. I submitted bank statements to the Violations Bureau to prove that not only does he live there, the bank statements have his name, but the utilities, electric, gas, internet, water, all come out of his account.
Okay, so how long has your son lived there?
Since November of 2018.
Okay. Has there ever been an interior inspection of the property?
Well, only when I had things done that I had permits for.
Which
I
things have you had done?
H&H Heating put in a boiler, an electric heater.
When did that happen?
2018.
Okay.
Pratt, that's a licensed plumber. They moved the sewer system into the house and installed a hot tub. That was in 2018. Brandon Electric changed all of the electric and put in the lights that are in the ceiling.
Recess lights.
Recess lights.
Who was that who spoke?
My
Sir,
son.
you can't do that unless your name, this is being recorded by a court reporter. Every word uttered has to be attached to an individual. And so unless you're sworn in, you can't say anything, okay?
Got it.
Thank you. Ms. Van Stuyvesant, please continue.
I noticed that Ms. Jones called out a screen that was missing or trying to imply something was wrong with the windows, but the windows have been replaced. And to my knowledge, I thought the last time she was out there was in 2021.
Do you have any photographs of the current condition of the rear and the front?
Well, you saw the front.
But those are the old photographs. I'm asking you today, do you have any photographs to prove your point? Because
no.
the rear was boarded up. And quite frankly, that's why I asked the inspector, has she done an interior inspection to determine if the house is habitable? And maybe he shouldn't be living there if it's not habitable. That's why I asked.
Okay, I don't have pictures of the back or the front.
Okay. If you're going to prove your point regarding the issue of the vacant property license, which isn't incredibly expensive, but if you're going to prove that point, you have to show that the property is being occupied. And if you have photographs to show that, be helpful. If you have copies of the permits that you pull for plumbing and electrical and otherwise, that would help prove your point.
The permits are with the city.
They also with you as the property owner. Your plumbing inspector, your plumbing contractor should have given you copies of his permit. So was the electrical contractor.
Well, then I'll have to get them from the city.
Oh, they
because
didn't give you those?
Well, probably this is 2022.
Correct.
In 2018 when they were done.
Yes.
So I'll get those permits.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am, that you would have that would be an offer of proof that in fact the property is occupied?
What about utilities that are paid by my son that lives there?
Did you submit those for what your hearing?
I did.
Violet? You submitted them to the city as part of your.
I submitted them to the city, and I submitted them to Miss Jones. I sent her.
Was
and Crystal-
I'm asking a different question. Were they submitted with your appeal?
Yes. Oh, not with the appeal.
Yes. So that
I
means
had
that
to
the board
submit them by
doesn't.
today.
Yeah, the board doesn't have them, correct?
They do. Crystal Early said she had them. Crystal
Okay.
Early is in the appeals department. She sent me an email saying that they had received the bank statements.
They should have been sent to the board.
Okay.
They were.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to the chairman.
Okay. All right. Do we have anything from anyone else? No?
Just to clarify, do we have copies of any of those? Because I have not seen them, and Inspector Jones has not either. We
I
only
sent
have
them
the
to
water
Inspector
bill.
Jones.
I can say this. I seen the bank statements. I looked over the bank statements. I don't know if that's for 742. It just say somebody paid PICO, somebody paid PGW, somebody paid water. I don't know if it's for 742.
Okay.
It just
It
says
says
payment was made.
742 at the top of the bank statement.
That's the bank statement, the transaction.
It has
I don't
my
know
son's
if it's
name.
for-
Wait, hold on a
Address.
minute. Ma'am, we're gonna do this in order. So Ms. Jones, you are a witness called by your attorney. So you respond to your attorney calling you to respond to things, okay?
Yes.
That's how we will keep order. Okay, so there was the information that was submitted. I'm looking through the appeal. I just wanted to quickly check to see what's here that was submitted by the appellant. One other thing, do you have a lease with your son, ma'am?
No,
Does he
we
pay
just
rent?
we have a verbal agreement.
Okay. And a verbal agreement requires that he pay rent?
No, he pays the taxes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of what she sent. Do you need me to forward it to you?
I just want to, I found the email myself. I'm just going through it. I don't see the other things. I just see the violation notices. That's all. I don't see anything else in the old photographs.
If there were any documents that were submitted to the board other than the actual appeal and the notice of violation, the city does not have them. So I would ask for them to be forwarded to me or at least shown on the screen.
Okay. Which is easier for you, Miss Alfred?
Well, I have a copy.
No, I'm
of
asking
them.
Miss Alfred. I asked Miss Alfred.
I
Ms. Alford?
am going to send them to Ms. Reinhardt right now.
Just send it to all of us. So, and send it to her and she can put them on the screen, but send it to all of us quickly, if you could do that.
Yep.
Thank you. As we proceed, the only other thing I would suggest, Ms. Van Sturdivant, that one of the things that will help your case as well in the future, not just today, but if you have a lease and you have a rental license for that property, that will also make life easier for you because it's in fact a rental property. And whether the arrangement is with the occupant is your business, but that would be helpful to
Oh,
you.
I have an insurance policy.
Okay, but what I'm suggesting to you, a city requires a rental license for when you have vacant property, not vacant property, but property that's being rented out, being occupied. It's not your residence. It requires a rental property license. Okay. Do we have anything else that we need to add to the record?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not
Yes.
sure whether this is going to confuse it or not, but I did pull the LNI file from the city's OPA website. And it does show a plumbing permit was taken out in March of 2018, an electrical permit in November of 2017, a mechanical permit 2017, and another plumbing permit goes back to April of 2014. Seems to me that the owner has some sort of a duty to get LNI in there to determine that this is a habitable property.
Right. Will those permits close or are they still open?
A moment.
Close.
So just to put on the record, my understanding was that the focus of this appeal was whether the property was occupied at the time that the notice of violation was written, in order to determine, whether a vacant property license was required, whether there was work done in 2017, 2018, a number of years before the notice of violation in this particular case was done, I believe is outside the scope of the focus of this particular appeal.
Thank you. Ms. Van Stuyven, how long has your son lived in the property?
Since November of 2018.
Okay. And when you received the violation notice, what action did you take to take care of it?
Well, first of all, Ms. Jones agreed that 3 of the violations had been remedied. I have the violations in front of me.
Okay, well, the ones that have not been remedied, what action did you take?
The only one that wasn't remedied was the current vacant license.
Okay, so what action did you take?
Well, to get proof that my son lives there, which I thought the bank statements proving that he, with his name and address on it and coming out of his checking account, he gets his mail there for 3 years. I didn't know what else to do.
Okay, did you get a response from anyone once you submitted that letter?
Well, just Miss Early said that they received the bank statements.
But since 2018, whenever the original violation was written, you haven't gotten a response.
Well, Miss Jones came out.
Okay.
And she spoke to my son. And she told him he had to fix the windows and clean up the yard and to do something about the yard being overgrown.
Okay. Has that been done?
It has. The only thing that's open is the vacant structure license.
Okay. Alrighty. Mr. Pincus, did you see whether those permits have been still open or satisfied or not? Compliant?
Well, I did. And I'd have to go to each one, but some have been, one is the permit, mechanical permit is expired. The other one, let me just go through them. 4 permits. The plumbing permit was issued. There's no record of whether it was closed or not. The
okay.
If I may, Chairman Woodson, I think it may help that the date of the notice of violation was June 2021.
Okay.
Go back dates to years before. Some of them have been completed. One of them was issued, but there's no record of it being complied, and the other one is still open. But these do go back 4 years.
Okay.
4
If I
years.
may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Not to try anybody else's case, but the existence or non-existence of the permits for any other work is really not the issue. The question is whether or not the property was occupied between 6/21 and I'm assuming today's date And my question would be whether or not the property has had an interior inspection that would support a finding that someone resides there. That's really the only,
Right.
maybe the only legitimate way to determine if someone resides there, other than utility records that show some consistent usage over a period of time. It seems odd that a water bill would show no usage whatsoever, but generally utility bills over a period of time can demonstrate consistent use, as well as an interior inspection to show, which is what we would do for a rooming house or any other type of
Correct.
case, to show whether someone was occupying those spaces. So I would like to know if an interior inspection has been conducted to support the suggestion that the property is vacant.
And earlier testimony by Ms. Jones is that she had not done an interior inspection.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in
Yes, sir.
addition to that, it seems that a quick remedy, only strictly because she had made the statement that there's a verbal agreement as far as occupancy. And it's my understanding, I guess one of the folks from the city can let me know, that one of the things that could have eliminated that would have been one of those, I guess, rental license they call
Yeah,
them now?
rental license there for.
Yeah, that will prove that someone's in the property.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. I will suggest that in order we can close this out, we do need to have Ms. Van Stuyvesant, for your benefit as well as the case itself, the interior inspection would be appropriate. And if in fact you have the utility bills for the period of time that's in question, that shows that the power's been there and this heat's been on, that would also be, you have that information available?
I sent you the bank statements for the last year.
But that's not what I'm asking about, Banksy. I'm asking, do you
Okay.
have the statements from the utility companies? We saw the water bill.
Well,
Do
they
you have-
come to me in New Jersey.
Not to interrupt, but I did forward you guys the attachment with the bank statements.
Okay. Okay, so that you don't, okay, but do you have those that could be shared, I guess?
They mail them to me and I notify my son.
Okay, I'm asking something different. I'm asking you do
Okay.
have those that can be shared, is what I'm asking. You do have them you have them in your possession.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Chairman,
yes,
if I
sir.
may, I strenuously object to this at this point in time. It was the appellant's burden to provide proof of any kind of, utility usage or occupancy at this point in time. An interior inspection currently would do little in order to say whether the property was vacant at the time that the notice was written. As you saw, the electrical bill, the water bill rather, showed that there was no usage, meaning that honestly, the property really should not have been used if there's no water. Any bank statements would only show a money transaction rather than any kind of utility usage for the property themselves. And we have not seen any bills for the utility any utilities rather showing actual usage or activity within the property itself. So at this point in time, the
Chairman Woodson, can I?
But ma'am,
make a
no,
comment?
ma'am, you can't cut anybody off. When she finishes, you can then say something. Continue, please, Ms. Reinhardt.
the city is really just saying that there has been no proof that the property is anything other than vacant.
Okay, Ms. Van Stuyvesant, you have something before we come to a conclusion?
I do. My son, when the city of Philadelphia had to change the water meters, there was a problem with the water meter in that house because the plumbing company that brought the sewer from the backyard into the kitchen, they forgot to hook the water meter up. So my son paid $700 to a company to get the water meter back online. And I have proof of that.
What was the period of time that happened?
Let me get the statement.
Because really, Ms. Reinhardt, just one question, inquiry. Let's assume someone's living there now. what's the remedy in terms of a vacant property that's 2 years old? Ms. Sampson, would you look for that information? While
I have it.
while she did. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, what is the response? How does that work?
So there's no indication so far that it was not vacant at the time that the notice of violation was written. We still believe that
But if it's occupied now, I guess the question for you is how does that resolve? What's the resolution there?
Sure, then we can say that for 2022, she would not need a vacant property license, but that does not mean that it would be waived for 2021.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Van Stabs. What is it you showing?
Well, I have the bill for the company that came out to fix the water meter.
What was the date of that?
October 20th, 2021.
Okay, and we don't know how long it was disconnected. Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I
Yes,
say
sir.
one more thing?
Only if your lawyer wants you to.
I would like to call Ms. Jones because there has been discussion regarding utility usage since she was previously called.
Right. Well, my supervisor checked with water and they sent her back. There was no usage in January of 2022, February, April, May, June, and August is not out yet because we're still in August.
Okay.
So if someone lived there, there will be consistent water usage.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything from anyone else before we call a vote on this matter? Okay, we will then call the vote on HA-2021-004330, Denise Van Stuyvesant, 742 Martin Street, City of Fern.
City of Fern.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you. The vote is city affirmed. Ms. Van Stuyvesant, you may appeal the decision of the board and you can check in with the office. They will tell you how to do that if you want to appeal the decision of the board. Thank you very much.
Okay, what am I appealing?
The decision that we just made that your appeal was denied. If you want to do that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's
Thank
move
you,
on.
Board. That concludes my matters for this evening. May I please be excused as well as Inspector Jones?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Let's call the next matter.
That would be number 24.
Okay,
This is case number 24, appeal number HA-2022-002338, Arthur Brown for 5807 Chew Avenue.
who's representing the city?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Clark, good afternoon. Mr. Brown, would you raise your right hand so you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God? Mr. Brown, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Now you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I asked him to unmute himself.
Okay,
There we go.
we still can't hear you. If you turn your volume up as high as you can, sir. Okay,
While he handles his volume issues, there was another case of mine that was previously skipped for Mr. Matthews.
yes. Okay, we'll go back to that in a minute. I just want to see if we can. Mr. Brown, are you on a computer or your telephone? If you have an option to switch to a different device, would you do that? That may help. Because we can't hear you. And unless we can hear you, we can't handle this case. Okay, so why don't you try to sign in on a different device and we'll let you in. We'll let you in, okay? Ms. Alfred, he should be in the waiting room soon, I would guess.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Was case number 16 decided during the last break or at the end of the last break?
No, we didn't. We had to go back to that one also.
Okay.
Any luck with the waiting room?
No, he's not in there yet.
Okay, we can't hear you, sir. Can't hear you. Let's do this, because we're gonna have to move on. Mr. Brown, do what you can. See if you can work on your, oh, okay, here we go. Can we hear you? He's attempting to connect to audio. It's not connecting. So you may have an internet problem, Wi-Fi problem in your location. Okay, let's do this. Ms. Alfred called and I think it was a 16, Ms. Clark, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, it's number 16.
Call 16 in the meantime. If you could try to reach Mr. Brown on the telephone, because he seemed to have a telephone with him after you call in this case, the Matthews
Yeah.
case.
I'll try him again because I actually tried to call him previously and he didn't answer, but I will try again.
Okay, so if you could read in Matthews, then we will, if you could, then at the same time, you could talk to Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Somebody will be
case-
calling you, Mr. Brown. Okay, please.
This is case number 16, appeal number HA-2021-004291, John Matthews for 6401 Saybrook Avenue.
Mr. John Matthews, are you present? Mr. John Matthews. Ms. Clark, this is your matter. Did you see him previously?
Yeah, he was here earlier. He announced
He
himself
was.
twice, but then the second time they were having some issues with hearing him. So he was previously here today.
Mr. John Matthews. Mr. John Matthews. Mr. John Matthews, 6401 Saybrook Avenue. Mr. John Matthews. Okay, did Mr. Matthews get notice, Ms. Alfred?
Yes, he did.
Okay, Ms. Clark, what is your preference?
Excuse me,
now?
he is still here.
He is, but he's not responding.
Oh, I'm saying that's him with the phone.
That's him with the
Yeah,
phone,
This
but
is
we,
him with the 610 number right here.
Yes, yes.
okay.
I've asked him to unmute. Give me a chance to give him a call, maybe.
Okay, did you have any luck with Mr. Brown?
I haven't tried yet. Just give me 1 second.
Mr. Brown was showing a message on his phone saying that he would be let in soon.
Okay, that's what it said. Oh, good.
Yeah, it's what it said. He
Okay,
was
Ms.
showing-
Alfred, if you hear that, if you can
That
let him in.
message, that message was from me to Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Ah, okay. Okay, see if you see his number. If you do, please let him in.
Mr. Matthews, phone went straight to his voicemail.
Okay. All right. Any luck with reaching Mr. Brown?
I'm gonna try Mr. Brown again.
Okay.
Look, the microphone is green and everything.
Now we hear you now, Mr. Brown.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Mr. Chair, I don't know. I don't know. I pushed the same mute button and this time it clicked on.
Okay, Ms. Alfred, let's reread that case in for Mr. Brown, please.
Okay. This is case number 24, appeal number HA-2022-002338, Arthur Brown, 5807 Chew Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Brown, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, members of, or good evening, members of the board. This case is in reference to a failure to obtain proper zoning and various fire code violations at the property located at 5807 Chew Avenue, and the city is seeking an intent to cease. And at this time, the city would like to call its witness, Bruce Wallace. Or is- Inspector Wallace has been previously sworn.
Okay.
or can you
Yeah,
discuss-
I have to re-swear him because it's a separate matter. Mr. Wallace, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be true so help you God?
Do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clark?
Good evening, Inspector Wallace. Can you please state your occupation for the board?
My name is Inspector Bruce Wallace. I'm a code enforcement inspector for the City of Philadelphia Licenses and Inspection.
And how long have you been working in that role? And if you could speak up just a little bit.
3 years, is that better?
And
Yes.
what are some of your primary duties in that role?
Answering complaints, conducting re-inspections of residential, commercial properties.
Are you familiar with the property at 5807 Chew Avenue?
I did the re-inspection. I didn't do the initial inspection.
And have you had an opportunity to review the L&I and public records for this property?
Yes, I have.
With the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'm referring to board, the appellant, as well as Inspector Wallace, who has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. Inspector Wallace, what are we looking at?
That's the notice of violation.
And when was this notice of violation sent to the appellant?
March 12th, 2022.
And as I scroll down, what are some of the violations listed on the notice of violation?
For him to obtain zoning, it looks as if he has no, well, zoning are 2 of them. It looks like a CO maybe. Fire extinguishers, mixed-use fire alarm is not installed.
And I just want to confirm, is this a document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Is what document?
This document, I'm sorry,
I didn't hear your question, ma'am.
is this document kept in the ordinary course of business with the department?
Yes.
What are the current violations that the appellant still has to satisfy in order for them to obtain compliance?
So the property is zoned as a daycare. Is actually zoned as, I have this written down here. It's zoned as a single family dwelling with an incidental daycare for 4 kids. But it was being ran as a rooming house.
At this time, I'm going to refer the board to what has been previously marked as Exhibit 2. Inspector
Okay.
Wallace, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 2. What are we looking at?
That's the notice of intent to cease operations.
And is this notice kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes,
When was this notice sent to the appellant?
April 20th, 2022.
At this time, I'm going to refer the board to what has been previously marked as Exhibit 3. I'm gonna zoom out 1 second. Inspector Wallace, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 3. What are we looking at?
It looks as if it's a fire extinguisher. I don't see a tag, so it might be an untagged fire extinguisher.
And scrolling down to the next photo in that exhibit packet. What are we looking at here?
That's a bedroom door with entry locks.
And Inspector Wallace, were you the inspector who took these photos, or was there another inspector who took the photos?
Those photos were taken by another inspector.
Scrolling down to the 3rd photo in that photo series, what are we looking at here?
It looks like a kitchen, stove, some cabinets. It looks like a toaster oven, maybe.
Next photo.
Just from the looks of it, this might be the basement.
Inspector Wallace, before we proceed, I understand that there was a recent inspection. Can you please state what date that you recently inspected the property
So
or
I was
attempted to make an inspection of the property?
The inspection was conducted. I conducted the inspection on, I spoke with them on April 24th. I spoke with a gentleman, Marty, on April 24th also. I spoke with the occupant of the property, Mrs. Burgess, on the 19th. I went to the property on the 20th to verify if the violations had been corrected. I could not gain access. I gained access on the 22nd, and I delivered hand delivered intent to cease letters to the basement, the occupants of the basement apartment and the occupants of the second and third floors.
And just to briefly clarify, when you say the 20th, can you state the month?
I'm sorry, I spoke with a young lady and I couldn't gain access. On the 19th is when I spoke with Ms. Burgess of April 19th. I went to the property on the 20th of April, could not gain access to verify if the violations were corrected or not. I returned to the property on the 22nd of April and delivered the hand delivered the intent to cease letters.
Inspector Wallace, we're looking at this picture. Can you describe what we were looking at here?
That's the front door of the property with the intent to cease letter stuck into the front door.
And this photograph was taken on what date?
April 22nd, 2022.
Were you the inspector who took this photograph?
Yes, I was.
So is this a fair and accurate depiction of the property on the date and time in question?
Yes.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And as previously stated, to your knowledge, as of today, are there still any outstanding violations at this property?
I attempted to conduct a re-inspection of the property prior to this meeting. I was not able to gain access to the property.
No further questions at this time. I would also ask that all evidence presented to the board be entered into evidence.
Okay, so noted. So authorized. Okay, any questions of Mr. Wallace before we move on to Mr. Brown? Okay, Mr. Brown, what is your understanding of what's going on here?
My understanding that I was to restore the property back to its original use, which was a single family home dwelling. When Inspector Wallace came, there was walls and doors on the first floor. He instructed me that they all had to be removed so that he can walk from the front floor, from the front door to the back door, which was done. The violation with the fire, I did not know about the fire extinguisher. I was having a problem with that, but I did know that I thought the violation for the fire was that I didn't have a pull down fire system in the front of the building, which was previously used as a daycare and zoned apparently as a daycare. I thought it was zoned as a home daycare, or I'm sorry, permitted as a home daycare. So when I was instructed that I needed a pull down fire alarm for that, and it's not going to be a daycare, nor is it going to be a business. It's basically a large living room now with a bathroom and a kitchenette.
Is the property currently occupied?
The property is currently occupied.
How many people?
I have one tenant who who manages the other tenants and had removed the majority of the tenants. I think there's 4. It's a 5-bedroom house.
Okay, for the record, I just want to be clear. How many total people live in the building?
How many total people? I don't know.
You own the property, correct?
I do own the property. I don't know how many total people. I'm going to.
How many leases? Do you have written leases for the occupants? People who live there?
I have a written lease with the one person.
You have a written lease for only one person?
Yes.
And how much does that person pay you per month in rent?
For the whole building, it was to be 1,800.
Okay, and that person writes you a check for 1,800 every month.
Well, I haven't received any payments after the notice was. This all happened. I'm sorry. He got the building in November. I received partial payments as he was doing like construction in cash form. And then I haven't received any money since the notices have been sent. So I've never received a full month's payment.
So who is the person that you're renting the property to?
Marty Berg.
And is he live there?
Not to my knowledge.
How was he using the property?
He was renting it to other people.
Okay.
His
Okay.
I'm sorry. His lease is up in October. I do not plan on renting the property. I actually plan on selling it.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions of Mr. Brown? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, you have anything else before we call this to a vote?
Yes. There's on the first floor alone, there's 4 exits. Then there's 5 exits altogether. The people, when the inspector did come, he couldn't get all the way through the building, but the people all on the first floor, there was 3 units on the first floor, sectioned off by walls. They've all been removed. Again, I don't plan on renewing the lease, and there is not a business there or a daycare. I did not ask for the daycare permit. It was permitted to somebody who was an evicted tenant. So I didn't even know that she had it changed. I don't know how that happens.
Mr. Brown, the old matter is that this has been operated as a boarding house, or we aren't quite certain because you have a master lease with someone who's re-renting it. And so as the owner, you're held accountable. Okay.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, sir, it's not going to be rented as anything. I'm going to.
But we're
rehab it and
responsible
sell
for
it.
what's happening today, not next month or in the fall. We want to know what's happening today. There's a cease operations in place. Okay. I will call for vote on HA-2022-002338, Arthur Brown, City affirmed.
Do you want to hear closing? Okay.
Please continue to vote.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, the vote has been unanimous, city affirmed. So if you want to appeal the decision of this board, you can do that. You can check in with the office and they can give you some direction. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Okay, have a
All
good
right,
night.
thank
Okay, what's next?
Mr. Matthews, I've called him several times. It's going straight to his voicemail.
Okay, let's do this. Let's we have 3 other matters. Let's do those and we'll call Mr. Matthews last. How about number 29?
Yes.
Excuse me, board, can I be excused? I think all my cases have been called.
Let's see what your counsel, your lawyer says. Miss Clark, are you finished with your inspector?
Yes,
Your
I'm
witness?
finished with Inspector Wallace, who can be excused.
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay. Let's call number 29.
Case number 29, appeal number HA-2021-001243, Michael F. Klein for 4707 Wards Chapel Road.
Okay.
evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, are you the owner of this property? Before I do that,
Board, this is just so you know, this is a license issue having to do with a sheet metal license. It's not a property.
Oh, okay. Mr.
It's a
Klein, would you
rental
raise your right
property.
hand? Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. So Ms. Curley, would you clarify things for us, please?
Yep, Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. This is an appeal of a denial of a sheet metal license. Mr. Michael Klein was the applicant. This was denied by the department and he subsequently appealed.
Okay, is this address a Philadelphia address? This Ward's Chapel Road?
No, it's in Owings Mills, Maryland.
Okay, so let's make sure that the record is clear.
It's a reciprocity.
Wait a minute, give me the Owens, spell Owings Mills for us, please.
OWINGS, capital MILL Road,
Okay,
Owings Mills, Maryland. I'm sorry, Maryland, 21117.
21117. Okay, thank you. Thank
No
you for your
problem.
patience. Okay, Ms. Curley, please proceed.
Yep, as already stated, this is an appeal of a license denial for sheet metal license for Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein did, as he's already indicated, apply under the principle of reciprocity. The city's only witness on this matter will be Code Administrator Tariq Gary, who I believe is still kindly with us.
Yes.
Okay. And does Mr. Gary need to be sworn again?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Gary, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Gary, can you please state your employer and what you do?
I'm the Code Administrative Supervisor for the Department of License and Inspection License Issuance Unit.
How long have you worked for L&I?
For the department, 16 years. For license issuance, 4.
Okay. And you're familiar with the license we're talking about today for Mr. Michael Klein?
Yes.
What license did Mr. Klein apply for from the department?
He applied for a sheet metal technician license.
And what did he submit to support that application?
He submitted his HVAC license from Delaware and Maryland.
Okay. And just again, what license was he applying for?
Sheet metal technician.
So the HVAC license that he submitted for Maryland and Delaware, is that sufficient to satisfy the requirements for the code for under the Philadelphia Code?
Not for a sheet metal technician.
Okay, what do you need to apply for a sheet metal technician license?
You have to show proof of an internship.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
Before you move off that, Ms. Curley, is there a length or a time or any other condition?
I'm gonna follow up.
Okay.
So for reciprocity, in terms of here, what's the difference between what Mr. Klein submitted for an HVAC license and what he applied for, which is a sheet metal license?
Well, sheet metal is more specific to the installation and the repair of the sheet metal that accompanies the HVAC system. It's not for HVAC.
And so what do you mean? Like, do you mean the duct work that goes through the house? Like, what do you mean? Can you describe
Yes.
that for the board?
Yeah, the ductwork.
Okay. And what is an HVAC? What does that generally encompass?
Well, that just was it heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
So that's just, is that just the unit itself?
Yes.
So for the license from Maryland and Delaware, you have no way to verify whether that actually meets the requirements that we would expect for the actual sheet metal license?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any recommendations onto the license that Mr. Klein should apply for if he wants to work on HVAC licenses?
He can apply for a contractor's license.
A contractor's license?
Yes.
Are the requirements for a contractor's license less arduous than those for a sheet metal license?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to briefly share my screen. Mr. Gary, do you recognize this document that's says Government Exhibit 1?
Well,
I'm gonna
please
zoom in.
focus
I'm
in.
gonna zoom in.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. It was a letter by my predecessor, Wahina Gonzalez, who has since retired.
And this is the letter that was sent to Mr. Klein to deny the issuance of this license?
Yes.
Okay. And it indicates to him that he needs to provide any authorization for a sheet metal license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask that this be admitted as Government Exhibit 1.
Okay, so move.
At this point, has Mr. Klein submitted anything sufficient to the department that would justify the issuance of a sheet metal license?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
I do. Back to this internship, Mr. Gary, what kind of internship is required?
Apprenticeship. So you have to have 8,000 hours of practical experience and 800 hours of classroom experience.
Okay, 8,000 hours of practical
Yes.
experience. And how else would one prove that?
Well, it'll be so you would apply for your apprenticeship due to what do you call it? The labor and industry.
Okay. Now, if you did your internship and your apprenticeship in a different state, can you use that proof of that to satisfy Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay.
It's nationally recognized. As long as it's a nationally recognized program.
So once you complete that internship, what do you receive? What kind of certification do you get?
You receive a certification that you completed the apprenticeship.
Mr. Chair,
To clarify, Mr. Gary, that's in sheet metal, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, wait, just to be clear.
Yes.
It's not an internship. It's an apprenticeship.
Apprenticeship. Okay.
So make sure we keep it clear because it's completely different.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking Mr. Gary. The language, the word apprenticeship versus internship, how was that spelled out in your application process?
Apprenticeship is from my understanding is a trade equivalent of an internship.
Okay, but I'm asking, what language do you use in your application process? What
We
do you
use
ask?
apprentice.
Okay.
There's no mention of an internship.
Oh, okay, but you use internship tonight. You really should have used.
I said apprentice. You started talking to internship.
Okay, all right. As long as we're clear, Mr. Washington, I think we cleared it up. Apprenticeship. Okay, all right. Okay. Anything else? Did anyone have a Mr. Gary?
I have a question. It says 8,000 hours of practical experience in the installation, maintenance, and other servicing of sheet metal systems.
Yes.
If you've installed HVAC systems, would that imply you've installed sheet metal systems? I mean,
not necessarily. No.
I'm confused about the distinction between HVAC and sheet metal.
Yeah,
I think one of the distinctions that HVAC tech operates the controls, sets up the boilers, manages all that stuff, and the sheet metal guy bends, controls, connects all the sheet metal ductwork.
Correct.
I'm a witness now, but okay. Any other questions of Mr. Gary?
None from the city.
Okay. All right, Mr. Klein.
How are you?
Okay.
You remember me?
No, I do not.
Okay, we had the same conversation on the plumbing master plumbing license, reciprocity, about a year ago, year and a half ago.
Okay. Well, before we move to you, then I do have one other question, Mr. Gary. That
Yes,
reminds me. Mr. Gary, is there a process for reciprocity? If someone is licensed in another state to get licensed in Philadelphia by virtue of submitting their license as a sheet metal technician?
Yes, as a sheet metal technician.
Okay. So if they submit that data, then that would be sufficient.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Klein, now share with us your situation.
Our situation is, first off, per your documents, the premise of the appeal was for reciprocity of Michael F. Klein's master HVAC license, not sheet metal. It says HVAC, master HVAC license. I'm looking for a master HVAC license. I have been in the industry, as I've told you before, as a plumbing contractor since 1963 and a mechanical contractor since 1988. If that isn't enough hours to do reciprocity, I have been running Charles A. Klein & Sons since 1985. I've owned the company since 1975. I have done probably in the neighborhood of close to 600,000 mechanical systems and supervised and owned over 600,000 installations of HVAC systems.
Okay. It sounds like there's a
69 years, I'm 60, going on 68 years old.
Okay.
And I've been
Mr.
doing
Klein,
it longer than most of you people have been alive.
Okay, Mr. Klein, it sounds to me there's a big difference between what you just described And
This
this
is your
issue of,
documents.
well, let me get some clarity here. And this issue of a sheet metal tech, how did we get to a sheet metal technician discussion?
I have no idea. Your documents that you sent me, that the attorney sent me over the last Tuesday or Wednesday last week, it says very clearly, reciprocity of Michael F. Klein's master HVAC license. I'm looking for a master HVAC license that I have held in Delaware, in Maryland for over, and I'm going to say this because I'm an old guy, probably 35 years I've had a license, and even worked in the industry for 15 years before that.
Okay, that's understood. I hear you, but I guess what I'm asking, this is more directly to the city. Why are we having an
Because
appeal
Mr. Klein
of
did not apply for, there is no master HVAC license. And Mr. Klein did not apply for that. So that is not something that he cannot appeal for something that he did not apply for.
Now, Mr. Klein, what was the nature of your application?
Our application very clearly says HVAC master license. That's the document we sent to the Philadelphia.
Let's go back.
licensing.
Let's go back a moment. Ms. Curley just said something. Is there a master HVAC license? It's either, actually, it's probably Mr. Gary. Does Philadelphia issue a master HVAC license? Does that exist in Philadelphia?
No, it does not.
So,
okay,
what is or what should, or is this the only license that Mr. Klein can apply for to do HVAC work, or does he have to apply as a general? What does he have to apply to be licensed to do HVAC work in Philadelphia?
A general contractor license.
Okay, did anyone have that conversation with Mr. Klein?
I mean, I'm going to object. That's beyond the scope of this hearing.
Well, it is, but there's a huge disconnect between what's before us, which is a technician's license, which is nonsensical, and what Mr. Klein is stating, which is very different. So we just want to bring some clarity to this conversation in a way that makes some sense.
If I might, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ms. Curley indicated that Mr. Klein's application was not for an HVAC master license. Is that correct, Ms. Curley?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what the application says?
It was for a sheet metal technician master.
Do you have that in your file? Can you share
That is
record?
part of his appeal.
But do you have it handy so we can see
I
his
do not.
application?
He applied for this. The testimony has been that is what he applied for from Mr. Gary. And I indicated that we had the.
Okay, that's what I'm at. When I asked,
He was applying for, I can pull up a quick.
okay,
It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. My apologies. I did incorporate the appeal as Exhibit 2. Can everyone see my screen?
yes, go up to the top so we can see the heading.
Nope. Oh, sorry. So this is his appeal.
Okay, denial of reciprocity. Okay, keep scrolling.
As part of his appeal, which is something he submitted, the January 18th, 2021 letter says the sheet metal technician application submitted by Mr. Michael Klein is being applied for through reciprocity.
Okay.
So he did apply for this, and that is what he applied for from Philadelphia.
Okay, is that the only thing he applied for?
In the past, he has applied for and obtained a master plumbing license.
Okay, but I mean, in terms of this HVAC sheet metal matter.
No other application for that.
Okay, so Mr. Klein, according to your record, you did apply for a technician's license.
I
Is that
applied for
correct?
a master HVAC.
No, sir. We have a
Okay.
letter that's on your letterhead that says you applied for a sheet metal technician's license.
That's what we were told to apply for. My team put together the same. They had multiple conversations with the licensing board as to how to direct my application.
Okay.
And this is the way they told us to do it. And if that is incorrect, it was directed to us to go that route. So
Who
if
did
I've
you-
made a mistake on which application or which license to do, I will certainly reapply for those contractor license.
Okay, I think that's probably the best way to do it. And I also have additional question, Ms. Curley. In this instance, there's a corporate entity here. Who should we be talking to?
Mr. Klein is the applicant for the license. I don't see any reason why he couldn't.
But
appeal for
if he applies for a contractor's license, it won't be for him personally, it'll be for his company, H. Klein and Company.
Charles A. Klein and Sons.
Yeah,
Okay.
Charles A. Klein and Son, which is a corporate entity, right, Mr. Klein?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so that means you in the future have to be represented by legal counsel.
No, I'll do that in the future.
Okay, so and in terms of
They
this
were
current-
here. They were here, sir. My attorney was here. She had to
Okay.
leave. So
But we're required to request and require that everyone who is a LLC or corporation have legal counsel.
but
Okay.
this license is personal. It's not corporate, although the corporation will use the license. This license is personal. It's the
Well,
same
then,
as
well, see, you
my
may be-
plumbing license and everything else.
Well, no.
Now, if the
listen to
contractor
me. No,
license is
sir,
fi-
listen to me. Listen
Okay,
to
I'm
me.
sorry.
As a
I'm sorry, sir.
technician, I don't know if you have the ability to transfer any other authority to anyone else other than yourself. As
Okay.
a master plumber, you in fact have supervisory opportunity. So that's a little different because the only person who can apply for a permit for a plumber is a master plumber.
That's correct.
A technician may not have that same authority.
That's
so
correct.
check with your attorneys and make sure, in fact, this is what you really want.
Okay, how do I proceed with this? Because we've had multiple conversations with the licensing board to get the information, and that's what we had done to get to this point.
Okay.
And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm not
Okay,
trying
Mr.
to
Curley.
be-
Well, okay, I'm going to ask the question. Mr. Curley, what would you advise him or his company to do?
Did you say Mr. Gary or Miss Curley?
Mr. Gary, I said Curley, but I missed.
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Gary.
That's what I figured.
Mr. Gary, what would you advise Mr. Klein to do?
Apply for a contractor's license.
Okay, how and when, if can he talk to someone in your office to make sure you talked it through?
He can schedule a Zoom appointment.
Okay, Mr. Klein, I would suggest you do that. In terms of the current matter, though, we have to dispose of what's before us tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah, anyone else have any questions about what we're before us tonight? Okay. And what number was that? Because I'm
Number 29.
number 29. Okay.
I would just like to point out to Mr. Klein, we're the Board of License and Inspection Review. You've been dealing with the Department of Licenses and Inspections. It's not a board. Mr. Gary works for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. We're not the entity, this board that you're dealing with. I just want to make sure you understand that.
Oh, I understood that. Yes, sir.
As you proceed, you're dealing with the department and its representatives and employees.
I understood that, sir, when we called in. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's call the vote on HA-2021-001243. Michael F. Klein, 4707 Wards Chapel Road, Owings Mill, Maryland. City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
I just want to be clear. What am I affirming?
Oh, you're
Am I
affirming
affirming that the fact, I mean, because I didn't hear Ms. Curley say anything.
Okay.
So that's why I'm just curious.
Sure.
So am I affirming the fact that I'm affirming that the appeal is denied?
Yeah, because Mr. Klein applied for the wrong thing. And I
Okay.
think he understands that now. And we requested that he schedule an appointment with Mr. Gary to talk about what he really wants and how best to achieve that.
City affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Klein, thank you for your patience and your participation, and hopefully we'll get through this.
Thank you, sir.
And we
I
won't have to see
appreciate
you
it.
again.
Thank you all.
Okay,
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
okay, already. Okay,
That does conclude Mr. Gary's business, so I would just ask that he be excused.
Mr. Gary, have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we're back to, we have two more left. We have Mr. Matthews, I believe, and we have number 31. Let's go to 31.
This is case number 31, appeal number HA-2022 -002561 Flores Rental Management LLC for 2712 North 16th Street.
Okay, Flores Rental Management LLC. Who's representing that matter?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Darlene Three on behalf of Flores Management and Rental LLC.
Okay, Ms. Three, can you give us your image?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Okay, Ms. Three, are you an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all righty. Ms. Curley, are you representing the city in this matter?
I am.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Yes, board, this is an appeal of an intent to cease at the property at 2712 North 16th Street. The testimony today will be from Inspector Griffin, who inspected this property and found violations concerning the violations of the fire code and zoning. So I will present Ms. Griffin, who I believe needs to be sworn again.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Ms. Griffin, can you state your employer and what you do?
City of Philadelphia Department of Licenses and Inspections, and I enforce the property maintenance and fire code for the city.
And how long approximately have you been an inspector for the department?
About 20, maybe 20 years.
Okay.
Inspector.
And are you familiar with the property at 2712 North 16th Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that property?
I did an inspection. I think it was in reference to a complaint that was made for an illegal rooming house.
Okay, and you were able to go out to that property?
Yes.
And did you find violations there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Can you see City Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is this?
That is the front exterior of the property.
Okay, and what's the date? The date on this photo is June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Were you the one who took this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got to the property, what did you see? What is the rooming situation there?
There were 2 rooms on the first floor. There were 4 doors. A room to the first floor front room, a door to the basement, a door to the second and third floors, which is 1 apartment, and then a door to a rear room on the first floor.
Okay, I'm going to show government exhibit. This is page 2 of that. Same date. These are the doors you saw.
Yes.
And for, okay. Were you able to get into any of those spaces?
That door right there on the right, I believe, goes to the second and third floor apartment.
And were you able to get into the second and third floor apartment?
Yes, the door was unlocked.
Okay. Any violations noticed there?
No.
Okay. Were there any violations noticed for the building as a whole?
Yes.
What were those?
On the first floor, the fire alarm panel box was inoperable.
Okay, I'm showing you, it's Bates Exhibit Government 005. Is that the fire alarm system you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay, and if you scroll in, does it appear to be on?
No.
And were you able to speak to anyone that day?
No, not that day, no.
Okay, and were you able to investigate whether how this building is zoned currently?
Yes.
And what is it zoned for?
So it is zoned as a single family property, a 3-story single family.
And what's your understanding of how it's being used today?
It's being used as 2 rooms on the first floor and 1 apartment on the second and third floor.
Okay. Were you able to conduct after you investigated this, did you provide notice to the property owner?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That is the violation order to correct. And there's violations issued for the fire alarm system, a current fire alarm certification, and zoning, certificate of occupancy, and a rental license.
Okay, I'm just gonna scroll down. All of those violations you just listed, those are all shown here. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes,
And as a result of this, did you also issue an intent to cease this property?
yes.
Can you outline for the board what your safety concerns were based on the violations you found?
The fire alarm panel box is just inoperable. It's not in operation at all.
Okay, and you provided that cease. I'm showing you government exhibit C. Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes,
Okay, and you provided that it's the owner is listed up here, correct?
yes,
Where I circled on the upper right portion of the screen. And the you also provided it, left it for the occupants, is that correct?
yes,
And that's shown in government exhibit 4.
yes,
Were you able to re-inspect this property after issuance of these notices?
yes.
And were any of the violations we've outlined today corrected?
No, they were not.
Okay. Approximately when were you able to re-inspect the property?
I re-inspected the property on August 4th.
Okay, of 2022, correct?
Yes,
I'm going to scroll down to government exhibit 5. This is, what is this?
that is the front exterior of the property.
And the date of this?
August 4th, 2022.
And again, this is, you took this photo?
Yes,
Okay. And moving down to the next page, again, same date, correct?
yes.
And what are we looking at here?
An inoperable fire alarm system.
Okay. Any indication from the owner that the fire alarm system had been fixed after August 4th, 2022?
No, the certification that was submitted was dated June 18th of 2022,
Okay. And
which makes
nothing,
it valid.
right, okay. And as far as the zoning issue, are you aware whether the owner has applied for a zoning permit?
I am not aware, no.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness. I would
Any
just ask for
cross?
I would just ask for the admission of all the submitted exhibits.
So moved. Is there any cross, Ms. Street?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Griffin, when you inspected the property again on August 4th, 2022, did you write an inspection report?
I did not. What I did was, that's when I created the intent to cease, I believe.
On August 4th, 2022? I'm gonna move on while you look for
Yeah,
that.
the intent to cease was, the intent to cease. No, I'm sorry, the intent to cease was issued before that. The August 4th, 2022 inspection was a re-inspection that I did because there was a date for a blur hearing.
And as a result of your August 4th, 2022, I reviewed the LNI records and I couldn't find a report. My question is, does a report actually exist from the inspection that you did on August 4th, 2022?
No, I generated an intent to cease.
Do you have a copy of an intent to cease that was generated on or after August 4th, 2022?
No, I don't think that I do. I don't have that.
We'll stipulate that there is no intent to cease notice dated August 4th, 2022, and that the only
Yeah.
issue was dated, I believe, whatever, exhibit 3 and 4, which is dated June 3rd,
June
2022.
13th.
Okay, so we will agree that the only intent to cease was issued on June 13th, 2022?
Yes.
3rd. I just want to make sure I get the date right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Curley.
Yep.
Miss Griffin,
I'm
After
sorry
you,
to interrupt. Can you say the date again? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but
June 3, 2022.
No, the inspection was conducted June 2nd of 2022. Because of the fire alarm certification, because it was inoperable, I did a 10-day intent to cease, which was issued on June 13th of 2022. No, June, wait a minute, let me get it. June 3rd of 2022, and the intent to cease was scheduled for June 16th of 2022.
thank you, Ms. Griffin. Ms. Griffin, did there come a point in time where you received a fire certification for this property, signed and sealed by the certifier dated 6/18/2022?
Yes,
And did you also receive a call from someone at Flores Management before this hearing asking you to come back out and inspect that property based on the fire certification that was sent to your attention?
yes, and I did go back out on August the 4th.
And who did you meet with there on August the 4th to conduct the inspection?
I didn't meet with anyone.
Did you get a call from specifically a Bedita Cadillo at Flores Management asking you to meet her there for the inspection?
I'm gonna object.
Let me finish. Can I finish the question, please? Pursuant to the paperwork that she had sent you indicating that she had hired a licensed and
So I'm
certified.
objecting. This is all testimony.
Okay, wait,
It's
wait,
not
wait, let's do
testimony.
this. Oh, Ms. Street, wait, hold on a second.
This guy's his testimony.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Ms. Street, I'm asking you to narrow your questions to previously admitted or submitted statements by Ms. Griffin. You will have ample opportunity to submit your case.
Okay.
Okay, you can use all the fact witnesses you want. Okay, not all of, but you can have an opportunity to submit your fact witnesses. Okay, please proceed.
Me or?
No, you're waiting on a question. from Ms.
Myself,
Street.
he just knocked me off my. Did we agree that you did receive a report from Flores Management of a fire alarm system certification?
That's
Yes.
been answered.
No, but us overruled. Please answer. Please proceed.
Yes. Yes,
After you received that report, did you receive a call from Flores Management or one of their representatives asking you to come back out at the property to inspect the fire alarm system?
I received a call, yes, but the call was the same day of the Blur hearing.
Okay, now, after receiving that call, did you go back out to the property to inspect the fire alarm system?
I cannot remember, maybe the attorney, Ms. Curley could answer, because I cannot remember the date of the first Blur hearing.
I'm just gonna object to Ms. Curley testifying. I'm asking the witness here.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, if you don't have the answer, just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay,
Ms. Griffin, would you agree your main concern in issuing the intent to cease was because of the fire code violation?
Yes,
And would you agree that if the fire code violation had been remedied, the health, fire, safety issues that led you to issue the intent to cease would no longer be there?
yes.
That's all I have of this witness, sir.
okay,
Just-
thank you. Ms. Curley, you have any another witness?
Yep, just brief redirect. Ms. Griffin, when you conduct a re-inspection of a property, do you issue a new notice of violation or any new report to the owner?
No, this was a reinspection for the Blur hearing. So basically all I do is go out, do the reinspection, and then I wait for the hearing to give my results.
Okay, you don't have to submit, it's not department policy to resubmit any sort of report.
No,
Okay. And as far as the health and safety concerns, were you able to do a full inspection of this entire building?
no,
So as far as concerns about this building, you have fire code concerns, correct?
yes,
Those have
yes.
not been alleviated today, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And the question that the attorney asked about whether that would whether the fire code violations, if those were complied, if that would satisfy all your concerns, that doesn't take into account any other part of the house you haven't seen.
No.
I'm gonna object, that's leading.
So noted, overruled. Anything else, Ms. Curley?
And just as far as the zoning concern, to your knowledge, that violation has not been complied either.
No.
Okay, I have nothing further for Ms.
I just have one more. Ms. Griffin, did you review the LNI records in contemplation of testifying at this hearing today?
I looked at the paperwork that I have, and I looked at the date on this certification, which is dated June 18th of 2022. And I know that my inspection was conducted on August 4th of 2022, and the fire alarm panel box was still inoperable.
Okay, Ms. Street, you can put your case on now if you choose. You have any witnesses?
Yes, Mr. William Harakaya, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay,
Mr.
just for a moment,
Harakaya,
before you do that, because I just want to make sure we can see his image. I don't see him.
I believe he's on the telephone, sir. I don't think you're going to be able to see him.
We got him.
Okay, thank you. I need to swear you in, sir. Would you introduce him again, Ms. Three, because I see a different name on the screen.
William Harakaya, are you the property manager for Flores Property and Management and Rentals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And
before you go any further, I need to swear him in. Okay, sir, would you spell your last name? Say you spell your last name.
HUARCAYA.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give will be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Street.
Mr. Harakaya, are you an agent for Flores Property Management and Rentals?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with 2712 North 16th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that 2712 North 16th Street got property violations on or about June 3rd or June 4th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take action to correct those property violations?
Yes, we hired an inspector, a fire alarm inspector, to come out to the property on 6/18 of 2022.
And to your knowledge, was this a licensed fire alarm company?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the fire alarm company come to those premises on 6/18/22?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the fire alarm company do an inspection of the fire alarm system and or apparatus at 2712 North 16th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a report certifying the system at 2712 North 16th Street?
Yes.
Commissioners, I'm sorry, may I share my screen, please?
Yes, I think we can arrange that. Ms. Alfred, can you arrange for that?
Ms. Street can.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if she can share her screen.
Ms. Street, see if you can do that. Let's try it, Ms. Street, see what happens. Yeah,
Can you
thank you.
see,
Yep.
can you see
yeah.
my screen?
It's dark at the moment. It's not, we'll see in a few minutes. It may take a minute. It says that you have started screen sharing. There you go. Okay.
Okay, the first, it says LIRB City versus Flores Rental and Management. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I just put in the violation here so we can see what the violations were. The notice of correct, the intent to cease dated 6/3/22 after the first inspection. And we're going to come to the fire alarm certification. Mr. Harakaya, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
You see a report that says City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspections Annual Certification for the fire alarm system.
Yes, I see it.
And did you hire DG Electrical Contractors to come certify your alarm system?
Yes, we did.
And did you
Excuse
do
me,
it?
Mr. Chair, I'm not
Yes.
seeing any documents.
No?
Not at all.
Okay, just for a moment then. Is anyone else not being able to view the shared screen? Mr. Washington, unfortunately, I think you're the only person who isn't viewing the shared screen. You also muted.
Okay, well, I'll put it on the record that I'm not able to view the share screen, and we go from there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Treat, because of these technical difficulties, would you just sort of be more descriptive of each of your items, please?
Yeah, well, now my screen is, my screen, I can't see it now. Give me a minute, sir. Boy. Oh, here we go. Mr. Washington, the first exhibit was Exhibit A, and it was just the initial violation and notice in order to correct.
I'll try to help Ms. Street. These were previously marked as government, I think Exhibit 3, 4, and 5, or 2 and 3. And those, we have no objection to the admission of the violation notices or the notice of intent issued by the department.
Okay. So then I was scrolling down to the fire alarm certification, and I was asking Mr. Hurricane about him hiring a company. Mr. Hurricane, the violation was issued on 6/4, and approximately 14 days later, did you hire D&G Electrical Contractor LLC?
Yes, we did.
And why did you hire them?
We hired them in response to the violation on 6/3 for the fire alarm system.
Okay, now I'm going to scroll all the way down to the, well, first of all, to the top of the report. In the right-hand corner.
At this point, I am just going to object to the admission of this document or any reference therein to any of the materials contained within it, as there's been no foundation that the person testifying completed this report, works for DG Electrical Contractor, so therefore it is hearsay.
Okay, so noted, but we're overruled. I'm ruling on it, so please proceed.
Okay. I'd just like the board to note, even though it's faded because it's a copy of the copy, in the right-hand corner of that report is a seal. And I'm going to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the report. And Mr. Hurricane, can you still see my screen, sir?
Yes, I can.
And does this report indicate that the test date and the report was issued on 6/18/22?
Yes, it does.
And Mr. Hurricane, did you have an understanding as of 6/18/22 whether or not you had corrected the fire code violation?
Yes, I did.
And was this report sent to the city of Philadelphia?
That I'm not sure. When I spoke to the gentleman who did the inspection, he told me he would upload it onto Eclipse.
Okay, he told you he would upload it onto Eclipse.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to trying to correct the violations in regard to the fire code, did you also hire someone to file a zoning use permit for you?
I went in person. I went in person to do it.
Okay, now I have up on the screen here a copy of what we call a refusal. Did you receive this refusal after you applied for a zoning use permit to legalize a two-family dwelling at 2712 North 16th Street?
Yes.
And are you currently waiting for a zoning board hearing for this matter to be heard?
Yes.
Commissioners, that's all the exhibits I have, and I have some argument for you
Okay.
after that.
Mr. Hare, is there any cross-examination, Mr. Hurricane?
Could you go back? Can I see if that refusal, I didn't see where it says two-family dwelling. Can you show that to me, Ms. Street?
It says this application is for a two-family household living in an existing structure. The proposed two-family is prohibited in this zoning district.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's been a long time since we spoke, so.
How are you, Ralph?
Okay, so Mr. Hurricane, is there any cross-examination, Mr. Hurricane, by Ms. Curley?
No.
No cross? Okay, I do have a question for you. Sir, how long has this property been owned and operated by the Flores Management?
I believe for about 3 years.
Okay, and has it been occupied in the current fashion since ownership?
Not since current ownership. I'd say about maybe a year or two ago.
Okay, occupied 2 years. 2 years has been occupied in this current fashion.
A year or two, I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. How long have you been involved as a management agent for the company?
I've been working for the company for a few years now.
3 years means what? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Give me an exact date.
Let's see, I'd say about 5 years.
5 years, okay. Is there any reason why you had why you had a family, well, a single family property occupied by multifamily during that period of time, during 2 years?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
The property, I believe, is currently zoned as a single family, correct?
Yes.
Why did you occupy it as a multifamily property during that period?
That's a good question. We had it set up as a multi-unit when we had the property. I think that was the building was before when we first bought it, and so we had it as we didn't change the existing structure.
Well, no, you're here now because you are not occupying it according to the current zoning. That's part of your problem. So I'm asking, is there any reason why you didn't get submitted an appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment before now, before you occupied it?
Before now, we were working before on trying to get this zoned as a multifamily. We have some trouble with the Eclipse system.
Okay, but it's occupied nonetheless.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for the inspector again, please.
I
if
just
you
have a
could.
question based on the board's
Yes.
questioning. When you
Yes.
said you were trying to apply for zoning, when was this? Is this recent?
I believe before we had it occupied, we tried to apply for a multifamily.
And you weren't able to get it?
It's not that we weren't able to. We didn't. An application wasn't denied. We just couldn't figure out how to work the Eclipse system. We had a lot of difficulties at the time.
Okay, so you knew you had to get zoning, you didn't get it, and you put multiple people in this building anyway.
We were trying to get the zoning for some time now.
So you've known for some time now. that you
I'm just
need-
gonna object as asked and answered and argumentative.
Oh, no, I hear your objection, overruled, have him answer, because I want to know the answer myself. He had not answered it clearly. So be clear, Mr. Flores, on your answer. It's a very straightforward, simple answer.
Yeah, we've been trying to get it zoned for at least a duplex for some time now.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for the inspector. I think, Ms. Treat, you can stop sharing your screen unless you have some information you want to continue to go back to.
Okay.
Okay. The inspector, what's the current status of that certification? Did you indicate earlier that the certification is invalid?
The certification is invalid because it is dated June 18th of 2022. And I did the inspection, the re-inspection on August, what was that? August the 4th of 2022, and the fire alarm system was inoperable.
Okay. And I just want to check back with Ms. Treat, your witness, Mr. Hirokara. Just asking, what's the current status of the fire alarm system? Did something happen between June and August? Is he still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah. Is it operating, say, today?
Yes, I was at the property today and the building is, the fire alarm system is operating fine. I'm not sure why it wasn't working that day. Miss Griffin came out. I don't know if there was a problem with the electric, with the battery, or maybe one of the tenants messed with the system. But I went there today. It's working fine.
It doesn't issue an alarm or a notification if it's not if it's offline or anything?
From what I've noticed, if That fire alarm, it has a fuse box. If you pull off the fuse and disconnect the batteries, it becomes how it is on the pictures. No power.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else from anyone?
When these things come up, I went to the OPA website, which shows that the sale date of the property, the Florals Rentals and Management, was on March the 28th of 2018. And then I looked for evidence of any applications under the LNI records, and there's no evidence of any applications for any kind of a zoning or an appeal that's been referenced from a refusal. Lots of investigations, but nothing about applications for zoning or appeals from that zoning. Now,
Okay.
if they have copies of it, they should submit it to us for this hearing, but I don't see it in the city OPA.
Thank you. How many people are currently residing in the property? Ms. Treat, if you were.
It's my understanding that there are currently 2 apartments operating there. There's one on the 2nd floor. There are 2 individuals, and there's one on the 3rd floor. There's 2 individuals and 1 child.
And they're long-term, are they from annual, month-to-month tenancy or annual leases, do you know?
I would have to have Mr. Harakaya answer that. I'm not sure, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Harakaya, what are the tenancies of the 2 apartments that are rented on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor? Are they month to month or are they yearly leases?
They both have 6-month leases.
When do they terminate?
I don't have the leases on me right now. I can't say for certain.
And since the zoning's not been obtained for a 2-family, it's only zoned as single family, you have no rental licenses with respect to this property, is that correct?
Yeah, there is no rental license for this property.
Thank you.
Have you ever had a rental license?
For this property, no.
Okay, how many properties does Flores Management own or can manage in the city of Philadelphia?
Give me 1 second. There are 15 properties that they manage.
And do you have rental license for all the others?
For the other ones, we do have rental licenses, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is any more questions
I have one quick question, Mr. Chairman. I understood Ms. Griffin to say that there were occupants on the 1st floor in the first 2 rooms. Is that correct? Was that correct?
I actually, one of the tenants called me in reference to the intent to cease notice. She wanted to know what was going on, and she told me
Just
that.
gonna object as her testifying to hearsay, sir.
That's so noted, but overruled. Please proceed.
Okay. So what's the question again? I'm sorry.
Question is, are there any occupants in the 1st floor, on the 1st floor, in the 2 or 3 rooms, the 2 rooms that you showed us earlier in the photographs? Where the
I did not observe any tenants in those 2 rooms on the 1st floor.
Thank you.
Mhm, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anything else from anyone?
No.
Okay. I just want to know that I lost my place here. We are at which number is this one?
Number 31. Number
31. Okay, thank you. My glasses aren't operating the way they should be tonight. Okay, all right then. If there aren't any additional questions, is there any final argument from Ms. Treat or Ms. Curley? Ms. Treat,
Yes.
you will go first if you have
Yes.
final argument. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, this violation or violations were issued in June of 2022. The owners of the property tried diligently to do what they can to correct these violations. They had a certified licensed fire person come out 14 days after the violation. And they issued a report which was signed and sealed with a applicable registered license number on it, which was sent to the city. Now, Miss Griffin did testify that she received the report from Flores Rental and Management. She also testified that someone from Flores Rental and Management contacted her to come out and do a new inspection pursuant to the report. She also testified that her main concern in issuing the intent to cease was the fire, health, life, and safety issues. She did indicate that if the fire alarm system was certified, that she would not have those concerns. Commissioners, we did receive the violations. The client did do what was in their power to correct the violations by getting the certification and applying to zoning immediately, pretty expeditiously, to do everything that they can do to correct the violations. The client took all the actions that were in front of them. We all know that you can't correct any of those other violations until you get the zoning. You can't correct the CO violation, you can't correct the rental violation, and you can't correct the zoning permit violation. They filed for zoning expeditiously. I'm just asking, sir, if in fact you could sustain the violations, but give the applicant or the owners time to proceed with the zoning to finish correcting the rest of the violations. Again, there are no life, safe, and health issues. The client did take the actions necessary and called the inspector, which she admitted to, and asked her to come back out and evaluate the system, which wasn't done. I would suggest and request from the board that this client can be given a little grace and a little bit of time. The violations were issued in June of 22. The filed for the zoning application, they hired someone to come out and inspect the system. Those are all the actions that were available to them. There are no other actions that they could have taken to try and cure these violations. And for those reasons, I would ask that the violation can be sustained, but enforcement could be stayed for 4 or either 6 months, which is what the regular zoning case takes at this point in time in Philadelphia. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Curley?
Thank you. I just want to emphasize to the board that there actually was no testimony presented today that there is a working fire alarm present in this building. The certification that was submitted was dated June 16th, which, to remind the board, the date the intent was supposed to go into place was June 16th. So I think that to say that the clients did everything in this matter to get this resolved as quickly as possible is quite frankly not believable. And Ms. Griffin did also testify that she received a call the day that we were originally supposed to have a hearing on August 9th, which was also the day that the property owner, who's not present here today, showed up without an attorney, not prepared to go forward on her appeal. There are safety concerns that are present here. There was testimony today that this client has known for years that they needed proper zoning, and they made money off these residents without obtaining the proper zoning. So for all of these reasons, the city's violation should be affirmed.
Okay, thank you very much. We will then call the vote on HA-2022-002561, Flores Rental Management LLC, 2712 North 16th Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
You're muted.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. The vote is city affirmed. Thank you very much for your patience and your cooperation. Have a
Thank
good
you,
evening.
commissioners.
Have a good evening. Okay, let's go to our, I guess we have 2 more cases, number 30.
Okay.
Yes, this is number 30, appeal number HA-2021-000330 for Simon Yasapa, 1600 Arch Street, Suite 100C, and they're represented by Vern Anastasio Esquire.
Okay, who's representing the city?
I am board. Caroline
Is-
Curley, CURLE.
Okay, Mr. Anastasio present?
No,
Anyone representing the interests of that appellant?
no.
Okay, all righty. Did the appellant receive notice, Ms. Alfred?
Yes, the appellant and the attorney received notice.
Okay, Ms. Curley, what is your preference?
So again, we had this hearing back in June. We presented full testimony. And just to refresh, Mr. Anastasio submitted a brief the day of the hearing.
Yes.
At the conclusion of the hearing, the board requested the city's response, which I did provide on July 5th. It's my understanding that was circulated today. I also did over here. It is quite long, my apologies. But if you guys want to read it and then just issue us a written decision, we don't have.
No, we're prepared to vote.
Oh, okay, great.
It's after 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night. I'm prepared to call a vote unless there's an unreadiness on behalf of any of the board members. If there's no unreadiness, Mr. Jefferson, is there any reason why we can't vote tonight? You're muted, sir.
No, you're entitled to vote.
Okay, this case was heard previously, so then we will call the vote on HA-2021-000330, Simon Yosipov, 1600 Arch Street, Suite 100C, City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. That matter is resolved.
Thank you, board. That does conclude my business finally.
Okay,
Good luck
but
with
we do have one additional matter, and that's
Yep.
Mr. Matthews.
And Mr.
And
Clark has-
who's representing that matter?
Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Clark, thank you for hanging in with us. Okay, let's call it and see what Mr. Matthews responds.
Case number 16, appeal number HA-2021-004291, John Matthews for 6401 Saybrook Avenue.
Okay, Ms. Alfred, I know that we attempted to connect with him. Any luck in connecting with him?
No, I called him about 7 times and it went straight to the voicemail.
Okay, thank you very much. Did he receive notice originally?
Yes,
He did? Okay, Ms. Clark, what is your preference?
The city will request a city affirm for lack of appearance at 8:15 p.m.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
Really want to know?
Yes,
Yes.
8:15 PM.
8:15 p.m. Wow, okay. Then we will call the vote on HA-2021-004291, John Matthews, 6409 Saybrook Avenue, City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you, and I believe that concludes our business for today.
yes.
Ms. Clark and Mr. Minor, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you
welcome.
for your night.
Enjoy your evening.
You too.
What's left of it?
What's left of it? Thank you, board, for your patience and your cooperation and putting up with all of this. Thank you so much.
You're
Everybody have a
welcome.
good evening.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay.